Doors be opened.
It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation.
Member for the electoral district of Yellowhead by resignation effective Wednesday, September 17, 2014. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. I have the honour to lay upon the table the annual reports on the Access to Information and the Privacy Act of the Auditor General of Canada for the year 2013-2014.
This document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, under the provisions of Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the 2011-2012 and 2012-2013 annual report on the state of Inuit culture and society in the Nunavut settlement area.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Parlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and anticipate that if you seek it, you will receive consent for the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, the remainder of the debates pursuant to Standing Order 66-2 on the motions to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Tuesday, December 10, 2013, and the second report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, presented on Wednesday, February 5th, be deemed to have taken place, and all questions necessary to dispose of the motions be deemed adopted on division.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. L'honorable député de...
Honourable Member for Champlain. Mr. Speaker, I want to present a petition today for the Government of Canada on the cuts and reductions in service announced by Canada Post, which will have negative consequences for people in my riding when it comes to services and jobs.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the Conservative government earlier this week ratified the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Act agreement. Nevertheless, I can easily anticipate that the petitioners who signed this here petition would want this House to hear that they call upon the Government of Canada to decline to ratify that act and to take immediate steps to limit the influence of state-owned enterprises over our democracy in the interest of ensuring that the power over Canadian laws remains in Canadian hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have a number of petitions here. First, I have 4 petitions asking Parliament to legislate that it be a criminal offence to purchase sex with a woman, man, or child, and that it be a criminal offence for pimps, madams, or others to profit from the proceeds of the sex trade. And I have one petition with quite a number of names on it from my riding and across the country, asking that the government regulate the use and monitor the impact of neonicotinoids in agricultural applications.
Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of my constituents in Newton North Delta to present the following petition in protest of the Conservative government's decision to end door-to-door mail service for Canadians, increase postal rates and close post offices across the country. Mr. Speaker, via this petition, my constituents ask the government to reverse these job-killing changes and also protest how these cuts are going to have a negative impact on the most vulnerable in our community, including our seniors.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. arise today to present two petitions. The first is from Canadians from every province from coast to coast, calling on this government to create a Department of Peace in the interest of pursuing conflict resolution, peace and nonviolence in trouble spots around the world. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is very timely, as next week is the special UN summit on climate solutions. This is from primarily constituents in my own riding of Saanich and Gulf Islands, calling on the government to put in place a meaningful climate plan and a strategy to reduce emissions to no less than 80% reductions of greenhouse gases against 1990 levels by 2050. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a request for an emergency debate. De l'Honourable Député de Mont.
Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for hearing my request. Canadians have now got the report of the seismic studies, and the NDP has never challenged this study. It was the Canadian Secretariat on Scientific Studies that has requested this, and there are very important findings here. We know that there are threatened species in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and the Government of Canada has the duty to protect this habitat and to try to limit the reduction of species there. We need to make sure that we protect this area because this is a large part of the habitat for many species. There are also sensitive times of the year in particular for these species. We have 6 marine experts from the science department that have signed this. We know that seismic studies have started. We have a small document here that you can't even find with Google. You have to know exactly where to get it, and it's signed by only one biologist who has no reputation when it comes to marine species. He says that this, in a small document, that there are no effects. Yesterday, though, we had testimony from the provincial representatives before the Superior Court who called repeatedly to have access to information from the science section, but they have never been able to get answers from fisheries and oceans mammal experts. So it is impossible not to conclude that the government has not done everything in its power to prevent fisheries and oceans experts from giving the information they have on the need to protect these species. And this is very serious. This government is therefore undermining public trust. We feel that the government needs to restore confidence. We need to have an emergency debate here and now on this subject. We are elected by the public. I would like to thank the honourable member for that request. I have no doubt that this is an important issue for the member, but I don't believe that it merits an emergency debate. Government orders, government bills, Senate bills.
Ms. Raitt for Mrs. Shea, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that Bill S3, an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to begin this debate on Bill S3, an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act. Like other responsible coastal nations around the world, Canada is concerned about the economic and environmental impact of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. In fact, we have a moral and legal obligation to help stop these illegitimate practices. Today, with the amendments to the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act, as outlined here in Bill S3, we have the opportunity to act. With the existing Coastal Fisheries Protection Act and regulations, Canada already has a robust and control regime for foreign fishing vessels. In recent years, the international community has been working diligently to strengthen tools to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing and activities that support that practice. Improving controls over foreign fishing vessels in port through global standards is one of several important tools to accomplish this goal, and I'm proud to say that Canada has played an important role in this development. For that reason, I'm proud to lend my support to the proposed legislation before the House. Before examining the bill, some background might help put the proposed amendments into a larger context, which I think you might find helpful, and underscore why they are so important. For decades, the international community has developed laws and standards to protect the Earth's vast marine resources. More than 30 years ago, for example, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea confirmed that states have responsibilities for conservation. And then several years later, the United Nations Fish Stocks Agreement of 1995 emphasized the role and responsibility of states in conserving fish stocks. And this was also a very welcome measure. Unfortunately, the practice of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing has become big business. A study produced by the United Kingdom in 2008, for example, suggested that illegal fishing was costing the world economy up to $23 billion annually. In fact, this represented between 11 and 19% of total reported catch worldwide. So how does illegal fishing hurt the global economy? Well, fishing vessels that do not follow rules and regulations minimize their operating costs. They then sell fish at a cheaper price than legitimate fish harvesters, distorting prices and markets along the value chain. While Canada diligently monitors and regulates fishing, we are not immune to the economic impact of illegal activities. Consider for a moment that we export up to 85% of our fish and sea products. In 2012, the last year for which statistics are available, these exports were worth about $4.1 billion. Now, this is an impressive figure, but it could be higher if markets weren't distorted by illegal and unregulated catch. Let me give you a real-life example. On the west coast of Canada, off British Columbia, since about the 1950s, the sea urchin fishery has taken place. But it started to grow significantly in the 1980s. They caught sea urchin. They would sell urchin roe to the Japanese market. It's a delicacy there, although I'm not sure I understand why. By 2002, in fact, it was thriving. There were 70 boats, $25 million in exports. But at that time, almost right at that time, an illegal and unregulated fishery began around the Kuril Islands, an archipelago stretching from northern Japan to the southeast coast of Russia. It was mainly operated, this fishery, by organized crime based in Eastern Europe. In 2003, for example, in just one day, the illegal fishery dumped the equivalent of BC's catch, entire annual catch, of green sea urchin quota, about 200 tons. In just 1 week, they dumped BC's entire annual red sea urchin quota, about 4,500 tons, onto the market. The price fell, and BC's export market to Japan all but collapsed. And I can tell you that this has affected real people with families and mortgages to pay in British Columbia. But illegal fish harvesters do more than wreak havoc on the economy. Their practices harm efforts to protect ecosystems and habitat. Why? Because they operate for short-term profit, not long-term sustainability. Mr. Speaker, in 2009, the international community approved the Port State Measures Agreement. actually technically known as the Agreement on Port State Measures to Prevent, Deter, and Eliminate Illegal, Unreported, and Unregulated Fishing. It was negotiated through the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, which promised real and cost-effective solutions to the problem of illegal fishing. The agreement requires port state measures for controlling the access of foreign fishing vessels to the ports of coastal nations like Canada. Improving these rules globally is considered a cost-effective way to fight illegal fishing. I might just say here that obviously the problem has two sides to it. There are fishing vessels flags of the states from which they come. They have an obligation, as we do in Canada, to make sure those vessels follow the rules. But they also offload in ports, not necessarily their own one, and it's these measures that we're talking about here. Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that Canada already has strong rules when it comes to foreign fishing vessels, but this will strengthen our point of entry checks on incoming fish and fish products. The Port State Measures Agreement establishes minimum standards for states to deal with foreign fishing vessels implicated in illegal fishing activity. Canada signed the agreement in 2010, indicating our intention to ratify it. However, before we ratify it, we must shore up some gaps in our own domestic legislation related to monitoring, enforcement, and information sharing. So, Mr. Speaker, that's what Bill S3 is seeking to do. Once approved, the proposed amendments to the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act would allow us to meet our international obligations as a responsible member of the international community and to enhance the integrity of legitimate fish harvesting activities in Canada. So with this context, allow me to review and provide some additional detail on the proposed amendments, which can be loosely grouped into three broad categories. The first concerns enhancing and fine-tuning controls over foreign fishing vessels that are seeking to access our ports. Currently, under the current Act, fishing vessels must apply for a license to enter Canadian fisheries waters and to access our ports at least 30 days before they arrive. Under the proposed amendment, the Minister could allow a foreign vessel that has been directed by its flag state to enter a Canadian port, even if it has not applied for a port license, to the extent that the vessel has been ordered to port by its flag state for enforcement purposes. In this case, Canada would issue a specific permit for the sole purpose of inspection and enforcement. While the Port State Measures Agreement generally promotes refusal of entry to fishing vessels that have engaged in illegal fishing, there might be situations where the flag state, that is to say the country responsible for the fishing vessel, might want Canada's assistance to conduct an inspection and to gather evidence of a violation. But it's not enough to direct vessels suspected of illegal fishing into our ports. We must then arm Canadian fisheries protection officers with greater powers to enhance the amended Coastal Fisheries Protection Act and the regulations. These amendments would thus increase the powers of Canadian fisheries officers to inspect a suspected foreign fishing vessel in port and to search for and seize illegal catch when that vessel is directed to port under the new permit regime. This would strengthen current prohibitions regarding the import of fish or marine plants that have been taken, harvested, processed, transported, distributed, or sold in contravention of international law. I stress that officers would have to have reasonable grounds to believe the vessel has been engaged in illegal fishing activities for the exercise of these powers. Now, the second set of amendments involves information sharing. Without accurate intelligence about the activities of illegal fish harvesters, Canada's fisheries protection officers are at a tremendous disadvantage. If we don't have better information about the potential for illegal operations, illegal fish harvesters will, quite literally, leave authorities in their wake. To meet the requirements of the Port State Measures Agreement, the amendments provide clarity on the authority to share information. The amendments cover both the type of information and with whom it can be shared. First, the amendments clearly outline that the minister has legal authority to share information regarding the inspection of a foreign vessel, refusal of entry to port to a foreign vessel, a change in decision regarding such refusal, enforcement action taken, or the outcome of any proceeding relating to a decision on port access. For example, we could access the results of any enforcement activity or the outcome of a legal proceeding. Knowing that a vessel has been involved in numerous offences also raises a red flag for our fisheries protection officers and would lead to a refusal of port access. Second, the amendments clarify that the minister can share this information with the flag state of the vessel, relevant coastal states, regional fisheries management organizations, states in whose fisheries waters the illegal fishing may have occurred, the state of nationality of the owner of the vessel, the Food and Agricultural Organization, and other relevant international organizations. It's a very broad power. For example, if France refused entry to a foreign fishing vessel and then shared the name of that vessel with us, our protection officers would be on the alert if that vessel tried to enter port in Canada. Third, amendments to the Act clarify that the minister may report actions that Canada has taken with respect to Canadian vessels that have engaged in illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, or fishing-related activities in support of such fishing to other state parties. In addition, the proposed amendments would enable Fisheries and Oceans Canada and the Border Services Agency to share with each other relevant information related to the importation of fish, fish products, and marine plants. And I think that's an important initiative. But having information is one thing, and being able to act on it is quite another. That's why the third major category of amendments concerns prohibitions and offences and enforcement powers, providing an expansion of the powers of fisheries protection officers. Currently, fisheries officers can only investigate seaports and wharves for illegal catch. But since illegal catch does not always come to port in fishing vessels, one of the important innovations in the agreement is to target illegal harvested living marine resources and products, including marine plants, that enter not only on a fishing vessel, but in a shipping container on a large ship. The bill, therefore, would prohibit the importation of fish, marine plants, and products that have been taken, harvested, processed, transported, distributed, or sold in contravention of international law, to use the language of the bill, in order to foreclose this additional avenue of illicit access to our market. The negotiators of the agreement wanted to ensure that strong actions taken against fishing vessels would not be circumvented by the use of other vessels to transport or transship the catch to ports. These amendments will enable Canada to exercise appropriate border controls to close the front door when necessary, so to speak. Mr. Speaker, with these amendments, Canada is once again assuming a leadership role in the fight against illegal fishing by taking this concept a step further. These amendments take the measures in the agreement aimed at container vessels to the next level, as Canada is entitled to do. They will enable fisheries protection officers to inspect any place, including containers, warehouses, storage areas, and vehicles in all ports of entry, including airports, and beyond, effectively wherever such products may be found. This power will enable fisheries protection officers to support and enhance the work of CBSA customs agents. At the same time, fisheries protection officers will have the power to enter and search these places with a warrant, and if circumstances demanded, without a warrant, working in conjunction with the custom officials as required. These amendments will allow fisheries officers to seize illegal, unreported, and unregulated caught fish, fish products, and marine plants aboard the vessel or in any other place believed to be obtained by or used in the commission of an offence under the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act. However, further deterrence is necessary when dealing with illegal fish harvesters, who, of course, main concern are monetary profits. If it is shown that foreign vessels have been engaged in or have supported illegal, unreported, or unregulated fishing, substantial fines can be imposed. On summary conviction, a fine of up to $100,000. Upon conviction on indictment, a fine of up to $500,000. And on second conviction, double these fines. What's more, if a court finds that the person guilty of under an offence under the Act, the court could order the person to pay an additional fine equal to the estimated benefit they expected to gain from committing the offence. This structure will present a significant deterrent to this very serious crime and will demonstrate to illegal fish harvesters that Canada is serious about putting an end to their illegal endeavours. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these three broad categories, the amendments also cover several changes in definitions required by the Port State Measures Agreement. For example, the amended definition of fishing vessel could include any vessel used in transshipping fish or marine plants, but it would exclude vessels equipped to transship that are not involved in supporting fishing activity at sea, such as vessels transporting general merchandise. The proposed amendments would also redefine the term fish itself. In keeping with the Port State Measures Agreement, fish would come to mean a species of living marine resources, whether processed or not. The amendments would also add a definition of marine plant, because marine plants are also living marine resources. Mr. Speaker, the Port State Measures Agreement outlines cost-effective and practical solutions to the problem of illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. Bill S3 would strengthen Canada's Coastal Fisheries Protection Act and enable Canada to exercise enhanced port controls and importation measures consistent with, in fact, even stronger than the minimum standards established in the Port State Measures Agreement. These amendments will once again demonstrate Canada's leading role in the international fight against illegal fishing, and these amendments are a step forward in that fight. These robust measures would limit the quantities of illegal fish that enter our market and other markets around the world where Canadian fish harvesters sell their products. Canada's fish harvesters stand to benefit from a more level playing field. To date, 11 members of the Food and Agriculture Organization have become parties to the agreement. We need to maintain the momentum so that the 25 parties required for the agreement to enter into force will be achieved sooner rather than later. Today, by supporting Bill S3, this House has an opportunity to move Canada one step closer to ratification, one step closer to helping protect the livelihoods of legitimate fish harvesters, one step closer to effective conservation and management of living marine resources and protection of the fragile ecosystems that support their existence. I urge all honourable members to join me in supporting this bill. We can do no less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. He's presenting a bill that's most interesting, and I think that it will probably be supported and go to committee for further discussions. But I'd like to note that the bill had already been tabled in the past under S13 at the Senate, and the prorogation resulted in the bill dying on the order paper, and that has caused a delay in it being passed by the House. So I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, given that there was this delay, what does he feel has been the economic result of that? Has there been an economic impact on Canada for not having put these measures in place that were in this bill beforehand?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, and I'll tell him we miss him on the Fisheries Committee these days. Clearly this is an important piece of legislation, and it is moving through the parliamentary process as it should. Like many pieces of legislation, it was delayed by prorogation, and now we're moving it through as expeditiously as we can, and I'm happy to hear that this might well be supported by the opposition. It really is a good piece of legislation.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire to the Honourable Member for Cardigan.
And I, too, agree that this S3 has to be brought forward and dealt with in order that the government can meet its international obligations. And, of course, surveillance is so important. and that is one of the biggest problems that we have in this country, illegal fishery. The only thing I'd like to ask the parliamentary secretary, and not the minister, I would like to ask the minister, but I have to ask the parliamentary secretary, why there's $4.2 million removed from the offshore surveillance. That's a large amount of money. We've lost surveillance, which is so important to make sure we know what's going on off our coast. Why did the government take $4.2 million out? I agree the legislation is vital. We need it. But it's good to have the legislation, but you have to have the clout with it. And from what I can see, the government has removed a lot of the clout. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Cardigan for the question. I'm not sure I agree with the conclusion that he's reached. In fact, I think the regional fisheries management organization with which he's probably most familiar with, we call NAFO, the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization, we continue to be a very important partner there. Because, of course, there's straddling stocks there that affect our fisheries. And, in fact, we have the enforcement activities, the surveillance activities in which we've been engaged over the years have become quite effective. And he'll see if he looks at the data that the number of violations has continued to decline over the years as we get better at doing what we're doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question come on tide. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in reviewing Bill C-3, an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act. I think it's a very positive step forward. I'm concerned, though, about procedures. I understand that this bill originated in the Senate. It was amended in the Senate. It's now come to this place. And as I understand the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, there will be further amendments put forward in committee. And then I assume it has to go back to the Senate. So I'm just wondering if the government can explain why a bill this important has taken such a circuitous route.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the honourable member would know that the bills have to go through both the House and the other place as well. And sometimes they begin there, sometimes they begin here. The bill, after I'm hoping that it will pass here at second reading, will be referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. We will give it due diligence there as well and review it carefully and make sure that it gets passed as quickly as possible.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a supplementary question. Once again, I'd like to emphasize the fact that there will probably have been an economic impact because of the bill not being passed as quickly as it could have been. I share my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands concerns. It's been very circuitous. They're not starting here, and it'll go back to the Senate probably after it's passed here. So why is that the case if, in the end, this is to pass a bill that we have already supported at the United Nations? Clearly, the bill deserves some improvement. I think that all of the members with whom I've discussed this are very interested in presenting amendments, or tabling amendments, which means, if I understand from the parliamentary process, will require it going back to the Senate for the second time. So, once again, the economic impact will be significant. The delay is significant, and the effect on our fishery is important. Also, in terms of meeting our international commitments, it seems to me that it should have been more forcibly supported. So I asked the question of the Parliamentary Secretary, and for myself, I'm very, very pleased to be able to ask him questions. Even though the minister's not here, I'm happy to ask him questions. So what are we going to do to speed up the process? What are you going to do in terms of the parliamentary committed? Will it be passed quickly? Will the hearings be scheduled or meetings be scheduled as quickly as possible? Will we be able to fully participate? Because we've often seen that there have been in-camera meetings at the Fisheries and Oceans Committee. Will this be a public debate that's open to the public, and we'll be able to invite witnesses, and does the Parliamentary Secretary commit to hearing them?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I think it's a fair one. He knows that the committee is the master of its own destiny, so I can't answer those questions. I can tell him, though, that the government has an interest in this passing, and as quickly as possible. Of course, it hasn't passed at this point or been referred to committee, so his questions might be a little bit premature. With respect to his comment about the economic impact, I understand that, and that's obviously one of the reasons why we're passing this bill, or wanting to pass this bill to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act. But the point shouldn't be missed, I think, that the act that we already have, that we're amending with this bill, is a robust one, and it does give the officials significant power to be able to combat illegal fishing and the importation of illegally caught fish products. And as well, we have a very well-managed flag state regime for our own fishing industry. So, that's a good thing. Really, it's this is an international agreement because as an international community, we need to do better around the world at stopping these products entering port. But Canada already does a very good job of that.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, the Minister, for his presentation on this bill. And it's an interesting bill dealing with two oceans that surround Canada, but the third ocean, the Arctic Ocean, is one that's not represented in this bill. Or perhaps the Minister could talk about the representation of the newest and least protected fishing area that Canada may be participating in, and how this bill could be modified to support what is a future likelihood of fishing in the Arctic.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. The fact is that the Port State Measures Agreement applies to all oceans around the world, not just the Pacific and the Atlantic, but the Arctic and the Indian Ocean and others. So it's an important bill. With respect to the potential of fishing in the Arctic, it's always been our position that that needs to be those decisions need to be based on science, very carefully thought out, and there are many fish species that would lend themselves to a commercial fishery at this point, but those decisions have to be made in the future based on scientific information, and we are cooperating with other parties in the Arctic to make sure that's the approach that's taken.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Gaspé.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to share my views with the House on Bill S3, an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act. Now, I listened very carefully to the speech made by the Parliamentary Secretary in this regard, and I think that he raised some very interesting points. This bill does warrant referral to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans for further discussion and debate. It warrants some amendments, and I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary and his colleagues will support those. I would like to underscore the fact that there are some problems with this bill that we need to address in debate in the House. The bill has been through debate in the Senate, and that is perhaps the first problem that I see with this bill. Today, the government seems to be, again, ignoring our parliamentary traditions. Normally, a bill is introduced first in the House of Commons before being sent to the Senate. Now, there are several reasons for that, and it's not simply because MPs like to debate issues in the House. It's because We are the elected officials, the elected representatives of the people, and we are the ones who raise concerns, the concerns of our constituents here, in a place where we can air the concerns. And so the debate should take place here first. The Senate now, in the view of what people popularly believe, is one of sober second thought. It's a place of sober second thought in the Senate, where a bill can be examined for a second time and perhaps amended if need be. Now, unfortunately, that wasn't the case this time. The bill originated in the Senate. They did their work on it. They did their due diligence. They proposed some amendments and such, but now it's here in the House, and there'll be likely some amendments. It will have to go back to the Senate, and that's a waste of time. And it ignores the role of the House of Commons, which should have a first right of review over the bill. It's not up to us to monitor the Senate. That's not the role of the House of Commons. So quite honestly, I think that the Senate should simply be abolished. It has no place in a free and democratic parliament that's modern. We're stuck in the past with that institution, but at any rate, the bill is now before us. And it's in our interest to debate it, to adopt it as such, to amend it, but I believe that some amendments are necessary. Now, I'd like to underscore the point that this bill doesn't simply amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act. It will also ratify an international agreement which was adopted by a number of countries, including the European Union. The agreement that will be ratified is the Port State Measures Agreement, which is designed to prohibit the importation of fish caught and marine plants harvested, etc. Now, this is a UN agreement, and it's in our interest to work in conjunction with our international partners so that we can manage the industry in a sound fashion, so that the nations of the world can agree with the management principles. Now, the fact that the government is prepared to adopt an international agreement is something that is desirable. We've seen on several occasions that the government has a great deal of difficulty endorsing international agreements and ratifying them, except the ones they do in the dark or behind closed doors, the free trade agreements that they don't want to disclose to us. And here again, I'm referring to the trade agreement with Europe. They're doing it behind closed doors. They don't want the people of Canada to have an opportunity to look at the wording of the agreement. Fortunately, we have the United Nations, and there is a requirement to disclose agreements before they're ratified. So at least in this case, we've got the UN. They're doing their job properly with respect to agreements. Our government seems to be in a position where it could learn a great deal from the UN in that regard. Now, I want this bill to help promote sound fisheries in Canada. That is a priority. On several occasions, we've seen that there are some flaws and problems with the tools that we have. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary said that we currently have legislation that's very effective, that will perhaps be improved with the bill that's before us, and I agree with him for the most part. However, with an international agreement, and if we learn something from other countries that we could apply to practices in Canada, it's in our interest to listen to them and to adopt them here if that can help us. Now, according to the UN, we know that illegal fishing is something that is prevalent throughout the world, and we know that in 2008, illegal fisheries represented billions of dollars per year. We know that industries associated with this generate an industry that is about $5.5 billion per year, and that the fishery that represents some 60,000 full-time jobs in the fisheries industry and the associated industries. And by associated industries, I'm referring to aquaculture, processing plants, etc., so that are directly linked to the fishery. So these are significant figures, and we know that international fisheries has brought down the prices in Canada, and we know that when an illegal product enters the market, it has a negative impact. We have a number of concerns with respect to the prices of fish commodities from the fishery. Lobster fishers each year grapple with getting a price for their product that will help them survive in the industry. On many occasions in other industries, we've seen the same thing. And we want the tools to be in place so that we have a realistic price that reflects the reality of the industry, the legal industry. We don't want to subsidize the illegal industry, but unfortunately today there is still too much illegal fishing going on. With this tool that we have before us, I think we'll be able to at least eliminate part of the illegal fishery. But there are some aspects of the bill that are of grave concern to us. I'd like to start with the fact that the tools that will be provided to the officers are interesting, but will they have all of the tools they need? Do we have enough officers on site? Now, a question was put to the Parliamentary Secretary by the member for Cardigan. And monitoring has been cut considerably at DFO. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary said that they weren't concerned, even though, because illegal fishery was on the decline in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, it's reasonable to suspect that if there is a reduction in staff monitoring the fishery, that we won't be able to put a figure on illegal fisheries, the illegal fishery, because it's being done in hiding, in the dark. We need tools. We need openness. We need to be present and effective on the water so that we can control the illegal fishery. Now, I think that the Parliamentary Secretary should further his analysis to look at just how much of a reduction there has been in the illegal fishery. The department, DFO, has cut significantly in these areas in recent years, and I suspect, in fact, that the minister can't even put a figure on how much illegal fishing is going on. So I have trouble understanding believing the minister, or rather the Parliamentary Secretary, when he says that the illegal fishery is, or that there is less illegal fishing now than in the past. I would implore the Parliamentary Secretary to go to the minister, his minister, to ask her to put more people at DFO on monitoring. Now, DFO has been cut more than many other departments. The budget cuts have affected that department significantly, so it's time to turn that around. The minister needs to believe in the importance of those duties. Now, we've seen all of these issues in the news. Scientists have been fired, laid off. There's a lack of information with respect to studies that should be conducted on the Kakuna port, for example. That's in the news today. It's been in the news for the past few weeks. We've seen on several occasions that DFO simply isn't up to the task. Now, we know that this bill will give monitoring powers to officers, and they're difficult to justify. I hope to hear some comments from the Parliamentary Secretary on this issue so that I can understand where the government's going in this regard. And I'm referring more specifically to the powers given to inspectors who can conduct inspections on the water without a warrant. Now, that's a bit dubious from a legal perspective, whether that kind of power should exist, and I wonder whether the border officers or agents have that kind of authority, but that authority will be given to fisheries inspectors. So I don't understand the validity of that aspect. But once again, I await a response from the Parliamentary Secretary at committee, if we get there, when we get there, to discuss or to shed some light on that aspect. Now, if it's true that an agent can do that kind of a seizure or search, will they be in danger? That's something that workers need to ask themselves. They're isolated, at sea, they're far from their resources, far from the support they need, and it could be a safety issue for these workers. So I'm concerned about workers, but there, again, I will await additional information and clarification from the government side so that I can better understand their position in that regard. Now, there's also a legal problem with the bill with respect to the redefinition of what is, because it's in English, justice, and the second section of the Criminal Code, which talks about a new definition of justice. Section 2.
Include justices of the peace and provincial court judge. The problem we have with that is in Newfoundland, justices of the peace, they don't exist, first of all, and they certainly don't have the capacity to hand out injunctions and search orders. I'm a little concerned that we're creating an inequality between the provinces when it comes to this bill. I want to hear more from the government side as to what it means for a justice of the peace to be giving this sort of to justice of the peace this sort of power. I'll quote briefly a court case that passed through the courts about 15 years ago. It's the Crown versus Saunders in 2002, Newfoundland. In Carswell, it's section 155, paragraph 19. And I quote, search warrants are obtained on an ex parte basis. They are often obtained from justices of the peace who have very little legal training, and they are often requested on short notice. Many of them have received little, if any, training. This is unfair and makes it impossible for them to fulfill their constitutional obligations. The search warrant illustrates that this is a situation that is no longer acceptable. If the power to issue is going to be granted, then at least a minimal level of training should be provided.
So a warrant is a very, very powerful tool, and we're asking people who are ill-equipped to use it in order to deal with it. And once again, if someone is going to be carrying out these duties at sea in an isolated area, they don't have support, and that could put the agent in danger. And unfortunately, DFO has also cut the Coast Guard, because if we know that someone is in danger at sea, we've seen it on several occasions. They end up in very difficult situations. The cuts at DFO are such that a vessel in danger at sea or an officer. In fact, this is of grave concern to us. Unfortunately, DFO seems to be going in the opposite direction, and they continue to cut the resources needed so that people have the support they need. Now, I don't want to go into any specific examples of problems with safety at sea, but since I was elected as an MP in 2011, each year we have some striking examples of people who are in a difficult situation at sea, and they shouldn't have been, because we should have had a system in place to ensure their safety. But unfortunately, we're going in the opposite direction. So not only is safety at sea something that is of concern to us, this legislation will also enable someone who doesn't understand the risk that they're going to be putting officers in, and that person will, in fact, be able to issue or use a warrant. And that, in fact, is a dangerous situation. And I hope the Parliamentary Secretary will provide us with additional information on what the government is thinking and where they're going with that aspect, why they've chosen to do that, and why they want to what they're going to do to ensure that the officers from DFO are safe. Now, I'd like to go back to something else about this bill, another aspect of the bill. We heard from the Parliamentary Secretary today, and I'm very happy with that. I have some doubt with respect to the rest of the day. I doubt that anyone else on the government benches will rise to speak on to this bill. And quite frankly, it's shameful that the government doesn't take the opportunity it has available to us to shed light on the situation and to clearly explain this bill. It's unfortunate that the government doesn't take the time to present its bills, to completely explain the aspects contained in bills like this. And the other problem is that when we ask questions, we don't get answers. We expect the government to, when it puts forth legislation, to defend that legislation. But unfortunately, we're just getting radio silence from the other side. And again, today we're seeing the same thing. And that's very unfortunate. Once again, I'm surprised that one Conservative rose to speak to this bill. Only one, and that's very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I want to come back to the bill. There's a problem. We have a problem with the bill, and I hope that we will get an answer to my question. Obviously, illegal fishing has to be controlled. No, our officers have to be able to inspect vessels. They have to also be able to inspect on land when it comes to containers, vehicles. In the past, they could do inspections only on board vessels. And it had to be vessels that were used directly for that illegal fishing. So now we're going to broaden the definition to enable our officers to do a broader type of inspection. And that would be if they have suspicions. Now, I find that worrisome because the Charter of Rights will apply. The government has to be very clear on this. This bill has to comply with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and Section 11B of the Charter indicates that people have a right to a presumption of innocence until fair court proceeding finds them guilty. Now, here we have penalties that can be imposed without any kind of process, without any kind of hearing. So I think in some areas this bill goes a bit too far. We have to make sure that this is done in good faith, that we don't overuse our powers. I think this bill does go too far. That's my opinion. We need to have another process before the courts. Well, that's what's likely to happen with the bill. Some parts of it may be overturned after it is challenged in court. We can expect here in the opposition that it will end up before the courts because some provisions will likely be found unjustified. I will recommend that we support the bill at second reading. I hope that the committee will hear from a number of witnesses and look at this bill very seriously. I think it does deserve our attention and our support, though. Questions and comments.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. I think he raised some issues that we will be considering further at committee, so I appreciate him outlining them for us. I just wanted to clarify and maybe ask a follow-up question on it. The relevant provision of the bill, subsection 7.4, which he referred to a little bit about inspection powers. It needs to be clear, I think, that that applies only in the context of an inspection. So the way that it would work, if a flag state contacts Canada and says this vessel needs to be inspected, or we have other reasons to believe that it might contain illegally caught fish, then the provision allows a protection officer, fisheries officer, to enter a dwelling for the purposes of verifying compliance with the Act. So in that case, yes, he might go to a justice of the peace, but only for the power to inspect. If that protection officer then concludes that there may be a violation here, then he would have to go to a justice under the terms of the criminal code to get a search warrant in order to gather evidence that it could be used in a prosecution. But I guess my question is, would the member agree that, with fisheries violations like illegal fishing, time often is of the essence, and there needs to be a streamlined process in order for inspections and potentially searches to take place.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie et La Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For the question, it's a valid point that time is of the essence, and if there's one thing that marks Canadian law, it's that it's generally pragmatic, and I'd like to see that reflected here. But the pragmatism has to go beyond the law. It has to also be the resources that are afforded to those inspectors. We need to know that they're safe. We need to know that they're well trained. We need to know that they're going to have the backup that they need. So I have no problem with the bill giving the tools that are required. And again, I'm looking forward to hearing the witnesses at the Parliamentary Committee to hear what they have to say as to what those tools could be. But I want to make sure that the Parliamentary Secretary is on board with the idea that his ministry needs the resources, the allocation of resources, to make sure that safety at the sea is our paramount concern. And regrettably, with the cutbacks that I've seen in the last 3 years, I have my doubts that the ministry is even capable of fulfilling its mandate in this regard. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Gaspé, de Madeleine. Just looking at, I agree, of course, that this legislation is quite important. We have to meet our international obligations. We have to make sure the illegal fishery is stopped or at least curtailed as much as possible. But when the member looks at the situation as it is today, with the major cuts that's taken place at DFO, when we look at the surveillance cut by $4.2 million, just looking at all the scientific cuts, looking at all the cuts at DFO, I would just like the member to comment on how it's great to pass, yes, I agree, great to pass the legislation. But the legislation is no good without teeth. And I'm sure my honourable colleague would agree with that, and I would like him to expand on it as to how he would feel about the cuts that have taken place and how devastating it is to DFO and our surveillance.
Honourable Member for Gaspésie et La Madeleine.
Is any surprise to the member from Cardigan that I completely agree with him on this point? I think that we need to be looking at past instances, recent instances, in fact, of failings on the part of search and rescue operations and inspection operations in this country. I'll give the example recently when we were talking about possibly cutting the Maritime Search and Rescue Centre in Quebec City, and we certainly closed the one in St. John's, Newfoundland, to have it centred now only in Halifax. And there was a lack of resources to respond to an emergency call. So there is a service of last defense that exists in this world, and it's located in Italy. It's not meant as a frontline service. It's meant as a service of desperation if nobody else can answer a distress call. And from Canada, a G7 country, we were unable to take a distress call. We had to send it to Italy, to a person who had no idea of the geography, had no idea even, who didn't master the language. And I can tell you, when you're in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence in Atlantic Canada, an Italian will have a hard time understanding the accent. We need to know that the services are available, that they're available always for our frontline workers. And frankly, I think this government is falling flat. I think that they should be ashamed of themselves in this regard, and they have a lot to prove to bring the respect of our workers back to this government. We need to make sure that that this government understands the risk that these people are under, and this may be a tool in the right direction, but it's only one tool. We need the resources, and that's what's lacking. Perhaps the government could consider putting binding resources in the bill that would make it much more palatable. Thank you.
Question come outside. Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague's comments with interest. I thought he made some great points and good suggestions. And of course, illegal fishing is a great concern to the country. We want to ensure that we have as many protections and measures in place to prevent that. So I think this legislation, as outlined, is a step in the right direction. But I'm very concerned about the resources that are being put to our, or being provided to our departments to enforce the legislation. So. Fisheries and Oceans, as we know, has suffered on our coasts cuts. We've had cuts on the West Coast. I want to draw out specifically, we've lost our Kitsilano Coast Guard Station, which was another very important and vital resource on the West Coast. We've had shutting down of MCTS stations. We've also just recently learned that our two hovercraft on the West Coast are not in operation. They need to be repaired, leaving essentially vessels, fishing community, even those that fly. For instance, if a plane was to come down at YVR and heaven forbid, land in the mudflats, which is right where a hovercraft would respond, we wouldn't have that kind of search and rescue available. So we've also had scientific cuts. We've had enforcement cuts. My question is to the member, should there not be a dedicated focus on resources provided along with this legislation so that our departments, our fisheries and ocean officers, our departments in this country can do the kind of rescue and the kind of prevention that's needed and required in this bill? I know it's focused on illegal fishing, but should it not contain the kind of resourcing that's really needed in this country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine.
Mr. Speaker, the capacity of the ministry has been diminished substantially in the last few years, and certainly people on the opposition side benches seem to agree that we need to be looking at the aspect of the capacity of fisheries and oceans to be able to deliver on the elements that are found within this bill, never mind the rest of their mandate. My colleague mentioned this closure of the Maritime Traffic Control Centre in Kitsilano. They're closing them elsewhere as well in this country. There's going to be one that's closing in my riding in Fox River, Rivière-au-Renard. And they're going to replace. The plan is to replace it in a location on the other side of the Gulf of the St. Lawrence in a town called Escuminac, Les Escoumins, and that they plan on diminishing the manpower. They figure that it's okay if there's a person who goes to the washroom that there's only one person taking calls. That means that if there's two people simultaneously having problems at sea, only one of them is going to be answered, and the other one, I guess, is going to go to Rome, Italy, to try to get a guy on the line there. I don't know. But the other problem with Les Escoumins is that they're buying equipment, computerized equipment, that is apparently supposed to make things more efficient, and unfortunately the equipment doesn't work. So they're going to have to put off the closure of the Maritime Traffic Control Centre in my riding because the plan that they had in place doesn't work. It's a lack, again, I think it's a lack of resources, Mr. Speaker, that speaks to, even when they have a plan, they can't seem to make it, put it into place. They plan on closing the search and rescue center in Quebec City, and they had to finally give up on that because, again, they didn't have the resources, they didn't have the capacity to be able to have a search and rescue center elsewhere. The problems at Fisheries and Oceans are numerous, and the capacity simply is no longer there. The government should be ashamed.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill S3, an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act. Fisheries are so important to many areas of the country, and it's certainly important in my area in Prince Edward Island. And around Cardigan, Prince Edward Island, if we lost the fishery, every community depends on the fishing industry where I live and represent. So this legislation is important. There's a lot more than this legislation important, but that's important. Over 1,300 lobster fishers on PEI and 11,000 inshore fishers in Atlantic Canada and another 20,000 crew. That's well over 30,000 people involved in the fishery just in the Atlantic region of Canada, not to mention the processing industry and other indirect jobs involved in the fishery. That's a lot on the inshore fishery, Mr. Speaker. Fisheries are worth about $1 billion to the value of Atlantic Canada alone. Canada's commercial fishery, agriculture, and fish and seafood processing industry contribute $5.4 billion and 71,000 full-time jobs to the Canadian economy every year. Our many coastal communities are equally reliant on having a strong fishery and an effective enforcement against illegal fishery activities. At times, it can be difficult to get people to understand out of the Atlantic region and from the West Coast exactly what the value of the fishery is and how important the fishery is to the economy. Fish does not come from a showcase, it comes from the sea, and it's important that we have the funds to and the surveillances and the protection to make sure the stock survives. So I'm so pleased to say a few words on this issue today. This bill will allow Canada to meet its international obligations with regard to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization Agreement on Port State measures to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, or the Port State Measures Agreement. Mr. Speaker, illegal, unreported, and unregulated, or IUU fishing, undermines the livelihood of fishers who play by the rules, both within Canada and around the world. The global economy loss due to illegal fishing is somewhere between $10 and $23 billion annually and represents somewhere between 1 and 26 million tonnes of fish lost to illegal fish activity, a loss of 18% in the total fishery. This is a staggering number, and it is my hope that Canada, along with many other countries around the world, will continue its effort to decrease this massive economic loss. We know that our inshore fishers are hurting, and we need to do everything we can to help them receive a proper dollar for the world-class product that they produce. In a perfect world, there would be no illegal fisheries. Vessels would be all registered with identifying numbers, making them all identifiable and authorities to fish and authorized to fish by their flag states. It would also be possible to identify the owners of these vessels. But the fact is, there is far too much illegal fishery across the world, which is having a devastating effect on the fishery worldwide. And no matter where you fish, it has an effect because it provides an illegal product that is in competition. It's important that Canada plays a strong role in cracking down on the illegal fishery, not only to protect fishers' livelihood, but also to help the conservation of our fishery and the entire Canadian economy, of which our fishers and seafood industry play such a major role. If there's any excess supply of fish on the market because of some illegal fish activity, prices may be driven down, which would hurt our economy and our coastal communities and hurt the many thousands of Canadians who make their living on the sea. Mr. Speaker, Canada has been long considered such a leader in the fight to combat pirate or IUU fishing. I am extremely proud that the Liberals have taken many steps in the past years to combat the illegal fishing activity. As far back as 1956, Liberal Minister of Fishery James Sinclair indicated that Canada favoured a 12-mile territorial zone. Then in 1977, former Liberal Minister of Fisheries Romeo LeBlanc established the 200-mile fishing zone that protected Canadian fishermen from foreign trawlers. Mr. Speaker, Mr. LeBlanc was instrumental in the establishment of the 200-mile limit and in shaping the international law of the sea. Another Liberal Minister of Fisheries, Brian Tobin, mounted a fierce campaign through 1994 against the foreign overfishing on waters on the nose and tail of the Grand Banks, located just outside Canada's declared 200-mile zone. Canadians across the country took note of this new and aggressive posture, a posture that has not been taken by any Minister of Fisheries since the 200-mile zone had been declared in 1977. In 1994, Coastal Fisheries Protection Act was amended to extend its application to the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization, or NAFO, regulatory area, which is a very significant area of the Atlantic Ocean on the high seas. It was the Liberal government that amended that act. In April 1995, DFO was involved in the so-called Turbot War, which pits Canadians against the European Union. Nevertheless, Fisheries Minister Tobin and the Liberal government of the day received the full backing of the United Kingdom and Ireland in this fight. Later that month, Mr. Tobin held an international news conference from a barge on the East River outside the United Nations headquarters, where he displayed a legal trawl net that had been allegedly cut from a Spanish trawler, which was arrested outside the Canadian zone on international waters. In 1999, the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act was again amended by a Liberal government. This time it was to implement the agreement for the implementation of the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea of the 10th of December 1982, relating to the conservation and management of straddling stocks, fish stocks and high migratory fish stocks of 1995. These amendments in 1999 allowed Canada to further implement international fisheries treaties and added regulatory powers to the government. During his time as Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, my colleague from Halifax West was a strong advocate for the elimination of the illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. Under his leadership, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans made significant investments to expand aerial surveillance and at-sea patrols in the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization regulatory area. The increase in patrols and surveillance led to the reduction in non-compliant behavior and a decrease of 29% of foreign fishing vessels in the NRA. My colleague from Halifax West was also an active member of the High Seas Task Force, an international task force committed to stopping IUU fishing in parts of the ocean not under the exclusive control of sovereign states. In addition to this, he hosted an international conference on global overfishing, which attracted fisheries and oceans ministers from around the world. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a very proud tradition in this party of a strong and effective leadership and action on illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing activity. Canada is considered a leader in combating illegal fishing activities, and the Liberal Party and the Liberal government has made a strong contribution in ensuring that our system is strong. I am pleased the government has brought forward this bill and intends to join the Port State Measures Agreement. However, I do wonder why the government recently took away $4.2 million from Canada's offshore surveillance of foreign fishing vessels. This will result in a significant reduction in Canada's monitoring capability and has been done as part of the government's gutting of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this will result in a reduction in the total of NAFO sea days from 785 to 60, and a reduction in NAFO air hours from 1,000 to 600. along with the loss of 23 full-time employees. It's fine to bring this bill that lets Canada meet its international obligations, but the government needs to put teeth in the bill. We need money in order to make sure we can enforce the legislation. I hope the government can respond and indicate why they made this cut to Canada's offshore surveillance of foreign fishing vessels and what effect they think it will have. Gutting DFO and taking a significant amount of money away from offshore surveillance was wrong, and I hope the government will rethink that and many other cuts that they did in DFO. The government has downloaded extra costs to our fishers, such as tags, at-sea observers, and logbooks. They have made changes on the quotas and taken them from fishers in order to pay for scientific research, which should be the responsibility of the Government of Canada, not fishers. They have made drastic cuts to DFO signs, fisheries and conservation officers, the Coast Guard, small craft harbours, ignored the price crisis in the lobster fishery, and spent near a year considering whether they should eliminate the owner-operator fleet separation policy. However, I am pleased to say that we are generally quite supportive of the bill the government has brought forward and Canada's ratification of the Port State Measures Agreement. As I mentioned earlier, Bill S3 has 3 points: to implement the Port State Measures Agreement, prohibit importing illegal fish and marine plants, and clarify administration and enforcement powers in the Act. The bill contains a number of amendments to the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act in order to implement the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization 2009 agreement on the port state measures to prevent, deter, and eliminate the unreported and unregulated fishery. Mr. Speaker, on November the 22nd, 2009, a conference of the FAO approved the Port State Measures Agreement. Canada signed the agreement on November the 19th, 2010, but has yet to ratify it. The amendments to the Act and its regulations are necessary for Canada to meet its commitments to this important international agreement. The agreement will enter into force 30 days after 25 countries have ratified. I believe 11 countries have presently ratified the agreement, and another 18 have signed on, with the indication that they will ratify this agreement. From my understanding, government officials are hopeful that the PSMA will enter into force in 1 or 2 years. The application of the Port State Measures Act will contribute to harmonizing port state measures, enhance regional and international cooperation, and block the flow of illegal, unreported and unregulated fish into national and international markets. Enhanced port state control can act as a disincentive to those who take part in illegal fishery by increasing the cost of their operations. And just for an example, if they're permitted from coming into one port, they'll have to find another port. Their costs will increase. And of course, hopefully that we will have something in place to make sure they do not enter any port. That's what this agreement is all about. The FAO described the Port Measures Agreement by saying the agreement aims to prevent illegally caught fish from entering international markets through ports. Under the terms of the treaty, foreign vessels will provide advance notice of their request permission for port entry. Countries will conduct regular inspections in accordance with universal minimum standards. Offending vessels will be denied the use of port or certain port services, and information will be shared among the countries that have signed. The IUU fishing poses a considerable threat to the conservation and management of many fish stocks, and it can lead to the loss of economic revenue, impair the conditions of the stock, or at worst, can have a stock collapse. This must be something which we in this country need to be extremely vigilant and guard against. Liberals do support the main thrust of this piece of legislation and support sending Bill S3 to committee for review. I do wonder why the government signed the Port State Measures Agreement in 2010 and have waited 4 years before bringing this legislation to the House. Perhaps the government could shed some light on that. But, Mr. Speaker, over the next number of years, there's going to be a major demand on fish products. It is estimated that the world cannot supply the demand for fish and protein that will be needed in the world in the next 25 years. That's why it's so important that governments invest in the protection of our fish stocks, our fishers, and the safety of our fishermen. As I mentioned, downloading of tags and on and sea observers and logbooks, all these costs go against our small fishermen. The small craft harbours budget, the slashing of the small craft harbours budget from, it was at one time, Mr. Speaker, over $200 million, and now it's under $100 million. Now, I know the government announced $40 million over 2 years. I don't know when that will come, but I can assure you where I represent, it's well needed. There have been many other major cuts of DFO over the last number of years. Up to 2017, it'll be about $300 million. Mr. Speaker, DFO just cannot afford this type of slashing. Also, it's awful hard for me to understand why, number one, the government needed to bring this piece of legislation forward. But just before they did, they cut $4.2 million from our offshore surveillance. Mr. Speaker, this will mean that now HoC days will be cut, as I said, from 785 to 600 days. The air time will be cut from 1,000 to 600. And the employees that are desperately needed, not only there but many other places, on this particular cut, is 23, but that's only a small amount that has been sliced at a DFO. As other speakers have indicated, we've cut search and rescue offices on the East Coast and the West Coast. Any sensible human being would kind of think that on the coast you would have search and rescue offices, but obviously this government does not agree that we should have them on the East Coast and off the coast of British Columbia. These are things, Mr. Speaker, that are so important and we take a strong look at. Again, I say the S3 is important. It's important that it goes to committee. We will support it going to committee. We will also be evaluating the S3 at committee, but also the government must realize if it's going to put anything in place in order to work with countries around the world, we have to take care of ourselves. We cannot be continually slicing, cutting and gutting the departments that are in charge of making sure that we're observing. If we do not have the planes out to keep an eye on the foreign fishing vessels, I ask you, Mr. Speaker, how are we going to know what's going on? How are we going to know what vessel is coming in? We will not. The fact is, and I'm sure the Minister of Foreign Affairs fully agrees with me, that we need to put more money into this in order to make sure that we're able to catch the people that illegally fish. Indeed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is very concerned about the constituents in Cardigan. They know that. But, Mr. Speaker, in all fairness, this is a vital piece of legislation to deal with the world community, but we've got a big job here at home. You cannot take everything away. We cannot continually slice and cut the very requirements that we need in order to enforce this type of legislation. So I hope the government will take a strong look at that, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. I just wanted to raise one point. I know he and other members have referred to supposed cuts to DFO's enforcement powers. The figures that they're using are not accurate, but I wonder if he knows that that DFO has sponsored the fourth annual Global Fisheries Enforcement Training Workshop. And I think that's important because I think we need to realize in the context of this issue that there are fisheries that take place on the high seas. They're outside of the 200-mile limit of any country, as he alluded to in his comments. And there is illegal, IUU fishing taking place there. And this agreement will help regulate that fishing, because if they have no place where they can kind of legally land it, eventually the illegal fishing will dry up. But a greater percentage of the illegal fishing actually takes place within the 200-mile limits of largely developing countries. So Canada is playing a very significant role in the training of other jurisdictions, because countries around the world look to us for the good example that we have in terms of protection and conservation and enforcement. So that's a good thing, and I think he'd agree with me on that. I would ask him, though, if he is thinking that there's any specific areas that require amendment in committee so that we can begin to think about those.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a great respect for the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Fisheries, and I also appreciate that at least we're still able to host a global training program for whatever part of the training we're going to be providing for the world community. But as I said when I spoke, and my concern is today, I think that chance is dwindling and dwindling because we're firing experts the whole time. It's just impossible to understand the rationale behind. I think it's great. I think it's great that we have the expertise. But I have to wonder to the Parliamentary Secretary, I have to wonder to you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleagues, how long is this going to take place? I mean, we had a renowned, the Experimental Lakes area in Northern Ontario, $1.75 million it cost this government. They cut it. The world community uses these things. We have to provide, not only, we have some expertise left, and it's great that we do. But if we continue to fire or eliminate the scientists, the people that know what's going on in the fishing community in this world, the people that are renowned worldwide, if we do not have these people on our payroll under the Canadian government in DFO, we will not be able to provide the good program that my honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Fisheries has just indicated. That's what I was trying to indicate to this House and to the people, that if you're going to be able to keep these programs in place, keep the respect internationally, we have to be able to take care of ourselves at home, and we will not be able to take care of ourselves if we continue slicing DFO, continue closing offices on the East Coast and the West Coast. We just cannot continue this track, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, people in Longueuil, Pierre Boucher, are very concerned by the environmental situation in terms of the fisheries. And I'll remind you that we are starting to clean up the shorelines across the country as of this weekend, and I hope everyone will be participating in this activity. So I'm often in touch with the people organizing that shoreline cleanup, and one of their members the other day said to me, quite rightly, that he was very concerned about overfishing. And I would like to ask my colleague if he believes that Canada is really doing its part in order to deal with this situation and do away with overfishing, particularly if we think that illegal fishing contributes to the problem.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Number one, congratulations and thank you very much. Taking care of the environment is so important. Thank the people that are doing it. We need to be more aware. Cleaning up our coastlines is so important. The environmental situation, as you mentioned, and I touched on before, Mr. Speaker, when the Experimental Lakes area was hit by this government, it was impossible to believe that the likes of that would happen. A renowned area that most everything you drink, clean the floor with, if it's liquid, if it's invasive species, no matter what it is, worldwide. This was dealt with the 57 lakes in the experimental lake area, and still is, I might add, but no thanks to the present government of Canada. They had to pull out for the sake of $1.75 million. Also, if my honourable colleague recalls, they started tearing down the buildings, but we made a little fuss, and I believe that stopped. My understanding is that one or two of the buildings destroyed, which was too bad, but we did get it stopped. These types of things, if you're going to meet and deal with the world community, you have to do your share. But what we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is do our share in this country. This legislation is important. We have to deal with it and come with it in committee, but it deals with meeting requirements. But we have to meet the requirements of DFO in this country. That's all I'm saying. We must. The legislation is excellent, but we have to meet the requirements that are needed in this country for surveillance, safety. One of the most dangerous jobs in the world is to go out deep-sea fishing. Mr. Speaker, please, this government needs to realize that and put the money where it's needed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't live on the coast. I live in Ontario. And the freshwater fisheries in Ontario is a very important part of our economy. And what's always needed is resources for surveillance to make sure that there isn't overfishing or illegal fishing. And so I'm very, I also believe that this legislation is important, but I would like to ask my colleague to expound a little bit on the importance of having resources, and this means dollars, in order to do the surveillance so that the billions of dollars in value that are being lost can be protected.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands. And the Great Lakes fishery is a vitally important fishery in this country. We deal with it at committee. One of the issues in particular that's so important is invasive species. And you cannot deal with these issues unless you have the funds in order to have the observe and make sure that we know what's coming in and going out of the Great Lakes. The problem that I see, and the problem that my colleague from Kingston and the Island has, is that the continual gutting and cutting of DFO means that we do not have the people in place in order to make sure that the invasive species that can come into my honourable colleagues' riding and into the Great Lakes, if we do not have the required investment in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans or with the Government of Canada, we cannot make sure that these very important fisheries in the Great Lakes are preserved. I urge the Government again to make sure that they take a long look at the loss that it will have to our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Cardigan for his speech here in the House today. There was a lot of history to his speech, talking about long past triumphs. So I have to talk about my personal history, Mr. Speaker. When I was in the Air Force, I had the pleasure of serving on HMCS St. John's and actually participating in some of our fisheries enforcement measures, along with fisheries officers who would come on the ship, and our Sea King crew would be on the Flemish Cap patrolling our exclusive economic zone, and we saw some of those trawlers out there, Mr. Speaker. So it's important that we enforce our sovereignty. We support the industry. So I have a personal history here that keeps me passionate why I support S3 fully. My two questions for the honourable member. First would be based on the Port State Measures Agreement. Does he not agree that it's important for Canada to be part of that and to update global definitions related to fishing vessels, fishing, that sort of thing, to make sure that we address the modern fleets out there? And second, Mr. Speaker, he spoke a lot about our small fishermen, and these are some of the hardest working Canadians. I've seen it firsthand. Does he not recognize that our European trade agreement presents the most exciting opportunity for Atlantic Canada in a generation? Tariff rates in the double digits dropping, Mr. Speaker, for the lobster and mussels that I know his province sells well. Isn't that a boon for our industry, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Cardigan, you only have about a minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable parliamentary secretary for his intervention. And I appreciate the votes he was on, but the only problem he has is that he arrived here at the day that they formed a majority government. My concern is the day he leaves, there'll be no votes, no nothing. There'll be nothing. My concern is, Mr. Speaker, and I'm trying to inform the House, is that the path that this majority Conservative government is on total destruction. They do not seem to understand the value of the fishery, particularly on the coasts. Now, he did indicate, Mr. Speaker, about the importance of S3 and the Port State Measures Agreement. Of course we agree with the Port State Measures Agreement. But what I'm trying to tell you is that here in this country, we're not doing what we need to do in order to protect our own fishermen and to make sure that we know what's going on out in the sea, Mr. Speaker, that we know what boats are out there. We need patrol. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's an honour to speak in this House on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North. Mr. Speaker, this is an important bill. I come from British Columbia along the coast. We have many, many families, fishermen that are supported by the fishing industry. This bill is extremely important to British Columbians and to many, many fishermen, people living in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, this bill basically requires for Canada to be able to ratify the UN agreement on port state measures to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which Canada signed in 2010. And Mr. Speaker, although we signed this in 2010, I know my colleagues in this House agree that we need to this is a good bill. This is a sign of us being part of the international community, to work with the international community to preserve, not only preserve, but manage our fishing resources. Yet it took this government 4 years to bring this bill into this House. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, if you notice, this bill has S front of it. And those of people that are listening at home, so this bill was actually introduced in the Senate, the unelected Senate, unethical Senate, is unaccountable Senate. So I would have preferred we introduced that bill here in this House that is represented by the people. So that's a small issue, Mr. Speaker, but I did wanted to point that out. Mr. Speaker, illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing undermines sustainable practices of legitimate fishing operations, including those in Canada, and presents unfair market competition to sustainable food. So what's the issue, Mr. Speaker? There's some estimates from a number of different studies which point out to that this estimates that there's economic loss to the worldwide due to pirated fishing ranges from $10 billion to $23 billion annually, and that represents approximately 40% of the catch. And Mr. Speaker, commercial fisheries in Canada here, it contributes about $5.4 billion in economic activities in this country. Not only that, it generates approximately 71,000 jobs across this country on the West Coast and also on the East Coast, Mr. Speaker. So there's two issues, Mr. Speaker, a couple of issues that I want to point out before I continue, Mr. Speaker. Two issues. One issue is about conservation, ensuring, because fish aren't unlimited. We know that there's a limited resources. So in order, we must obviously make sure that we regulate, we prevent this illegal fishing, unregulated fishing, unreported fishing, and in order to ensure sustainability of this resource that provides many, many jobs, not only in Canada but worldwide. And it's a source of food that is very much valued across nations. So we must work with other countries to ensure that this is sustained. On the other aspect of it, Mr. Speaker, we have to manage and ensure sustainability, we also have to enhance fishing stocks. How do we do that? There's many, many ways to do that, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to get into that because the record of this government in regards to ensuring, enhancing the fishing stocks, the environment, has been terrible. And we've heard in this House the cuts that are being made to the Fisheries and Oceans Department, the cuts to surveillance. It's fine and dandy to bring a bill in to ensure that we're going to protect the fish, unregulated, illegal fishing, and unreported fishing. But if there's no substance or teeth in this particular legislation, how are we going to ensure that this bill, this law, is implemented? What we've seen from this government over the last 4 years, 3 years that I've been here, but before that, we've seen cut after cut after cut to the very people that enforce these regulations, enforce these laws. And we've heard in this House today that somebody pointed out there's $4.2 million that was cut in the surveillance part of it. Then I heard the parliamentary secretary point out, well, it's not that. Well, how much is it? Even the parliamentary budget officer, Mr. Speaker, has tried to get information from departments in regards to where the cuts are. Who is it affecting? And yet this government, departments, whether it's Fisheries Department, whether it's military, whether it's defense, all of these departments under this government are refusing to provide information to the parliamentary budget officer so that we can determine where the cuts are. So, on one hand, the parliamentary secretary says, well, the cuts aren't that much in this. Well, how much are they? Let us know. Let Canadians know that how much the cuts are to these departments. And we've seen, when I talked about, Mr. Speaker, on the sustainability side of it, and we've seen cuts to the environment. 99% of our lakes, 99% of our rivers have been removed by this government from the Environment Protection Act. So, Mr. Speaker, on one hand, yes, we are trying to ensure illegal fishing, unreported fishing is protected, and not only protected, but we curtail that. On the other hand, we need to ensure that we provide environment habitats for these fish to flourish and these fish to come into our rivers. And yet we've seen cut after cut in these areas where we're failing to protect, not where this government is failing to protect, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen from the Cohen report, that's another side of things. I come from British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, and there's 1 year you will get, this year, actually we had a bumper fish coming into the Fraser River. We had 26 million, estimates are 26 million fish came into the Fraser River. And we have other years, we don't see as many fish coming into British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. And that is because they've made some cuts to scientists. We need to understand what the oceans are all about. And yet this government has made cuts to scientists. They've not only made cuts to scientists that actually study these oceans to find out what the habitat is, how fish behave. Yet not only they made cuts, they've actually eliminated a number of facilities that actually monitor these kinds of experiments. So we had the Cohen report. I talked about fish coming into British Columbia through the rivers. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, year after year where 1 year we get so many fish and another year we don't get as many. So, Mr. Speaker, in order for us to protect our fishing resources, to ensure that these fish actually, we understand them, we need to invest in science. We need to invest in enforcement. And yet, time after time after time, we've seen this government shirk their responsibility in regards to ensuring that well-being of our families, not only the jobs that are being provided today are protected, but they're protected in years to come, next generations to come. That is how you work with the international community to ensure treaties like this are actually implemented. So I do commend for them to bring this into this treaty, implementation of this treaty to protect unregulated, illegal and unreported fish to this out. Yet, we need to work with the international community to ensure more countries sign on to this treaty to ensure its implementation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there's only a handful of countries that have actually signed this, and we need at minimum 25 countries in order to ensure that this is implemented. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to have a drink here. And working with international committees, countries, that's something that under this government we have lost, Mr. Speaker. And I'll give you an example. It's only, fish don't see boundaries. They travel around from one country to another, one ocean to another. So we need to work with other countries. But the record of this government, Mr. Speaker, has been horrible. There was a time where we were viewed as peacemakers. We were viewed, Canada was viewed as a country that would bring others together. Yet that is not the case, Mr. Speaker. And I'll give you a prime example of that. In the history, the history of UN Security Council, we have always had a seat on a rotating basis. We ran, and other countries supported our position and voted for us to be on that Security Council. First time in history, in the 50-odd years of the UN Security Council, under this government, they didn't even want to run a candidacy for that seat because they knew that we would not get the support of other countries to have that rotating seat on the UN Security Council. So, Mr. Speaker, that is their record. So, on the other hand, you contrast that with our leader. Our leader has actually, was the Minister of Environment, the NDP leader, was the Minister of Environment in Quebec, and he has worked with environmental organizations. He's worked for sustainable development of our resources. So and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, he will work. Our leader of the NDP, will work with international community to ensure that we have sustainable fisheries, sustainable resources, not only for this generation, but ongoing generations, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that's, so I would encourage not only the Foreign Affairs Minister, but the Prime Minister to work with other countries to encourage them to sign this treaty so that we can sustain this very, very valuable resource for not only Canada but ongoing generations. Mr. Speaker, we talked about this a little bit, but certainly in order for us to implement this law, we need tools of people. You need resources, people. You need additional resources in order to not only provide fisheries and ocean, but also surveillance tools for us to be able to detect this unreported, illegal, and unregulated fishing, Mr. Speaker. And yet we've seen the cuts from under this government that have happened. And not only that, we've seen cuts to the scientific community, to not only they're cutting scientists that are actually going to help us to enhance the fisheries for our Canadian jobs and food, but they're actually muzzling scientists to not even letting them talk about maybe some of the issues and problems that we are having and how we can solve those problems, Mr. Speaker. And on the other hand, and I talked about, Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, on one hand, you need to protect, manage fisheries. On the other hand, we need to enhance it. We need to enhance the habitat for our fishing. We need to ensure that they have places where where they are protected. And not only protected, we put, under this government, they've taken actually lakes and rivers. 99% of our lakes and rivers are not under environmental protection. And this has happened under this government, Mr. Speaker. So one side, yes, we need to ensure, which is a good step to make sure that we don't have illegal fishing, we don't have unreported fishing, we don't have unregulated fishing, because we need to preserve and sustain those fisheries. But on the other hand, we also need to ensure that we provide a place, a habitat for these fishing stock to grow. And for that, we need to ensure we make investments in habitat, we need investments in science, we need investments in other resources that'll provide that habitat and for fishing stock to flourish. And under this government, Mr. Speaker, time after time after time, we've seen cuts to whether it's environment, whether it's to our fishing resources. I've heard earlier on a member from my colleague from Quebec, and he talked about where on the East Coast, if the fishing vessel, we need to provide security, we need to provide safety for fishing vessels. The brothers and sisters that go out in rough oceans to fish, to bring it back in here, and those are very dangerous jobs. We need to provide enhanced security for them in order to ensure that they bring in the catch they catch. So, Mr. Speaker, I've heard from my Quebec colleagues earlier on, they've seen this in papers, where sometimes fishing vessels are out in the East Coast, in rough waters, and they need some help. They pick up the phone, and the phone rings somewhere in Italy. Mr. Speaker, I'm from the West Coast. Even I understand that, Maritimes, whether it's Newfoundlanders, sometimes I don't even understand their accent. But again, Mr. Speaker, you need local people. You need local people. I have colleagues from Newfoundland, and they have a distinct culture over there. And then you need to ensure that, we don't send these distress calls overseas where you're not going to be able to understand the language. And on the east, on West Coast, and we've seen cuts to, again, the Kitsilano Coast Guards. And then my colleague earlier on from Burnaby, New West Coquitlam, pointed out that 2 of the hovercrafts are out of commission now. So, Mr. Speaker, on one hand, you're making the very cuts that are required to support our fishing industry. On the other hand, you're not providing protection for these fish to come into our rivers, to ensure that we have a sustainable fisheries over a long period of time. And yet, this is a good step ensuring to make sure that the fishing that is unreported, illegal, and unreported, illegal, and also unregulated fishing is being protected. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I've got a few minutes left, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the government to work with other nations to bring them on board, to ensure that we provide a leadership role, which this government has actually not provided in other areas. We've seen this in not only last year when we lost the UN Security Council, but other areas where we have failed to provide that leadership. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, there are a number of issues with this bill that have been pointed out already, and we would hope that this government will listen to some of the amendments that we will offer to ensure that we have a bill that has teeth, that is proper, that will protect our fishermen, that will protect our communities, that will protect jobs in this country. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm hoping that the amendments would be entertained in the committee stage. The record of this government is that, over the last number of years, we've seen many amendments to enhance various bills, and sometimes they rush bills through, and they're even typos in there. Not only that, we've seen a number of bills that were told in the committee stage that they were unconstitutional, and yet this government, and we've seen the crime bill, we've seen a few other bills that have been ruled unconstitutional, and we actually pointed that out in the committee stage, yet the Conservatives failed to take that into account. And not only failed to take that into account, Mr. Speaker, they refuse to entertain some of the recommendations that the opposition parties had. Those recommendations were based on facts, science, based on legitimate concerns from the community, the stakeholders. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not even going to get into facts and figures because that's something Conservatives don't believe in. They don't believe in science. They don't believe in concrete numbers. So I'm going to leave that for now for another day, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to sum this up, Mr. Speaker. Good step. Hopefully we'll get some amendments in the committee stage to enhance this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I listened to the last two speeches, it's clear that it's time to set the record straight. The member for Cardigan talked about Experimental Lakes area. It is now being run by the International Institute for Sustainable Development and will continue to provide world-class science. I would make the point that $18 million is being spent to rehabilitate Lake Winnipeg, real on-the-ground environmental work. And that's what this government believes in, on-the-ground environmental work. The other side, when they criticize our environmental record, all they talk about is process. This government is actually doing things to rehabilitate and remediate the environment. I would also note, Mr. Speaker, that in 2010, under this government's watch, there was a record Pacific salmon run. In 2014, again under this government's watch, another record Pacific salmon run. Notice how they never talk about the actual fish, what's going on in the environment. I should also make the point, the member for Cardigan complains about the low price of lobster. Why is the price of lobster low? Because lobsters are extremely abundant. And my friend across the way, he talked about habitat enhancement, completely neglecting to mention that this government put $25 million into the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnership Program, funding 400 habitat enhancement projects across the country. My question to him is he against local angling and fisheries conservation groups doing on-the-ground conservation projects?
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Wow. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what their record is on environment. This is not hidden. 99% of the lakes, 99% of the rivers have been taken out of environment protection. That's their record, Mr. Speaker. And somehow, Mr. Speaker, the run of the 2010 or the run in the Fraser River of this year, we've had good runs in those 2 years. Is it because of the Conservatives? I can assure you the fish weren't listening to the Conservatives' calls to come into the Fraser River, Mr. Speaker. What we need is sustainable, long-term planning, management of fisheries. This government has failed. They have cut funds. They have cut funds to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. They have failed. Cohen report. Before the last election, they announced the Cohen Commission to study where the missing fish went in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, and yet none of the recommendations from that commission have been implemented by this government. It's been sitting on their table for over 2 years, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westminster, Coquitlam, Westminster.
New Westminster, Coquitlam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member, my colleague from Surrey North, spoke very well, I think, about the importance of investing in our fishery, about investing in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, about investing in enforcement and science and habitat. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague can comment about whether this government is adequately investing in those areas, investing in our fishery, to do the kind. I mean, we all agree that the legislation that's proposed here in front of us, while there may be some amendments necessary, is a step in the right direction. But the kind of investment that's needed, that this government should be providing to our fishery across the country, and I would argue since I'm from the West Coast and he is as well, is completely inadequate. I wonder if the my honourable colleague could comment on that.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wonderful question. Mr. Speaker, somehow the Conservatives think that this fishing business is only 1 year, we take 1 year at a time. Well, let me tell them, let me remind them, fishing is a long-term, we need a long-term strategy in order to ensure not only we have fish this year, 4 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, we need to have a sustainable management of fisheries. And this government, this bill is a good step to work with other countries to ensure, because fish, they cross boundaries, rivers, they cross international boundaries. We need to ensure to work with other countries to ensure bills like this are implemented. But you need to provide resources for that, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard in this House that they made cuts to the very surveillance that's required to ensure that illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing does not occur, because it hurts our economy. It hurts our family when those resources are being depleted by this unregulated, unreported, illegal fishing, Mr. Speaker. So under this government, we've seen cut after cut to fisheries, to environment, whether it's on the habitat side, whether it's enhancing our fishing stock. And they haven't even implemented a number of reports that they commissioned in order to make sure that we have a long-term sustainable fisheries, not just yearly investments that they pretend that they're making, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To return to the actual Bill C3 and the implementation of international measures to stop the importation of illegal and unregulated fishery products. I wonder if the honourable member for Surrey North would agree with me that in prohibited imports under 5.6, where it says no person shall import any fish or marine plant knowing to have been taken, harvested, possessed, transported, or distributed contrary to, and then it lists a number of laws. We heard earlier from the parliamentary secretary that the definition of fish will be changed to ensure that it includes processed fish as opposed to fish that have just been caught in the nets. I'm wondering, and I hope it will work, to use this law to stop what is a massive injustice, which is the use of slave labor, literally slaves, on the fishing fleets of Thailand. Far offshore, they catch the majority of fish meal that goes into an equally environmentally and horrific practice of shrimp aquaculture throughout Thailand. This is one of the most ecologically devastating practices, starting with clear-cutting mangrove forests. If we can do something to protect the mangrove forest while at the same time ending a practice of slavery on the high seas, I think this is a legitimate application of this treaty. Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would agree with the member in regards to the definition of the fish that's being proposed by the Conservatives. And I'm hoping that we can look at that in detail at the committee stage. I know I've talked about this before. Conservatives usually don't entertain some good, legitimate concerns from the opposition. I'm hoping that they will look at this bill in detail to ensure that the purpose of this bill, the justification for this bill is actually there. It has teeth to implement it, and I'm hoping that Conservatives will entertain some of those concerns. And absolutely, we should always be concerned about labor practices, not only here in Canada, but around the world. We should be cooperating with other countries to ensure that not only labor practices, but environmental practices are in line, to ensure that we have long-term sustainable fisheries, not only for Canada, but around the world. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, fish don't see borders. They don't see one ocean or the other. They swim all across the world. So we need to ensure, work with other countries, work with our partners. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite doubtful whether under this government, under Conservatives, we can do that. I can assure you the leader from the opposition work with countries around the world to ensure that we have long-term sustainable practices in place to ensure long, prosperous economy for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'll just note that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, C3 would amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act to implement the Port State Measures Agreement. And this is largely a housekeeping bill so that Canada can ratify the UN Agreement on Port State Measures to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which Canada signed in 2010. The purpose of this agreement is to prevent illegally caught fish from entering international markets through ports. It's an important agreement, and it's important that Canada ratifies it. Canada's NDP supports this bill at second reading, but we intend to introduce several amendments at committee stage to strengthen the bill. We feel legislation like this should be introduced in the House, not the Senate, as my colleague mentioned, the unelected, unaccountable, and still under investigation Senate. Canada should be a world leader in encouraging policies that promote healthy oceans and sustainably managed fisheries. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just talk about the international commitments. Approved by the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, of the United Nations in 2009, 26 countries plus the European Union have signed on to this agreement. And it'll, of course, take in effect once 25 states ratify the agreement, and it's important that Canada ratifies this agreement. And I'd like to offer some background information about pirate fishing, illegally and unreported and unregulated fishing. It's a major concern. It's a major problem threatening the health of the world's oceans. Pirate fishing fleets are difficult to hold accountable. They obscure their identity. They fly flags of convenience. They are profit-driven, and their owners are savvy, wealthy business people who know how to evade detection, and their workers face hazardous conditions and slave wages. Let me offer a few global statistics in illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. There's the causes of annual financial loss of about $10 to $23.5 billion. It accounts for up to 20% of all wild marine fish caught. It produces 11 to 26 million tons of seafood annually. So those are alarming figures, Mr. Speaker. It's important that Canada does what it can to stop illegally caught fish from entering markets through our ports. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Surrey North spoke about elements of the fishery. He spoke about the Cohen inquiry, and he spoke of the lack of resources that this government is putting into the fishery, in fact, that they are taking away from the fishery. I'd like to talk about another important element of the fishery, and that is sharks. IUU fishing is an issue I became familiar with while working on my private member's bill to ban the import of shark fins to Canada. Shark finning is strongly tied to illegal fishing. Mr. Speaker, over 100 million sharks, many of which are threatened and endangered, are illegally caught every year for their fins. 100 million, Mr. Speaker. That is an alarming and huge number. Mr. Speaker, it's surprising to see Conservatives so keen to tackle IUU fishing, yet most Conservative MPs couldn't bring themselves to stand up to the PMO and vote in support of my shark fin bill at second reading last year. As you know, Mr. Speaker, it was a very close vote, lost by 5 votes, with an overwhelming support of Canadians who supported this. This should have been a no-brainer for many Conservative members. Certainly, across the country, many felt that this legislation should have been passed quickly so that it at least could have got to second report and into committee stage, but it's very unfortunate that that didn't happen. It's important that Canada tackle global shark finning, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, 100 million sharks each year are killed, many for their fins alone. Many are threatened and endangered. 1/3 of all shark species threatened with extinction due to shark finning. Evidence of pirate fishing fleets that return to ports with boatloads of shark fins have proven this is an incredibly tough task, and that countries need to invest in the resources to tackle this problem. Shark finning is a prime opportunity for Canada's government to take a leadership role in the global fight against IUU fishing. One way we can combat illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing for sharks is by encouraging all countries to adopt a fins-attached policy. Although we don't have a problem with shark finning here in Canadian waters to a large degree, many would be surprised to learn that Canada's shark landing policies are not as strong as they should be. I'm hopeful the government will follow through on its promise to introduce stricter shark fin import regulations. Yet their silence on this issue has been deafening for me. And Mr. Speaker, I have tried over the months to not only contact members, but also the CFIA to see how it's moving forward with the promise that this government made to improve regulations. Mr. Speaker, this is the critical element, and this is the heart of what we're talking about today in proposing amendments to legislation like this, that it needs the commitment from the government to go forward with actually making changes, not only in the legislation, but in the resources needed to make sure that we are able to enact and to make changes in terms of illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about some of the other pressures of global concern on oceans and our wild fisheries. Certainly we have an all-party oceans caucus here at the House, and that we are tackling this issue by coming together to look at some of the issues that threaten the health of our oceans. And I think the All-Party Oceans Caucus is actually playing a very positive role. Mr. Speaker, I have an intimate knowledge with the Fraser River, one of the world's greatest salmon rivers right in my home province of British Columbia, right on the boundary of my riding in New Westminster and Coquitlam. And it is an important fishery. It's an incredibly important river. We have expected a large return this year, but again, as members pointed out, if you look at his pre-contact, these runs were normal before contact. What we've seen is a trend downward. Even with what we think 20 to 26 million is a large run pre-contact, Mr. Speaker, there were runs of over 100 million sockeye to the Fraser. So we have to keep it in context. So there are real fundamental issues that must be looked at, which require science and obviously enforcement. Mr. Speaker, there are other pressures on our oceans: warming waters, ocean acidification, and I just want to mention that we have the Bacon and Eggheads breakfast coming up next week on Thursday. In fact, there will be a topic, ocean acidification, the other carbon dioxide problem. And I encourage all members to go to this important this meeting and hear and learn about ocean acidification. And this is just another issue that our fishery is facing. Of course, oil spills are another problem that that threaten the health of our fishery. Oil spills from tanker traffic, from marine traffic, large and small. Oil spills, in fact, many of our scientists would argue that the oil spilling into rivers, into storm drains that combine into creeks and rivers and then into larger rivers and eventually into our ocean is a huge problem, as well as from tanker traffic around the world and in our oceans in this country. Pollution, of course, Mr. Speaker, threatens the health of our oceans. Industrial waste, for instance, we are familiar with Fukushima that happened just a few years ago, months ago. Fukushima nuclear waste has entered into the ocean and is bringing debris and material over to our coast. Of course, the oceans are connected, and there is quite a link. So some would argue that we really have one ocean, and our oceans are definitely connected. And there's certainly garbage islands that are out there. The gyre has been reported out in the ocean and is an increasingly huge problem with the amount of plastics that are facing our fishery. So these potential impacts, including those from aquaculture, are all playing a key role in terms of monitoring and taking care of our oceans. So, Mr. Speaker, just in summary, the threat to the threat of the IUU, of the illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing, is important. We need to address this legislation in committee. We need to address pirating of fisheries, and we need to tackle that together. But we cannot forget investing in resources to tackle that problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate my colleague's comments on this, especially given the region that he actually represents and the work that he's been doing in this House and in his riding. So, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you are aware, and I know that my colleague is already aware, that certainly our leader is very knowledgeable when it comes to the environment and the important relationship between the environment protections and a healthy fishing industry in Canada. And I'm just want to indicate that, you know, when we're looking at this bill, I think that it's a bill that's actually going in the right direction. However, there does need to be a couple of amendments. We're concerned that it came out of the Senate, but we think that we can actually play a very important part in strengthening this piece of legislation. So I'm just wondering whether or not my colleague can maybe elaborate a little bit more with respect to the need to consider regulation that are similar to the EU that would require all fish and seafood products entering the Canadian market to be certified and their origins traceable. How important is that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and it's really two parts. One, certainly on certification, I think is very important that we look at what how we label and how we approve and certify products, fishery products. It's critical how that comes, how those products enter the country. I think is really important. As I mentioned in my speech, the amount of fish that's being caught in the illegal and unregulated fishing industry is huge. So that certification is critical to allow consumers to know what they're actually consuming. She also mentioned about our leader who is committed to a well-managed fishery, a well-managed ocean, because we're talking about the importance of fundamental protections to the environment, to the ecosystems, which then provides jobs. There are spin-off benefits for tourism, millions of dollars invested in tourism each year, and providing jobs, thousands of jobs. This is all connected to a well-managed fishery, well-managed ocean. It provides, obviously, food for many First Nations, First Nation communities. I mentioned along the Fraser River. And, of course, we need, as my colleague mentioned earlier, to take a long-term view of managing the fishery, not this short-term view that's got us into this problem.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's intervention on this bill, and I wondered if he would expand a bit. He's worked in the area of dealing with the problems of illegal fishing as it relates to sharks and the horrible practice of shark finning. And I wonder if he could elaborate to some degree on whether he sees this particular bill as having any impact on that whatsoever, and whether in his conversations with government members he sees any urgency coming from government to try to actually deal with that unfortunate practice.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions because, and I did mention in my speech, the importance of healthy oceans and sharks and the illegal practice of shark finning that does occur, unfortunately, and takes so many sharks out of the water, which are top predators and play a key role in balancing and maintaining the health of our oceans. And the legislation, the private member's bill that I did put forward, unfortunately, that went to a vote last year, failed. And we have had a commitment from the government that they would change the regulations around that, and unfortunately have had no action on that. And very concerned about that. I have talked with members on the other side. I have been very keen to hear what has happened since that vote, since that promise of addressing the regulations, and I've not heard anything. I really hope that this government will act on it. They, I believe, heard strongly from Canadians from coast to coast to coast about the importance of this. So this is connected to this issue of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. So this is, you know, if we are to see a commitment, it's really on issues like this, like on banning the imports of shark fins or on shark regulations that are a serious commitment that this government could play, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to stand up and speak to this particular bill. Of course, in my time in Parliament, this new approach that the Conservatives are taking of bringing forward bills through the Senate, I mean, the Senate, which is supposed to be a sober second look at the bills that we create, is, you know, we're putting the cart before the horse here in many ways, and I think that's really unfortunate that, that this Conservative government has chosen to take this change in parliamentary procedure and certainly, you know, making appointed people the standard bearers for government bills, I think is completely inappropriate. It's a housekeeping bill giving the government the authority to ratify the UN agreement on port-state measures to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. It was signed in 2010. We're getting around to it. Great. It regulates foreign fishing vessels fishing in Canadian fishery waters as well as harvesting sedentary species on the continental shelf beyond Canadian fisheries waters. Okay, so that's good. It also extends its application to the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization regulatory area and prohibits specific classes of foreign fishing vessels from fishing for straddling stocks. The Act also prohibits fishing vessels without nationality fishing in Canadian or NAFTA waters. All these things are good. My concern with fishing, and the concern that I bring to this today, is of course about our Arctic Ocean. Measures like this are needed in the Arctic to protect fish stocks now, and the fish stocks that we really don't understand very well at all, from overfishing in the future, in the near future. With the climate change is rapidly melting permanent ice in the international waters of the central Arctic Ocean, an area as large as the Mediterranean Sea called the Arctic Donut Hole. The Arctic Donut Hole is the area within the Arctic Ocean that doesn't fall within any national boundaries and is open for any type of exploitation by foreign fishing fleets. Until now, the ice that has existed in the Arctic has blocked large-scale commercial fishing vessels. But with currently limited scientific data and no management measures in place, commercial fishing could play a major threat to an ecosystem already stressed by dramatic warming. And we see things happening around the world in northern waters. Iceland and Britain are fighting over mackerel stocks that are moving into different locations in those waters. In the summer of 2007, 40% of the Arctic Donut Hole was open water. So in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, 40% of it, where there is no regulation, there is no territorial waters, was open for and could have been vulnerable to overfishing. Mobile fleets of large factory processors range the world for fish and other sources of marine protein. For example, factory trawlers from Chinese ports travel 12,000 kilometers to catch krill near Antarctica. It's only 8,000 kilometers from China to the part of the central Arctic that was ice-free in 2007. And we've had the government say here today, well, we're not too concerned about the Arctic. We're not too concerned about, we don't think that anything's going to happen there. Well, wake up. Wake up and realize that the world is short of protein and is going to go wherever there is protein available. In 2011, a senior researcher from South Korea's government-run Korean Maritime Institute proclaimed that Arctic fisheries can become the center of world fisheries in the near future. And he went on to extol their potential not only to meet Korea's high demand for fish in the face of declining stocks elsewhere, but also to rescue the Korean fishing industry from its financial troubles. The researcher said, in the near future, the thawing of the Arctic Ocean will influence the fisheries by creating more fishing opportunities. The Arctic Ocean coastal states and other states like China, Japan, and EU have competitively established and announced their development policies for the Arctic, including those related to fisheries. And it is no doubt an opportunity for Korean fishing industries as well as those who are seeking new fishing grounds abroad due to diminishing fish resources. End of quote. Usually international fisheries are regulated through agreements like NAFO. In the 1980s, unregulated fishing by Poland, South Korea, and Japan and other countries in the international waters of the Bering Strait severely undermined pollock stocks in just a few years. Russia and the U.S. persuaded these nations to sign the Central Bering Pollock Agreement to close this area to fishing until scientific data and management measures ensured a sustainable approach. There is currently no international fisheries organization like NAFO covering the Arctic donut hole, which is precisely why some fear overfishing there. There is, however, an international body that considers sustainable development in the Arctic within its remit, and which moreover counts Aboriginal people as permanent participants. This, of course, is the Arctic Council, which Canada right now is the chair of. 6 years ago, the U.S. began discussions on creating a fisheries management regime in the Arctic donut hole. Canada has not used its chairmanship of the Arctic Council to support and accelerate these talks. This is required. Interestingly enough, when our Prime Minister goes on and on about Arctic sovereignty, he doesn't take into account that the U.S., in the largest disputed area in the Arctic, which is in the Beaufort Sea, some 7,000 square kilometers, the U.S. put a fishing moratorium on those waters in 2008. The U.S. is setting up to take those waters away from us by doing the work that needs to be done in that area. They've also put environmental concerns, they've put environmental regulations into that area. How is that going to stand up in an international court? It's going to favor the U.S. A key element to ensure that commercial fishing levels are initially set at zero, it's important to set down the commercial fishing levels until reliable scientific data is available. Over 2,000 scientists from 67 countries have recently signed an open letter calling for a precautionary moratorium on the commercial fishing in the high Arctic. They believe that this moratorium should remain in place at least until it's better understood what kinds of fish swim in the Central Arctic Ocean, how many of them there are, and how to manage them sustainably. The United States and the European Union have adopted policies recommending no commercial fishing in the Arctic donut hole until new international arrangements can be negotiated. So where's Canada? Where's Canada's interest being expressed here? In the disputed area in the Beaufort Sea, Canada was silent. The U.S. went ahead with a moratorium in that area, setting themselves up for taking over that area, taking over the Canadian interest in that area. That's what's going on, Mr. Speaker, right now in Arctic fishing. So where are we in this Parliament in dealing with that issue? Where are we taking the steps when we have the opportunity as chair of the only organization that encourages international cooperation by governments that have a stake in the area, the Arctic Council? Well, we're setting up an Arctic Economic Council. We're trying to encourage business development in that area. That's fine, but shouldn't we put the environmental concerns that we have in the area first? Isn't that a logical progression from setting good environmental standards, from ensuring that we understand what fishing stocks are, to moving ahead with the kinds of things that are going to protect that region? before we put our efforts into an Arctic Economic Council, which is going to push forward on resource development, on shipping, perhaps on fishing as well. So what we're doing is setting what this Canadian government has done on the Arctic Council, and with the concurrence of other nations, because they've gone along with this, is that we've created a dynamic problem for the environment in the Arctic. We've taken away that focus that we had on the Arctic Council to deal with environment first and foremost. And that is going to play out in the fishing industries as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Kamouraska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to tell you that I'm going to share my time with the member for St. John South Mount Pearl. So I'm pleased to speak to Bill S3, which is an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act to implement the Port Stage Measures Agreement. So this may seem very technical to those listening to us at home, so I'll try to explain a bit what this concerns, the tabling of this bill. I'm equally pleased to speak about the bill here in the House this morning because recently I was appointed as a permanent member of the Fisheries and Oceans Committee. So my colleagues who worked on the committee before me gave me an update and allowed me to catch up on recent developments at the committee. So the NDP's position is simple. We're going to support this bill at second reading. This is an initiative that I would qualify as constructive. It comes through the Senate, and regardless of our feelings about the Senate, this does concern an international agreement, so changes to this legislation would allow us to ratify things that were before us some years ago. So it's more than appropriate that the government should really, in fact, be responsible for moving this forward. However, we have this bill before us, which is largely very constructive. So this is a bill that is largely administrative that would allow Canada to ratify the accord on the port stage measures. That is the Port Stage Measures Agreements, and we can understand that. And this is what's important here, to eliminate illegal, unregulated, and unreported fisheries, because we signed that agreement in 2010. The bill also adds to banning the import of fish and marine plants that were illegally taken, and there are technical aspects to that too. So these could be very advantageous for Canada. My colleagues have always spoken of some amendments that they would like to table after second reading at committee, and what I understand is that this is quite reasonable, and I hope this won't prevent us from being able to work constructively on this bill and to reach the third reading stage.
Now, this kind of fishing, this unregulated illegal fishing, undermines the fishery now. Just think about a file that took incredible proportions, and think back to the cod fishery in the Atlantic region at the time. Thousands of families lived from the cod industry for hundreds of years, in fact, and we can't see the stock recover enough to allow the same number of families to live from the cod fishery today. And many of the reports and conclusions show that a part of the problem, a significant part of the problem, was illegal and reported fishing off the coast. Now, there's another file that's very important for me back home, and that's the issue of eels, sea eels. And now in the 80s, there were several permits and licenses issued for New Brunswick to fish young eels, and they were highly sought after by Asian communities. They would, a little jar, about the size of a peanut butter jar, of young eel is worth a fortune in Asia. Now, in the 80s, these licenses were issued, and the catches, which are regulated. Now, there are some quotas allocated for eel in the maritime provinces, but the catches went from 28 kilos to 9 metric tons. So that's some 55 million baby eels each year. So imagine the tonnage in adult-size eels if fewer of the small ones were fished. Now, when you look at the industry players who've survived, despite such a significant and dangerous decline in eel stocks in the St. Lawrence, when you talk to stakeholders, one of the fears that they often raise is that beyond the 9 tons that are allocated, the 9 metric tons in quota, there's some 200 to 250% of the fishery that, in addition to that, is illegal. So it might be 22, 23 tons being fished illegally, not just off the maritime provinces, but also off the New England states. And a tonnage of that level is, of so many small baby eels, represents a gigantic amount of larger adult eels that will never develop. So that won't be going into the nets in Kamouraska. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to a fact, Mr. Speaker, that in Kamouraska, eel fishing is one of the traditional practices of the region. Hundreds of families, in fact, over history, off the shores of the St. Lawrence, use these kind of heart-shaped nets. The fish go into it, and when the tide is high, the eels swim in, and when the tide goes down, they harvest them. It's beautiful to watch this fishery. It has an impact on tourism as well. There are smoke shops that have existed for 150 years to smoke the fish. And now they're having trouble finding enough eel to smoke, to make smoked eel for their supply. So we really wonder if it will completely disappear from the landscape in Kamouraska. Now, the point I'm making here is that when there's too much illegal fishing somewhere off the northeast core coast of Canada, has an impact on traditional practices as far up the St. Lawrence or down the St. Lawrence as Kamouraska. Now, a bill like this must do something about that problem. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to speak to this bill today. So, all right. Another point. The stocks have declined to such an extent that the Department of Natural Resources, and this dates back to 2009 for eel stocks, a program, a voluntary withdrawal program was put in place for North America, and the objective was to reduce death by 50% using the set traps, as I explained earlier. So there's pressure on people who are doing something completely legal to reduce their fishing activities by 50% because off the shore, some 50 kilometers out, people are illegally fishing the same species, eel in this case. Now let's get back to the basis of the agreement. Once Canada has ratified the Port State Measures Agreement, we will have to ensure that we show leadership. We must also encourage other countries to enforce the agreement. Now, the example of the small eels is a good one for this as well. What's being done illegally for small baby eels is being done in the U.S. A similar piece of legislation is wending its way through various state legislatures, and we should encourage our neighbors to do something quickly, because this is a comprehensive global issue. If someone captures many, or in fact, if only certain people sign on to the agreement and others continue their illegal fishing, then globally there will be fish stocks that are adversely affected, even though Canada will have taken a step in the right direction. Now, in order to focus on certain aspects of this bill for people watching from home, we're not just talking about the Port State Measures Agreement. I've only got 1 minute left. I've got 2 pages left. How will I make it through that, Mr. Speaker? At any rate, this also requires vessels to request authority to enter a port. They will have to undergo investigations and respect universal minimum standards. Now that's something that seems crystal clear, that it's all that we need a bill to do that. It seems that should be something that we've been doing for decades. It's always astonishing, but at least we're making some progress here. With respect to the implementation of measures under the agreement, the first is that this bill broadens fishing vessel to all vessel used for carrying fish or maritime species that have not yet been landed. So it's not because you're not a fishing vessel that you can carry or transport fish resulting from the illegal fishery. That's logical, and it's important to clarify that. This bill will also broaden the definition of fish, which includes mollusks, mammals, and all derivatives. Now, I'd like to focus on something here for 10 seconds. Now, it's clear we're going to be voting in favor of this, but when we asked for protection for shark, because we were finding a lot of fins in boats and that was contraband, when we wanted to enact legislation on that, we lost the vote by 5 because there wasn't any support from the other side. So it's a bit strange to see, in fact, that they want to move forward on this, but at the same time they want us to move forward on something else when they refuse to do so on shark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I like about the bill in debate this morning is the fact that it highlights the importance of international agreements or treaties. We, and when I say we, I mean in a very large sense, I think Canadians have a fairly decent understanding of the amount of overfishing that has taken place around the world. I know my colleagues from the East Coast in particular, but from other areas of the country around our coast, there's a great deal of concern about fishing stocks and so forth, and wanting to preserve it. With the Port State Measures Agreement, it is an attempt to try to deal with a very serious world problem. And I ask the member maybe just to expand upon when he made reference to the issue of demonstrating leadership. And Canada can and should be playing a strong leadership role on this particular issue. And by having adopted the Port States Measures Agreement, I think it says something in itself. I believe there's about another dozen nations that have already done so, and if you might want to provide comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Lille-Kamouraska, Rivière-Toulouse. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's like he's asking me if I'm in favor of this or not. There are different angles shared by our colleagues opposite, but we need to deal with environmental priorities. Now, we're talking about the environment here. The first study, well, in fact, when I took my seat in this House and started sitting on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, the first study that was underway was one dealing with shrimp, the shrimp fishery. Now, I talked about the cod stocks, and my colleague's right that nations together with big fishing fleets must sign on to treaties and agreements if we want to achieve results and to maintain the fishery throughout Atlantic Canada, fish stocks, and through the Pacific as well, but certainly, and more specifically in the Atlantic. I think it's important for all of the nations involved to sign on to agreements. That way we can ensure the longevity of these stocks. That makes sense.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciate the comments made by my colleague. He talked about our leader, who has a great understanding of environmental issues and of the impact on our fisheries. Now, this bill is simply a first step in a process that will prevent illegal, unregulated fishing. Once the Port Measures Agreement has been ratified, we'll have to ensure in Canada that we show leadership on this file. We need to encourage other countries to do the same. So it's not just about saying, well, we've done our fair share, we don't care what others do. No. When we sit down with other countries, other foreign countries, we need to ensure that they focus on the issue and that they implement regulations. I have a question for my colleague, because we know what kind of an impact on the economy, on businesses there is when illegal fishing is not reported. So it's not just through legislation that we need to take action. We also need to ensure that we take action. Perhaps my colleague could comment on that aspect. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillec, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. My colleagues made some accurate remarks. We need to show leadership. And in cases like this, there can be some trouble because recently the government, well, in terms of leadership, this makes me think about recent meetings, for example, on the water supply. They pulled out. They said they would no longer go. Why? Why? Is it because there's no longer water in Canada? Well, if there's no water in southern United States and they want to be growing vegetables, they're going to need and use water. But they withdrew from those discussion tables. That kind of behavior can be problematic when we come up with a bill like this, which one that is constructive and needs to be enforced. Now, recently we've shown a complete lack of leadership on a number of issues. Everyone knows how much respect I have for the leader of the official opposition. I've known him for a long time, worked with him, and I'd like to underscore that, yes, he is, in fact, the best person to give Canada, to return to Canada the reputation, to improve Canada's reputation, and to better contribute to ensuring that the many partners sign on.
Lord.
Order, please.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As one of the 7 members of Parliament for Newfoundland and Labrador, representing the East Coast Newfoundland riding, the great riding, the beautiful riding of St. John South Mount Pearl, I make sure to take every opportunity to speak on our once great fisheries, to speak on what were once the richest fishing grounds in the world, Mr. Speaker, the fabled, the storied, the legendary Grand Banks of Newfoundland. When Newfoundland joined Canada in 1949, Canada was elevated from 14th to 6th place in the world as a fish exporting nation. In his 2013 book, Empty Nets, How Greed and Politics Wiped Out the World's Greatest Fishery, Gus Etchegaray writes how Newfoundland presented Canada with the golden gift of her fisheries. Today, Mr. Speaker, those fisheries are but a shadow of what they once were. I wrote an endorsement on the back of Gus Etchegaray's book, and the endorsement reads, Mr. Speaker, the rise and fall of the world's greatest fisheries is a crime of the highest order, and Gus Etchegaray shows his mettle in telling the tale. He is the ultimate fighting Newfoundlander. In 1992, the federal Conservative government of the day, John Crosbie was the federal fisheries minister of the day, they shut down the northern cod fishery. The shutdown of the northern cod fishery was described at the time as the biggest layoff in Canadian history, throwing 19,000 people directly out of work, and it was compared to the Prairie Dust Bowl of the 1930s. The moratorium that was announced in 1992, Mr. Speaker, was supposed to last 2 years. 2 years, Mr. Speaker. It's been 22 years and counting. 22 years and counting. The province has lost 90,000 people since then. Gone, Mr. Speaker, most of whom are never to return. The fading of our traditional fisheries is having an impact on our heritage. It's having an impact on our culture. To simplify, Mr. Speaker, on that impact, how long will we sing of squid jigging grounds when there's no more squid to be jigged? There's been a modest recovery in groundfish stocks such as cod, but the offshore stocks are still absolutely decimated. Mr. Speaker, the point that I raise now should bring home the gravity of the fall of our fisheries, how far we've fallen. For most of the year, it is illegal for a child to jig a cod from the end of a wharf, to jig a cod from the North Atlantic Ocean. Can you fathom that, Mr. Speaker? It's illegal to jig a cod from the North Atlantic Ocean. Over the years, the fishing effort has been transferred from ground fish such as cod to shellfish such as shrimp and crab, but both those stocks are in steep decline. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, the biggest cuts to the quotas we have left are to our inshore fleets, meaning that our coastal communities, what we have left, are still taking a pounding. Management decisions from 2,000 kilometers, I should say, Mr. Speaker, away here in Ottawa are not based on the principles of adjacency or historical attachment, meaning those closest to the resource, Mr. Speaker, benefit from the resource. No, Mr. Speaker, that is not what's happening. Conservatives ignore those principles in favor of big offshore companies, most of which have foreign ownership. Managing the Newfoundland and Labrador fisheries from Ottawa has resulted in a lack of understanding, a lack of consideration, a lack of communication. Given all that's happened to our fisheries, Mr. Speaker, to the Grand Banks, the collapse of the stocks, unchecked foreign overfishing, the wipeout of entire domestic fleets, the layoff of tens of thousands of workers, and the loss of almost 100,000 Newfoundlanders, the biggest policy change over the past 22 years, Mr. Speaker, has been the decision by the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans to eliminate the double hook jigger. Instead of a jigger with 2 hooks, you can now only use a jigger with 1 hook. That's been the most substantial fishery policy change in years, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely unbelievable. It is in this context, Mr. Speaker, that I speak on Bill S3, a housekeeping bill. A housekeeping bill. Bill S3 is an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act. We support this bill, Mr. Speaker. This bill is required. It is necessary for Canada to be able to ratify the United Nations Agreement on Port State Measures to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Canada signed the agreement, Mr. Speaker, in 2010. It should be noted, however, Mr. Speaker, that this UN agreement can only come into force after it has been ratified by 25 nations, and it has yet to be ratified by 25 nations, Mr. Speaker. It goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, although I'll be saying it now, that illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing undermines the sustainable practices of legitimate fishing operations, including those in Canada, including those in Newfoundland and Labrador, and presents unfair market competition to sustainable seafood. Sustainable. Makes sense, Mr. Speaker. Can't disagree with that. But this bill is only the first step in preventing illegal fishing. Once Canada ratifies the Port State Measures Agreement, we must then take a leadership role in encouraging other nations to move forward on this agreement as well. Good luck with that, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully it will work out better than NAFO, the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization, which monitors fishing on the high seas outside Canada's 200-mile limit, off Newfoundland and Labrador on the Grand Banks, Mr. Speaker. NAFO is useless. NAFO is toothless. NAFO is a joke, Mr. Speaker. While there's been a moratorium on fishing in Canadian waters since 1992, for too many of those years it's been a free-for-all outside the 200-mile limit. Fishing in Canadian waters stopped dead in the water. It stopped completely. First time in 500 years, it stopped. But fishing outside the 200-mile limit, it continued, Mr. Speaker. The funny thing about migratory stocks, such as cod, is that they don't pay any attention to imaginary lines in the ocean. The 200-mile limit means nothing to a fish, Mr. Speaker. So we stop fishing, foreign nations continue. Now, even today, Mr. Speaker, if a foreign nation is cited for illegal fishing outside the 200-mile limit on the Grand Banks, it's up to the home country of the foreign trawler in question to follow through on court action or penalties. Now, how often does that happen, Mr. Speaker? How often is the book thrown at a foreign trawler by its home country for ravaging what's left of what were once the world's greatest fisheries? How often does that happen, Mr. Speaker? Never. It never happens, Mr. Speaker. I can't tell you how many times as a journalist and as a member of Parliament that I filed federal access to information requests, Mr. Speaker, to try to find out what penalties have been imposed on a foreign trawler cited for illegal fishing. How many times have I filed a freedom of a federal ATIP, Mr. Speaker? I can't tell you how many times. This government has denied the release of such information. Why have they denied it, Mr. Speaker? Because they say that it may jeopardize international relations. What about Newfoundland and Labrador relations, Mr. Speaker? Where do we fit in? Now, John Crosby was the progressive conservative minister in 1992 who shut down the northern cod fishery. He shut it down and he brought in the aid package after that. Great big fat welfare package, Mr. Speaker. Now, John Crosby once said, "Who hears the fishes when they cry?" He was a funny man, Mr. Speaker. The better question is who hears the fishermen when they cry, Mr. Speaker. That's the better question. Now, to sum up, I refer back to Gus Etchegary's book, Empty Nets, How Greed and Politics Wiped Out the World's Greatest Fisheries. Now, quote, "I wrote this book because I, like a few others, refuse to accept that this once huge renewable resource cannot be rebuilt to play a role in the economy of Newfoundland and Labrador and provide a source of food for an increasing world population." Truer words have never been spoken, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, to sum up, I support this housekeeping bill, but make no mistake. Let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker. Let this be beyond the shadow of a doubt. Our fisheries, our coastal communities, need a hell of a lot more protection than this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander Grand, Wells, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech, well written and delivered very well also. So I thank him for that. I do want to say, amongst many, I don't even know where to start, but one of the issues that he brought up was about the favoring of corporate issues and corporatism when it comes to the fishery, which we haven't seen in a long time. And in this particular case, when it comes to the allocation of shrimp allocation, it's quite obvious now who is being favored here. It's the corporations with the larger boats. Now, he talked about outside 200 miles. Yes, indeed. Fish overruns in the case of turbot, or Greenland halibut as it's known, 60, 70% by foreign nations. Inside the 200, the measures by which we conserve the species are much greater. I want to ask him, though, and he is supporting this measure, beyond this particular piece of legislation, what needs to be debated, what needs to be discussed in this House to adhere to all the inefficiencies that he so eloquently talked about?
The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member from Newfoundland for the question. He brings up a good point in terms of shrimp. I mentioned in my speech that the fishing effort that had been on groundfish such as cod has been transferred to shellfish such as crab and shrimp, and now you're seeing those stocks decline. And the most recent news, earlier this year, it's been announced, scientists announced, and this is a decision that we support, that everybody in the fishing industry supports, the decision that the shrimp quota must be cut. But the cut there's an imbalance in the cut. Most of the cut is to the inshore sector versus big business offshore. And what I saw firsthand in Newfoundland and Labrador in that member's riding this summer, for example, in places like Fogo Island, is the cut to the inshore shrimp quota is going to have a devastating impact on our fleet and on our communities. And as for the broader question that the Honourable Member just asked me, Mr. Speaker, what needs to happen, in my personal opinion, Mr. Speaker, what we need is a fisheries revolution. We need a revolution in fisheries management. The status quo does not work. It doesn't work for the fish stocks. It doesn't work for Newfoundland and Labrador.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate hearing from the member. He has, as he indicated, a fair bit of experience writing about the fishery and the collapse of the northern cod off of Newfoundland, Labrador, and the East Coast, and he talks about the failure of our government and globally to deal with the problem of foreign overfishing, and I guess here we're talking about illegal unreported, unregulated fishing. And I wonder if I could perhaps suggest that the member has indicated that he feels less than confident that this government is showing the kind of urgency necessary to deal with the serious problems in terms of overfishing and illegal fishing, the impact on the ecosystem, and the impact on local fisheries on the East Coast and throughout our coast of Canada.
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Dartmouth-Cole Harbour for the excellent question and for his work, for his great work in the Fisheries and Oceans portfolio. I'm not just less confident, Mr. Speaker, in this government. I'm less confident. I have no confidence in Liberal governments, Liberal administrations before this government. The 200-mile limit off Newfoundland and Labrador, or off the east coast of Canada, was brought in 1977. That was a mistake, Mr. Speaker. I mean, it's great to have a 200-mile limit, but in the case of the east coast of Newfoundland, what should have happened was a territorial limit to the edge of the continental shelf. It should have went out beyond 200 miles, but it didn't. Even though the Prime Minister, the Liberal Prime Minister of the day, promised that would happen, it didn't happen. And as a result, we have the absolute decimation of migratory stocks, offshore stocks such as cod. In terms of my confidence in this Conservative administration to turn around the Newfoundland fishery, to put the interests of the Newfoundland fishery in terms of the basic principles, as I outlined in my speech, like historical attachment and adjacency, I have no confidence. And the management principles like LIFO, last in, first out, with the shrimp industry that we see implemented by this government, they hurt our province. They hurt Newfoundland and Labrador. Not good enough. That has to change. And you'll see a change. You'll see the impact of these bad decisions in 2015. There won't be a Conservative elected anywhere where I'm from, Mr. Speaker. That won't happen.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate on Bill S3. As has been clearly stated, this is a very important issue. It's one issue of many dealing with the ocean's ecosystem and issues of conservation and stock management that needs to be seriously considered. But let me say that this bill is it's been suggested that it's a piece of housekeeping legislation, and it is meant to help ratify the agreement, the Port State Measures Agreement, that was signed at the UN back in 2010. Now, this government decided by way of ratifying for its part, it's got to be ratified by 25 nations before it will come into effect. And, you know, you would think that Canada, with the longest coastline of any country in the world, would show some urgency. And having such an important fishery on all our coasts, including in the Arctic, would show some leadership on this issue and would underline the problem by bringing it forward with some urgency and with some import. But what they've done is they introduced it through the Senate. They introduced it. Many of us have suggested that introducing legislation through the Senate is like introducing it through the back door. It indicates that the government, you know, thinks it's something that should be dealt with. It's not, but it's clearly not wholly important. It's not something that they want to bog down their agenda. So the bill was dealt with in March of 2013 by the Senate, passed third reading in March, was ready to come here, but then the government, the Conservative government, in their wisdom in the fall, decided to prorogue the House, which meant that legislation died on the table. So then it had to go back through the Senate again. Then it was S13, Then it had to be reintroduced into the Senate as S3, and now here we are in September of 2014. The bill hasn't even passed second reading. Undoubtedly, it will later on this afternoon. But to me, as a legislator, it certainly does not indicate to me that the government is taking this issue seriously enough. The whole question of illegal, unreported, unregulated fishery, Mr. Speaker, has been estimated that we're talking about tens of billions of dollars in economic value that is being lost as a result of the practice of countries around the world, of nations around the world, taking stocks, taking fish, and treating it or selling it, and challenging, undermining other regulated markets. But it's something that's been going on, frankly, for centuries. There's no doubt that the IUU fishery it does threaten ocean ecosystems and sustainable fisheries. It violates conservation and management measures, Mr. Speaker, things like quotas and bycatch limits. And that's important, and it's important to recognize that there is an attempt internationally to try to control how the signatory countries, the fishing countries, go about fishing these stocks. We have a lot of science here in this country, although if this government gets reelected, there may not be any left. But there's lots of work being done around the world in terms of trying to monitor stocks and monitor their patterns and their health to determine the levels at which the individual fisheries should be prosecuted so that the fishery is sustainable. If you then allow, hundreds of thousands, millions of tons of fish under those measures to then be taken out of the water, Mr. Speaker, without any control, then it defeats the purpose. And as was suggested by my colleague from St. John's Mount Pearl, there's some question as to the efficacy of those measures, those conservation measures, management measures, to in fact control how nations prosecute the fishery. Nonetheless, here in this country, the commercial wild capture fisheries, aquaculture, and fish and seafood processing contributes upwards of $5.4 billion in total GDP, 71,000 of full-time equivalent employment to the country's economy. It's a big deal, Mr. Speaker, and we must do our utmost to work on this issue. We've indicated our support for the measures provided in Bill S3 because they are part of an international agreement, and we think that Canada should be a player in establishing those rules and regulations on the international stage, and something that's so important as the fishery. Some of us would like to see the government of Canada take a much more aggressive role, that we would be much more involved, much more heavily engaged, and in fact taking a leadership role on this. My colleague from the Western Arctic talked about the problem in the Arctic with the Arctic donut, and that is a real problem. It's an area that is unregulated by international agreements, and some foreign nations are beginning to go into that area and to fish at will. They are setting up historical fishing patterns that will have an impact when there is some kind of an international agreement that affects that particular area. Canada has not played a role there, and we are going to. I would suggest we're going to suffer. We're going to suffer as a result of that. But let me talk for a few moments about what the Port State Measures Agreement, the international agreement to which Canada is a signatory, and to which Bill S3 will, when it passed, will cement. As described, it says the agreement aims to prevent illegally caught fish from entering international markets through ports. Under the terms of the treaty, foreign vessels will provide advance notice and request permission for port entry. Countries will conduct regular inspections in accordance with universal minimum standards. Offending vessels will be denied use of port or certain port services, and information sharing networks will be created. It's the first global treaty focused specifically on the problem of illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing. And, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, I believe, and I missed the comment from the Parliamentary Secretary earlier, but I understand there may be up to a dozen nations that have signed on, but it's important to understand that there needs to be 25 nations that sign on to this and that ratify it through legislation like we have in order for it to come into effect. S3 provides regulatory power for authorizing foreign fishing vessels ordered to port by their flag state to enter Canadian waters to verify compliance with law or conservation and management measures of fisheries management organization. The bill expands the definition of fishing vessel, we've heard that, to include any vessels used in the transshipping of fish or marine plants that have not been previously handled. The bill expands on the current definition of fish, which includes shellfish, crustacean, marine mammals, to include any part of the derivatives. Now, some of those issues we're going to talk more about in committee, because we have some, on this side, we have some issue about the process to which our Canada and our officials are going to be able to, what authority they in fact will have to be able to carry out those inspections. It appears that they will need to get a court order, a warrant, in order to be able to move in to inspect the contents of, in this case, it could be a ship, it could be a plane, it could be a warehouse, it could be whatever. Any vehicle or any structure that's used in the transshipment of fish or fish products is allowed, but the question is, how will that look? How will that happen? What are the provisions and what are the authorities that will be allowed? We need to understand that better. And Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, there's another part of that, and that is that the bill adds a number of new provisions under which a justice may hear applications, including for a search warrant authorizing a protection order, a protection officer to seize something, or a forfeiture order. We'll want to seek some clarification of that. We'll do that at committee. We've on this side of the House, and certainly this is a commitment that we've seen from the Leader of the Opposition through as a result of his experience on environmental issues. He understands how important ocean health, the ecosystem of our ocean, in terms of how the prosecution of the fishery is conducted, what that means to the overall health of our planet, the overall health of our environment. He understands that, and you've heard members on this side, as they've intervened in this debate, raising issues about this government's commitment on issues like conservation, on issues like habitat management, on issues like on questions of science, for example. And when I look at the added responsibilities in this bill to officers under the responsibility of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Mr. Speaker, I wonder how they're going to be able to carry out these added responsibilities because of the cuts that we've seen to the staff under over the past 3 years under this government. We've seen hundreds of millions of dollars cut out of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. We've seen a reduction in the number of vessels that are available to the department and to officers to be able to carry out surveillance, to be able to apprehend. The ability of our coastal agencies, of our Navy to be able to help out, Coast Guard to be able to intervene, Mr. Speaker, is certainly questioned as a result of the damaging cuts that this government has made. And likewise, as I talk about the government's commitment to ecosystem, to fisheries management measures, and to enforcing those issues, we've seen not only cuts to the inspection staff, to the rules with respect to the legislation and the regulations in terms of what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate in terms of things that can be conducted on a lake, on a river, and on the ocean, and the impact that it will have on the fishery and on the ecosystem, Mr. Speaker. These are things that this government has done. These are things that this government has done over the past 3 years, which will have a detrimental impact on our ability to maintain a sustainable fishery on all our coasts. The ability of these fisheries and the people that prosecute these fisheries to be able to do so in a way that is not only safe and healthy, but to make sure that their families and their communities are able to prosper not only now, but well into the future. And that's what the whole idea of a sustainable fishery is. And you heard members here talk about what's happening with respect to northern shrimp. Happened last spring. The fact that this government weighed in on the side of the corporate fishery, in particular on the side of the big factory trawlers, against the small fishery, the coastal fishery, the community fishery, Mr. Speaker, and the result will be and has been already the loss of hundreds of jobs, not only in the small boat fishery, but also in the processing that goes along with that in a number of communities throughout northern Newfoundland and the south coast of Labrador. So that's why some of us are raising questions and asking questions and raising some concerns about this government's actual commitment towards the fishery, towards making sure that we have a sustainable fishery, that we do everything in our power to protect the environment, to make sure that not only within our purview, within the area where Canada and the Canadian government has an impact, not only that we do everything we can to protect those grounds, to protect that fishery, to protect those oceans, to make sure that we do things that are healthy and that will ensure there's a sustainable fishery, but that this government participates actively and in a leadership capacity in those international bodies that sets regulations, conservation, and other management measures, quotas and bycatch limits to ensure that not only are we managing the fishery properly within Canada, but that internationally we are doing everything we can to ensure that that fishing is sustainable, and that we don't end up losing, as a result of overfishing and bad management, that we don't end up continuing to drive species out of existence. That's happening far too often already, Mr. Speaker, and it's something that we need to do a better job. We need to better job on. So let me just reiterate a couple of points that I wanted to make about S3. I'm disappointed the way the government introduced these provisions. This was an agreement. This international agreement was signed on by Canada in 2010. Here we are in 2014, and we're still dealing with the legislation. Why is that? Well, the government first introduced the bill not through the House of Commons, not through the front door, but through the back door. They came in through the Senate. The Senate dealt with it in the spring of 2013, and then that bill ended up dying on the table because the government prorogued the House in the fall of 2013, Mr. Speaker. So, again, the point I was making there is that it does not give one a sense that this government understands the urgency of this problem and is going to move quickly to deal with the issue. The whole question of the illegal, unreported and unregulated fishery is a big problem. It's a serious problem. Canada needs to be, I believe, at the forefront of measures like this to try to ensure that this agreement that was signed is ratified by at least 25 nations, that we get the job done, and then the government puts the resources forward to ensure that we can properly enforce the agreement and do everything we can within the powers of our country and of Canadians to make sure that we're doing our part to stop the illegal, unreported, unregulated fishery. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member. I'm sorry. Rivière-du-Nord. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my honourable colleague. He is talking about the 15 countries that signed the international agreement. And on the Canadian shores, it's a bit like the Far West. We saw our Prime Minister try to play a frontline role in international negotiations and on other issues like on ISIL and on the Ukraine. But we're trying, and he's always trying to find outlets for oil sands, oil from Alberta. But I don't see him assuming that same kind of leadership in terms of resources and the fisheries, the bread and butter of thousands of fishermen and women who live in this country. So I'd like to hear my colleagues comment on that point, on the leadership role that the Prime Minister should be playing internationally, and that the fact that we should sign this treaty as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question, and I would agree with him that Canada has much more work to do to be an international leader in the area of healthy oceans, of doing what needs to be done to make sure that we are properly managing the way that we interact with the oceans, whether that be through the fishery, whether that be through natural resources. We have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that if we further desecrate the ocean, if we continue to allow to pour acid, to allow the balance to change, our ability to see fish and to see other marine life, to see plant life grow in the oceans, that contribute to our atmosphere and contribute to our healthy world, Mr. Speaker, that will be to our disadvantage. And as as a progressive country, as a country that has the longest coastlines in the world, we should be at the forefront in making sure that measures, the best measures that can be brought to bear to maintain a healthy ocean are in fact carried forward.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I went to a question to my colleague. I know they're supporting this particular issue as a small step in the right direction when it comes to many of the issues that he touched upon, particularly conservation and many of the management principles that are used with it throughout Department of Fisheries and Oceans. One of the things that we introduced back when we were in government was the Marine Protected Area. And I apologize if this is not germane to the particular issue at hand, but I think it's worthy of note that the Marine Protected Area mechanism is does a great service to our coastline, not only ours, but throughout the world. It seems other countries are far ahead in progressing with marine protected areas. I wonder if you could cast his opinion about how badly we've been performing when it comes to these MPAs.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And marine protected areas are extraordinarily important as a way of managing our ecosystem and ensuring healthy oceans. This country, in fact, signed on an international agreement that would commit us to achieving 10% of our ocean would be in a marine protected area by 2020. We're now at around 1%, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to countries like Australia, as opposed to states like California that, in fact, have surpassed that particular area. It's an extremely important measure. We need to tie marine protected areas together on all coasts in this country. That is the way forward in terms of managing a healthy ocean and ecosystem, and it's certainly a commitment that this party, that the official opposition, a commitment that we have made and will be making in 2015.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the bill focuses on illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. But what we're really talking about here is a commitment to the fishery, to manage our fishery properly, to sustainably. Of course, we want to see, and the member spoke about this, a well-managed and properly funded fishery. So I want to ask my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour whether he feels this government is actually committed to providing the funds necessary for legislation like this.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, excellent question, and it's something that I spoke a bit about because in so many areas, whether it be the lack of commitment that the government members showed supporting that member's bill to stop shark finning, whether it's work that needs to be done in the Arctic, in the donut, to make sure that we get some international controls over fishing in that area, whether it's the failure to respond to the Cohen Commission report, the Fraser River sockeye, this government at every step has shown that it's not committed to a sustainable fishery, a healthy ocean, and so we rightly are concerned. While we support the legislation, the intention of participating in an international agreement to stop the illegal, unreported and unregulated fishery, Mr. Speaker, we're concerned that this government will not put the resources to making sure that this is properly enforced.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, we are pleased, actually, that this bill here in particular adds significant new powers for the Minister to share information with other countries, fisheries, management organizations and international organizations related to authorizations of vessels, inspection of vessels, and enforcement action taken. It's a key change, and it's going to actually help the international community better track and monitor illegal, unreported, and unregulated fish. But my colleague raised a really important concern with respect to the changes in Section 7.1, and rightly so. But he also raised some concerns about the fact that this bill actually came out of the Senate. And let's not forget why we have the concerns. I mean, when we look at the 2 crime bills that were recently passed in the Senate, one of which was the wrong version. So I guess I'd like to have a comment on from my colleague on this. When we look at the fact that the bill here is so important, and yet we have members of the government who refuse, a lot of them, because we've only had one speaker on it, refuse to engage in the debates when they're tabling pieces of legislation such as this one here, who are so important. It impacts on our economies. It impacts basically on the bottom line of consumers at the end of the day. So I'm just wondering if he could elaborate a little bit again about his concerns about the bill coming out of the Senate, when we saw that the Senate doesn't even know what it's doing when it's passing bills, and the fact that this government doesn't even bother engaging on bills as important as this.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that question. It's an important one. You know, I talked about the way this bill came in through the back door as being a sign that the government didn't care very much about it, that they didn't think it was all that important, and we saw that it got delayed by at least a year. That is, you know, this legislation is meant to ratify the agreement that was the international agreement that was actually completed in 2010, and here we are in the fall of 2014, and we still haven't gone in. But the member raised an important issue, and that is the responsibility we have as members of Parliament to ensure that every piece of legislation does what it says that it's going to do, and that all the clauses, in fact, work together and don't contradict each other. Because, you know, and frankly, you know, I don't know about other members, but I find it an embarrassment that legislation has gone through the process and then found to be wrong, then found to be inconsistent with the Constitution, and in fact, in one case, the bill that was finally concluded by the Senate was the wrong piece of legislation. We have to do a better job. This government has to do a better job at managing how we deal with important legislation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise and speak in support of Bill S3, an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act. And before I actually start my debate, let me take a few minutes to congratulate my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour for the stellar job he does in representing his constituents here in this House, but also for the stellar job he has done in handling his file of fisheries and oceans. It's not an easy task to be handling this file when we have a government that is so bent on taking away environmental protections and putting much of our oceans and waterways into jeopardy. So congratulations to him, and I think that the constituents in Dartmouth and Cole Harbour are very well served by their current Member of Parliament. I also want to take an opportunity to congratulate my friend from New Westminster, Coquitlam. For those of us who are from BC, we know he's the Fraser man. He's the gentleman who swam the Fraser River, and he also has been a very loud voice and a very effective voice in this House to raise concerns, whether it's been about shark fin, protection of our waters, saving of our coast guards, all critical issues to those of us who live on the coastlines. And I would say to all Canadians. So both of these colleagues of mine have done an absolutely amazing job of holding the government to account, but also of putting forward what I would say are effective policies and how to have good policies when it comes to our oceans and fisheries as well. But, you know, this is a very important bill that's here before us. And as many colleagues have mentioned, I'm a little bit embarrassed, actually, that this bill actually originated in the Senate. After all, it's the House of Commons that is supposed to birth bills, have it go through the process, and then the bills go to the Senate for the second sober look. But in this case, mind you, the way we've been handling some of the legislation recently, I would say the government's handling of them would put into question that second sober look. And maybe we all need to be taking more time and slowing down and having debate that is meaningful and taking time during the legislative process instead of rushing through with legislation. But I'll tell you why this bill is so important to Canadians, and specifically to the coastlines, coast to coast to coast. The 2008 study, which I'm sure every parliamentarian has read because we all know how important the fisheries are to us, estimated an economic loss worldwide due to pirate fishing ranges from $10 billion US to $23 billion US annually. That is a huge number, and that is what this bill tries to address to a small degree. And Canada's commercial and wild capture fisheries, aquaculture, fish and seafood processing contributes $5.4 billion in total GDP and 71,000 full-time equivalent employment to the country's economy. So you can see what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is very, very significant. Not only in order to protect the species and to make sure that we have fishing in an ongoing basis so that my children and great-grandchildren can be out there fishing our beautiful oceans and actually finding fish there, but it's also because illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing does equate to anywhere between 11 to 26 million tons of seafood that is caught illegally, and which actually represents 40% of the total catch in some fisheries. That is scary. That is scary. Not only because we know that in order to manage the fish out there, that quotas are set, but how can you set reasonable quotas for catching fish when we don't even know how much fish is being caught? And, you know, this goes to something that I really have to hit on here, which is with this government, never mind environmental protections, which will lead to proactively good caretaking of our fisheries. They have failed on that miserably, but they've also failed to provide fundamental protections because we've heard of all the cuts. You know, some very basic things, and I have to talk about the cuts to the Coast Guard out in Kitsilano. Very, very important for British Columbians, putting many fishermen and also your regular seafaring folk, putting their lives in jeopardy. But we've also had cuts to the fishing department at a time when really we need to have more enforcement and so much illegal activity is going on. We also know that this government has very little respect for science or expertise and informed advice, because we know they have an allergy to it, they don't like it. So, and we've seen that with not only cuts to science, but ignoring sound advice from scientists and experts. And we've argued over the last, ever since I've been here, the kind of damage that is being done to habitat with the sweeping changes that the government brought in, buried in the budget bill, of course, to habitat protection. And that has put I will actually say creeks that are in my riding, like the Bear Creek Park Creek, into jeopardy. And that in itself is unacceptable. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, we have just so much work that has to be done in this area. And this is a baby step. This is a baby step. And even though this is a baby step in the right direction, and we're supporting this baby step, my colleagues will have some amendments. Because even this baby step has a few flaws in it, but we are counting on the government and their goodwill in wanting to see this legislation go through, that they will pay heed to the very informed amendments my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour is going to be presenting at committee stage. And I know that they just cannot wait to hear those amendments, and we're looking forward to working on those. And we're also pleased to hear that this bill actually will have the government endorse a UN position, long overdue, because as we know, the European Union, Norway, Sri Lanka and Myanmar have already ratified the Port State Measures Act agreement, and we're going to do the same. But I'm also hoping that our government will now persuade other countries to join with this agreement. But you know, Mr. Speaker, once again, I despair at times, because I'm wondering what kind of an influence do we really have left after the damage that has been done to our international standing by my colleagues across the way, whether that is the Security Council or the fact that some of the positions we've taken have isolated us from the international community in many, many different ways. So let me summarize, Mr. Speaker, and because I know there's going to be lots and lots of questions. And in summary, what I would say is we will support this, but there'll be amendments. But let me urge this government to take a look at all the cuts that they have made to fisheries and oceans, and let us take some real action to protect our oceans and fisheries for our children and grandchildren. And let me once again recognize the work done by our member from Dartmouth and Cole Harbour and my well-respected colleague from New Westminster, Coquitlam. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from North Delta. Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Surrey Newton, which is a riding right next to mine, for that wonderful speech. And I know she has a limited time, and she touched upon this being part of a baby step. I think the bigger step is also working with other nations to bring them on board, because I've talked about this in this House, Mr. Speaker. Fish don't know boundaries. You know, they don't know international boundaries. They swim across oceans. So we need to work with other countries to ensure that illegal, unregulated fishing is unreported fishing is regulated in a sense that we can preserve our stocks. Can the member talk about conservative record, whether they could actually work with the international community to bring about a consensus, and how much damage they have done to Canadian legitimacy around the world?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my esteemed colleague for his very thoughtful question. And I also want to take this opportunity to commend him on his speech earlier on this topic, which was very thoughtful and also actually thought-provoking, but actually summarized the key concerns that we have with this legislation and this government's track record when it comes to protecting oceans and fisheries. But as to his question, I don't think I'm saying anything that's news-breaking. I think that it's common chatter out there that Canada has lost its stature in international arena. Whether we look at a seat on the Security Council, whether we even look at whether we're a key player when it comes down to some of the major challenges facing the world. And when it comes to the environmental sector, I think I'm actually anyway personally embarrassed by how the rest of the world views us right now because of the kind of cuts and decimation that this government has visited on our oceans and fisheries, and I would say on our Mother Earth.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did want to pick up on the idea of international agreements and how it is that our world oceans can benefit the more we see stronger leadership, and that, in fact, Canada does have a significant potential role to play when it comes to protecting our oceans, just given the amount of ocean along our boundaries, whether it's in the Arctic, the Pacific, or the Atlantic. And it's been pointed out that this agreement was back in 2010. I believe the first country to sign, to ratify, was back in 2010. And I think we're at about a dozen that have already done so. And my question to the member is, would she not agree that Canada could be playing a more stronger leadership role? And one of the ways to do that is to act quickly when we have treaties of this nature that are put in place that are there to protect the oceans of the world.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for his question. I think it goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, that we have lost some of our standing in the international community. And the fact is that the UN passed a treaty. Other countries ratified straight away, many of them. And here we are 4 years later. And 4 years later, it isn't the House of Commons or this government that brought forward this bill. It had to be birthed in the Senate. And absolutely our oceans and the fish in them do not realize that now we're crossing from the Canadian border into the US border. So international cooperation when it comes to our environmental issues and sustainability of our fisheries is very, very critical for the future. And if we fail at this, we do it at our own peril. And right now, Canada has an embarrassing record when it comes to environmental protections.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Originally, I wanted some more, but
the MPs on this side of the House that are actively participating in such a debate, while the parliamentarians on the other side, on the government side, just sit on their keisters and not bother weighing in on this very important issue. So I'm asking my colleague, with respect to the engagement that the government needs to do, when we look at countries like Mexico, Spain, and Panama, whose fishing vessels are known to engage in illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing, how important it is to show leadership and make sure that we outreach to those countries to ensure that our economies can all prosper and that consumers at the end of the day aren't made to pay the price as are businesses.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for her very thoughtful question. You know, Mr. Speaker, many people have said this before me, but let me reiterate. Our fisheries and our oceans don't recognize boundaries. They're man-made boundaries. And if we are to surely protect our fisheries and our planet from environmental factors, but also from overfishing, especially through illegal, unregulated and unreported fisheries, then our government has a critical role to play to make sure that we get other countries to sign on to this. Because if they don't, we could have all the policies in the world, but if we can't persuade others to join us, then I would say we have failed to protect our fisheries. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, in order to persuade others, you actually have to have a standing internationally, and people have to look at you as a player. Right now, we're not seen as a player in the international arena, and that is so sad.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And earlier, one of my colleagues mentioned it in his speech that there have been suggestions and amendments to this bill, and they've fallen on deaf ears. And I'm wondering if my colleague could elaborate on the response that we're getting to, you know, essentially this is a housekeeping bill. But we've made some suggestions. We want some comments that we feel could improve this legislation. Could she comment about how this bill has come in through the Senate and how the government is responding and using, say, the Fisheries Committee for hearing suggestions and comments and amendments to improve legislation? I wonder if she could comment on that.
The honourable member from Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say that I've seen a history, a pattern, over the last 3.5 years of this government paying very little attention, actually none, I would say, to amendments being put forward by the opposition. This government is so, I don't know what it is, they're so ideologically driven. They don't even want the voices of the opposition on environmental issues, on issues that we should all be working on together. And it's a pattern. And in this, I'm also worried that even though we have very reasonable amendments, that once again, there is a fear on this side at least, we're going to be met with an iron curtain that is not going to listen. It seems to be with this government, it's my way or the highway. And that doesn't make for good legislation. And we've had 2 recent examples recently during the summer when the Senate found they were dealing with bills that were actually not quite apropos. And that is very, very disturbing. So let's take the time, pass bills that have been properly debated. And you know what? Bills serve the country well, and legislation serves the country well when both sides of the houses work together to produce good legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista Vista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Well, she has a valid point in that part. It seems like whenever opposition points out something that is egregiously wrong with a piece of legislation, they fix it, but they reach out for someone else to take the credit for helping them along the way, including the Senate and many other interests and stakeholders outside of this Parliament. I do want to ask her, though, pertaining to a question that was brought up about an hour ago in debate, pertaining to how many interests in the fisheries are drifting now towards the corporate sector, and how this particular government is favoring the corporate sector when it comes to basic management decisions over some of our most vulnerable species, including shrimp on the East Coast, halibuts, and salmon, of course, on the West Coast in her neck of the woods. I was wondering if she could comment on that as well.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
It comes as no surprise, Mr. Speaker. Oh, thank my colleague for his thoughtful question. It comes as no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that the government across the way favours the corporate agenda. We've seen that over and over again. We have small and medium-sized fisheries on the West Coast and East Coast, and on all our coasts, I would say, and they are really, really worried about their future, and really urge this government to take a look at that agenda and let's start investing in Canadians for Canadian jobs.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mrs. Shea, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, move that Bill S3, an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed? Carried.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. The time for government orders has expired. At this point, we move to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm wearing a gold ribbon to be part of the Gold Ribbon campaign. We don't often think about it, but cancer is the #1 cause of death by disease among Canadian children, killing more of our children than all other diseases combined. Yet research isn't keeping up, and the treatments that we have as adults that nearly kill a healthy person, things like chemotherapy and radiation, can do permanent damage to the health of our young people even when they recover from cancer. The Gold Ribbon campaign is asking for more research into childhood cancers, more ability to treat them in ways that allow the kids to really recover, and more help, more blood products for Canadian kids. I wear my gold ribbon today thinking of Stephanie Simmons, who started this campaign in London, Ontario, and of my daughter's best friend, Kyla Remiart, who succumbed to cancer years after suffering from it, and whose mother also supports the Candlelighters campaign. Let's help our children avoid cancer. Let's help them recover. Let's help them be well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year we have the privilege of hosting constituents from our ridings. A highlight for many is their tour of Centre Block, learning about the function, history and architecture of Canada's Parliament. But many people are unable to visit Ottawa in person. In my office, we decided to do something about that. Today, I'm delighted to announce that for the first time, we can all tour Parliament without leaving home. My website, davidanderson.ca, now features a first, an online guided tour of Parliament. Built on Google Street View technology, this virtual tour features 25 tour stops, including many places that the live tours do not take you. Virtual visitors can step off the guided tour at any time and look around on your own. You can zoom in on interesting items, take your time exploring. Each stop has information relevant to it. Today's students enjoy the interactive learning opportunities. This website will be a useful resource for teachers and for all of us. I invite you to check out this great new resource at davidanderson.ca.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. As the song says, people have had to move, and I am remembering now that the Mirabel Airport has been slated for demolition. Those who were expropriated on October 4th, 1975, many of us watched as people had to witness the first Concorde landing. People who were expropriated were opposed to what was happening. They lost the most fertile areas of land in Quebec, and the Trudeau and Chrétien Liberals were celebrating with champagne when that airport opened. But today we have major oil pipelines that are threatening our land and rivers and oceans. We have to remember the wisdom and the resistance that people showed in Mirabel. We want to have development that respects local communities and the environment for the future generations.
Mr. Speaker, after my election in 2006, the first person to join my team was Julien Bélanger. It wasn't really a surprise that I asked him to come on board. He was smart, tech-savvy, bilingual, and had a great grasp of current affairs and politics. So in January 2006, Julien opened the Chatham office and ran it in a pleasant and professional manner. People loved Julien. There's no telling how many he helped. It could be in the thousands. They would also come in just to visit, and even if the issue weren't federal, Julien always took the time to help. His memory was profound, and his dedication to the job was exemplary. Everyone liked Julien. On Monday, September 8, 2014, we're shocked to hear of his passing. To his wife, Andrea, and to his three children, Zara, Quincy, and Daphne, his parents, Pat and Jean-Maurice, and to the rest of his family.
The sunset ceremony never has horses.
They may have a gun, though, don't they?
Yeah, possibly.
And we always remember our extraordinary and gifted friend. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, September 19, the Canadian Museum for Human Rights will be opening its doors in Winnipeg. Championed by Winnipeggers like the late Israel Asper and his daughter Gail, who were instrumental in the development of the museum, it is the first museum in the world to be dedicated to the evolution of human rights. Standing tall at the Forks in Winnipeg, where the Red and Assiniboia rivers meet, the museum will provide a space for Canadians and those visiting from abroad to learn, remember, and start a dialogue on human rights. Visitors will engage in their own human rights journey as they explore stories of historical events from different perspectives. Accumulating at the 24-meter-high Tower of Hope, the structure is a reflection of our shared past and the belief in humanity for a better future. It is a space to inspire visitors and to promote respect for others. Winnipeg is proud to be the home of the Canadian Museum of Human Rights and to be celebrating Canada's continued commitment to human rights both at home and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker. This week in London will be painted purple. Thousands of Mustangs, past and present, will be in London to celebrate Western University's Homecoming 2014. I am proud as a Member of Parliament for London North Centre to represent the Western community, from the world-renowned Research and Innovation, the Richard Ivey School of Business, the School of Medicine and Dentistry, and the Western Mustangs Athletic Program. Mustang pride is alive and well. This year's homecoming will be capped off by the annual homecoming football game. This year, the Western Mustangs will take on the University of Toronto Varsity Blues. I encourage all Western University alumni to participate in homecoming activities, either in London or in their respective cities. You can also follow all of the homecoming activities on Twitter using hashtag #WesternHoco. Happy Homecoming 2014 and best of luck to Coach Greg Marshall and the entire Western Mustang football team. Let's go Mustangs!
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore oil industry has turned our economy around. Oil has replaced the codfish as currency, although we must never turn our backs on the fishery. While Alberta owns the oil beneath its soil, the Government of Canada holds ownership of oil beneath the sea. But the Atlantic Accord outlines how Newfoundland and Labrador is to be the principal beneficiary of the offshore oil and gas industry off our shores. Only we're not the principal beneficiary. To date, the Government of Canada has realized a profit of almost $1.7 billion from its 8.5% stake in Hibernia. The province has offered to buy Ottawa's stake, but this government has shown no movement. The Atlantic Accord is clear, Mr. Speaker. Newfoundland and Labrador is to be the principal beneficiary. When will this Conservative government start living up to that principle? We have to make the most of non-renewable resource revenues. They won't last. As a have province, we're not asking for a handout, but a follow-through on a deal that's been done.
The honourable member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is an important occasion for me, for Canada's Parliament, and for the victims across Canada. Tomorrow, C-49, the Safe at Home bill, comes into effect. I want to share this milestone with a victim and her family. A few years ago, they came into my Langley office and they told their story of a sexual assault. They lived in anguish when the sex offender was sentenced to serve house arrest right across the street from their home. The neighborhood that they had once loved was now the place that they dreaded to be because their attacker was there. The mother, with tears, asked me, "Why should we have to move? We're the victim." Mr. Speaker, that was a great question. Everyone should have the right to feel safe in their own home. This bill helps to ensure the victims' concerns are being heard and considered. The Safe at Home bill is now the law because of the strong support from our Prime Minister, the Justice Minister, and my colleagues on both sides of this House and the Senate. Thank you for working with me to make a stronger, safer Canada.
The honourable member for McLeod.
Floods have devastated my community, but with the aid of Canadians across the country, we came together to help our friends, our neighbours, and our families in a critical time of need. These disasters impacted us profoundly, but this scar will take time to heal, but it will heal. It will heal because the people of Southern Alberta, whose strength and resiliency are a source of inspiration for all Canadians. McLeod is a riding built on hard work, innovation, and commitment to safe communities. It is a vision we share with our government: a strong, vibrant economy, lower taxes for Canadian families, and creating new jobs. I am honoured the residents of McLeod placed their trust in me to ensure their vision is heard in these halls, and their spirit is reflected in the laws we create. To my volunteers, the McLeod EDA, and the supporters who work so tirelessly, I would not be standing here without you. And to my family, your unwavering love and support is the foundation of which I am standing on here today. And for that, I thank you.
Well done.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, September 23rd, we will hold the 2014 Climate Summit. All world leaders who care about climate change will be hosted by UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and American President Barack Obama at a meeting to propose solutions. All leaders who care about climate change, not Canada's Prime Minister. In Drummondville, people will take part in the climate march along with thousands of other people across North America. Join us on Sunday, September 21st at 1 o'clock in the City Hall parking lot for this. People in the Drummond region will send a strong call for urgent action on climate change. On Monday, September 22nd, we will celebrate World Car Free Day. Everyone should think about their carbon footprint and think about using public transit or active transit.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour today to rise to pay tribute to just one of our storied military regiments. The Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, the PPCLI, turned 100 this year. And while known for their strength in Western Canada, their origins, Mr. Speaker, are actually here in Ottawa, created by Captain Andrew Hamilton Galt in 1914. And their century of service afterwards is inspiring. World War I, they fought at Vimy and at Passchendaele. World War II, Operation Husky, Sicily, Monte Cassino, and the liberation of the Netherlands. In Yugoslavia, the PPCLI were there for the tough fighting at the Medak Pocket. In Afghanistan, in Zabul, in Kandahar province, the PPCLI were there. And Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, I was in Korea to see firsthand how from school children to ministers of the government, they still remember and appreciate the sacrifice of the PPCLI in Korea in the Battle of Kapyong. So thank you for your century of service and sacrifice to Canada. While your motto is always a Patricia, you've always been some of our finest Canadians.
Honourable Member for Scarborough, Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, summer is the season of family reunions, fun, and celebrations. However, for constituents caught up with immigration concerns, instead of happiness, it was a season of frustration and sadness as they continued to wait with long, extensive delays. After assisting hundreds of constituents with their immigration cases, there were many other temporary resident visas, parental and spousal sponsorship applications rejected, and some still remain unprocessed. Despite the government's promises on their constant reforms and improvements to the immigration system, the results still reflect nothing but improved justifications, false propaganda, and incompetence. After 8 years of irresponsible governance, Canadians believe that this government is working harder only to protect the interests and well-being of their lobbyist friends and their big corporations. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, we will fix this broken system because Canadians are long waiting for the change that will restore their pride, dignity, and ensure their well-being. Canadians have put their trust in the NDP, and Mr. Speaker, we will deliver.
Honourable Member for Selkirk.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the President of Ukraine, Petro Poroshenko, made a landmark visit to Canada. I was proud to welcome President Poroshenko to our great country. His visit and address reflects a long-lasting friendship between our two nations, as well as our mutual commitment to reinforce this relationship. The President stated, and I quote, "Canada is the most Ukrainian nation outside of Ukraine. Our government continues to demonstrate our unwavering support for Ukraine. The Prime Minister announced yesterday additional support for humanitarian aid to help the estimated 3.9 million people living in areas affected by violence, as well as the nearly 200,000 individuals who have been internally displaced throughout Ukraine. This is the support that Ukraine needs, but it is the stability and prosperity of Ukraine that is our priority, and Canada is providing more military and economic assistance. As the Prime Minister stated, for us, this is not just even a matter of foreign affairs. This is a family matter, and this is personal to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government will not sit idly by while Putin tries to destroy Ukraine."
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
This year, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry celebrates their 100th anniversary. I was honoured to attend the maple tree planting ceremony this morning at Rideau Hall to recognize this significant milestone. The Princess Pats, as they are affectionately known, have a long history serving Canada. They were formed here in Ontario in August 1914 and were renowned for holding the line at Passchendaele at great personal cost. Following the First World War, the Patricias were formed into a permanent forces regiment and are now based in Western Canada at Shiloh, Manitoba and Edmonton, Alberta. Princess Pat's brave men and women have served with distinction in both world wars, the Korean War and Afghanistan, and were a critical part of NATO's Canadian Brigade Group in Europe. They made Canadians proud, serving as UN peacekeepers throughout the world. It's truly an honor to mark this very special occasion. Please join me as we congratulate the Princess Pats.
Honourable Member for Lobinière. Honourable Member for Lobinière. Honourable Member for Lobinière, Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, for over 2 weeks, our political lieutenant, the member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean, crisscrossed our beautiful province on his summer tour. I want to highlight this excellent initiative. He started in Roberval and traveled to every corner of Quebec: La Pocatière, Rivière-du-Loup, La Malbaie, Victoriaville, Drummondville, Trois-Rivières, Quebec City, Montreal, and more. During this 4,000-kilometer trip, a number of members of Parliament and ministers joined him. He was able to meet and hear from thousands of people. And one thing is clear, the values of Quebecers are closer to conservative values than opposition parties would have us believe. The Liberal leader's priority is to legalize pot. We're concentrating on the economy and jobs. This shows that we are increasingly present in Quebec.
Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today families in Hamilton and Nanticoke are reeling from the ominous news that U.S. Steel Canada has filed for bankruptcy protection. Nearly 15,000 workers and retirees are facing potentially devastating losses to their jobs and pensions. The Hamilton Spectator has said in part today, the federal government has a role to play here. The Conservative government approved the sale of Stelco based on job and investment guarantees. It went after U.S. Steel when those conditions were not met, but then backed off and agreed to an out-of-court settlement. It now cannot walk away. USW Local 1005 President Rolf Gerstenberger has called the bankruptcy protection move, quote, a form of legalized theft. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, all Hamiltonians are united in support with our friends, family, and neighbors. And in our collective voice, we are calling for this government to finally do the right thing. Stand up and protect Hamilton's jobs and pensions.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
In the dark and dangerous world in which we find ourselves, the first duty of any government is to keep law-abiding Canadians safe from those who wish to do us harm. And that is exactly what our Conservative government is doing. We passed the Combating Terrorism Act to crack down on radicals who travel overseas to commit horrific acts of terrorism. We also passed the Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act to allow us to strip the citizenship from anyone who is caught fighting against the Canadian Armed Forces. Now contrast this, Mr. Speaker, with the leader of the Liberal Party, who opposes taking away passports from terrorists, claiming it is an affront to Canadian values. This is after he tried to make excuses for the terrorists who bombed the Boston Marathon. And the member of Kingston and the Islands, he sees beauty and light inside Islamic State terrorists who brutally murdered journalists. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of national security, it is clear. The Liberal Party is in way over their heads.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, despite the regional consensus, the airport at Mirabel is going to be demolished. The Liberals killed it in 2004, but now the Conservatives are putting the final nail in the coffin. The mayor of Mirabel is very categorical. He said that this is the most total arrogance. The minister has never wanted to sit down and talk to us about this. And even if the Montreal Airport Authority administers it, it's the Government of Canada that is the owner of it. The minister himself is a former mayor. How is it that he has such disdain for mayors? It's because he's a big shot now. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'd like to remind the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that the Minister of Transport is actually a she, not a he, and it's not a former mayor. Property of Transport Canada. However, it's under a lease with the Aéroport de Montréal, as I've mentioned before. They have taken the decision after 10 years of attempting to find somebody to lease this facility to do something with it. They have taken this decision and we support it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Minister of Infrastructure is a he, and he's hiding behind her.
Conservatives have rejected calls for a public inquiry on murdered and missing Aboriginal women in Canada. The Prime Minister ignores the underlying causes of this tragedy. Now Conservatives are brushing aside recommendations on how to resolve this crisis from the AFN. Ghislain Picard, the new head, has said that the Conservatives are ignoring all of their recommendations and their action plan is meaningless. When will Conservatives start listening to Indigenous women on the subject of Indigenous women?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue, and families and victims want action. So let me tell you in the words of an Indigenous woman, Bernadette Smith, whose sister Claudette Osborne went missing in July of 2008. I quote, "This action plan is something that our families have been waiting for. I would like to thank the government for their commitment to address this issue. We've had numerous studies on this issue, and the time for action is now. We can't stand idly by and talk about this without taking significant action. This action plan will have a direct impact on families and will help keep our women and girls."
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
To murdered and missing Indigenous women, and within 100 days, an NDP government will call one. We're just a year removed from the Lac-Mégantic tragedy. Today is the anniversary of a deadly bus train collision here in Ottawa. On Tuesday, Slave Lake in Alberta had its 6th train derailment in 5 months. 6 train derailments in 5 months in one town. How many more before someone is killed? Will Conservatives finally acknowledge that these are not isolated incidents? Self-regulation doesn't work.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we do remember very much today what happened in the unfortunate accident between an OC Transpo bus and a Via Rail train. People lost their lives and families were forever shaken, and of course we do remember that. With respect to derailments in this country, our government has been working since 2006 on rail safety, Mr. Speaker. We have invested hundreds of millions of dollars, and indeed this year specifically we have actually made incredible strides forward in terms of regulation, working with industry and communities, and we'll continue to do exactly that.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
U.S. Steel Canada has filed for bankruptcy protection. It is a major blow to families in Hamilton and Nanticoke, and it's a cold reminder of the failure of the Conservatives to stand up for workers during foreign takeovers.
Hear, hear.
In failing to hold U.S. Steel to production and employment commitments, the Conservatives turned their backs on thousands of workers in Hamilton and Nanticoke. Will the Minister of Public Works, who is also the MP for Haldimand Norfolk, finally stand up for steelworkers and join us in the fight to protect their jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government's thoughts are with the workers and their families during this restructuring process. While this process is ongoing, U.S. Steel has indicated that they will continue to operate, pay employees, service customers, and make pension contributions. The Government of Canada will continue to monitor the situation closely, but it's too early to comment on what the outcome of the company's Creditors Arrangement Act process will be.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, that answer is cold comfort to steelworkers and their families. It gets even worse. Not only have the Conservatives failed to protect these jobs, they're also failing to protect pensions. 15,000 former and current employees are seeing their pensions put at risk.
Pensions are deferred wages that people are counting on for their retirements. The one thing this government could do to help these pensioners today is put them at the head of the line when it comes to paying out creditors. Will the Finance Minister finally agree to change Canada's bankruptcy laws to protect retirees when companies fail?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as this member knows, again, our hearts go out to those members. Certainly, when people who built this country depend on a pension plan for a dignified retirement here in Canada, and that's why our government has moved forward on many different roads. We've included new measures like the tax-free savings account. We've gone through pool-registered pension plans. Mr. Speaker, this government again understands that a dignified retirement for Canadian retirees is something that we're going to continue to work for.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the latest report from Statistics Canada revealed the loss of 112,000 private sector jobs. Through the past 12 months, only 15,000 full-time jobs have been generated in the whole country in a whole year. There are 230,000 more unemployed Canadians today than before the recession. So if the government has $550 million to invest, why not provide an exemption from employment insurance payroll taxes for every Canadian employer who creates a net new job?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party and the Liberal leader rolls out their EI on the go. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that they understand very little about small business and business here in this country. But let me quote someone who does understand, who does get it, and that is Dan Kelly, the President of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. He said in regards to our small business job credit, it is a big, big deal for small business. It's good news for people looking for jobs. It's good news for those in companies where perhaps the business owner has had a more limited time in increasing their wages too.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the design of the government's EI credit is totally unconnected to more employment. It puts a cap on growth and actually creates a perverse incentive to fire people. In previous budget submissions, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business proposed exactly what the member for Papineau proposed this week. And I quote the CFIB, an EI holiday on increased payroll. For the money the government has already earmarked, this could help generate 175,000 net new jobs. So why not?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Again, Mr. Speaker, now the Liberal Party comes with new ideas about EI. We know what they did when they were in power. Mr. Speaker, they raided the EI premium accounts. Mr. Speaker, they delved into $60 billion of EI premiums and spent it for their own purposes. Mr. Speaker, our business job credit will lower EI payroll taxes by 15%. It'll save small businesses over $550 million. Mr. Speaker, the same Canadian Federation of Independent Business that he quotes said that this credit will create 25,000 person years of
order. I'll ask members to come to order now. The Honourable Member for Wascana has one more question.
Mr. Speaker, another flawed idea is this government's proposed income splitting scheme. From the C.D. Howe Institute to the late Jim Flaherty, that scheme has been panned as too expensive and unfair to 85% of Canadians. Mr. Flaherty called it an election bauble. Federally, it will cost nearly $3 billion, but the Mowat Centre says it will also cost the provinces another $1.7 billion taken from health care and education. Will the government listen to Mr. Flaherty and say no to this costly, unfair bauble?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister has said that income splitting was a good policy for Canadian seniors, and it will be a good policy for Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader should explain why he is pledged to reverse income splitting. Seniors across Canada are saving thousands of dollars each year thanks to pension income splitting. This type of Liberal Party arrogance towards middle-class families and towards our seniors is becoming all too familiar.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
You know, Mr. Speaker, listening to the Liberals talk about EI reform would be like taking investment advice from Bernie Madoff. There's a bit of a trust issue from Canadians. You know, Liberals and Conservatives seem to be in some kind of
I'd like honourable members to allow the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley to finish putting his question. The honourable member.
Got it. Well, Liberals and Conservatives seem to be in some kind of desperate bidding war to see who can do the most damage to our employment insurance program. The two old parties are in some kind of race to the bottom who can take more money from employees and give it to their employers. I guess ripping off the EI fund for $57 billion wasn't enough for these guys, and they rigged the system for even less than a third of Canadians can gain access to it. Shame. Will the minister at least agree with one principle, that the money in the employment insurance program belongs to the workers and employers who paid into it?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, what I will agree with is that lowering EI payroll taxes, like we have done, by 15% will save small businesses over $550 million at a time where they understand the importance of decreasing payroll taxes. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business says that the credit will create 25,000 person-years of employment. Right. While we're lowering taxes, Mr. Speaker, while we're lowering payroll taxes to 90% of businesses, they want us to raise those taxes.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Well, there goes that Hudak math again. It worked out for them. I guess it's not enough for Conservatives to be ripping off workers. They also want to give a tax break to the wealthiest Canadians. More evidence out today that not only will the Conservatives' income-splitting scheme cost the federal treasury almost $3 billion, it's going to blow a $2 billion hole in provincial coffers. Yikes. Mr. Flaherty cast out. Heck, even the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, that left-wing socialist think tank, thinks this is a bad tax policy. So will the Conservatives come down off their tax high horse, agree that this policy is unfair, and renege on that bad promise?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister quoted right here in this House that income splitting for seniors was good policy for Canadians, and it'll be good policy for Canadian families. Once the budget is balanced, our government is committed to greater tax savings for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as a result of our low tax plan, the average family of four has over $3,400 more in their pocket this year, 2014. Shamefully, for all the job creation measures, the NDP votes against every measure that we bring forward.
The honourable member for Rimouski, the parliamentary secretary, or the Minister of State rather, is causing confusion. The figures show that clearly the provinces will have to pick up the costs of the Conservative government's plans. The total cost for income splitting will be $1.7 billion from the very first year, carrying on. They keep dipping into the EI fund to balance their budget, whereas the provinces are in a situation that is very precarious. I'd like to know if this is the example of cooperative federalism that they promised us. The Honourable Minister of State.
Under this government, over 1 million low-income Canadians, including 380,000 seniors, have been removed completely from the tax rolls of Canada. We've reduced the overall tax burden to its lowest in 50 years. Unlike the high tax and spend Liberals and NDP, our Conservative government believes in lowering taxes and leaving more money where it belongs, in the pockets of hard-working Canadians, families, and also job-creating businesses.
Honourable member for Squamish-Wandafuka.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative campaign to silence anyone who disagrees with them has now reached a new low. Not only has the government ordered audits of charities, including environmental and anti-poverty groups, in an attempt to silence potential critics, Now we've learned that the Government Operations Centre spied on nearly 800 public meetings and demonstrations across Canada. Events which included a peaceful vigil for missing and murdered Aboriginal women and a public university lecture. Mr. Speaker, how much is this government spending on surveillance of Canadians who are only exercising their democratic rights?
Of course, we respect the right of all Canadians to protest peacefully. However, Canadians expect local law enforcement to ensure that the law is always respected. And I just want to assure Canadians that the Government Operations Centre monitors any event that may be a risk to public safety.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, just in the last 2 years, the Government's Operations Centre spied on the discussion at Concordia University on colonialism in Quebec, a march in Montreal for the 1,200 murdered and missing Aboriginal women, and even a lobster fishermen's protest in New Brunswick. Honestly, why does the minister stubbornly insist on wasting so much time and money on surveillance of Canadians' activities rather than dealing with the safety of our communities?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Again, we respect the right of all Canadians to protest peacefully. With respect to the order paper question, the government's response was clear. The Government Operations Centre does not conduct surveillance.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer's director concerning the Champlain Bridge was very clear. The toll that the Conservatives are trying to impose with the conspiratorial silence of the Liberals will create huge problems in the Greater Montreal region, and it's low-income families who will be most affected. Are we to believe that the economy is their priority, whereas they are intending to pick money directly out of the pockets of South Shore families with this new transport tax for workers? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the tender process is following its course. There are 3 consortiums that are working on their presentations for us, and the construction of the new bridge will carry on as we announced from the outset. There will be no surprises. We will have the bridge within the schedule that we foresaw, if not earlier. The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Well, as the Montreal Chamber of Commerce noted, the funding issue of the bridge will not have a simplistic application like the user pay principle. This is simply not viable. We're talking about monstrous traffic jams, billions lost in productivity, and low-income families who will foot the bill. Will the minister review his plans to impose this tax on the backs of workers that will paralyze all of the Montreal economy? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, with the construction process, 30,000 new jobs will be created during the construction period, and that's important for the Montreal economy. I think that the worst thing that could happen to Montreal is not to have this new bridge built, and people are very proud of this project. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. The minister skates very badly. In fact, the entire Conservative team skates on their ankles. They just lost another veteran who's decided to go and play for an American team instead. And what is the trainer doing, or the coach? Well, he's buying ads for the playoffs, and the government refuses to tell us how much these ads cost, which were paid for by taxpayers. So, multiplying their secrets and wasting public funds. Does the government realize that in 2015, Canadians will want to change the entire team? Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility to communicate with Canadians, of course, about programs and services that are offered by the government, and these ads represent, of course, a critical means of informing Canadians on important issues and on measures to boost the economy.
Scarborough Southwest. And that's why they were talking about advertising programs that didn't exist, Mr. Speaker. Now, today we learned that Conservatives spent $2.7 million on political staff for their own satellite offices. Now, I'd like to congratulate that member and the whole team for doing what they said they would never do. Now, how can he justify cutting support for seasonal workers, cutting mail delivery for senior citizens, cutting support for Canada's veterans, while spending millions of dollars on partisan advertising and operatives in satellite offices?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government, we believe that all Canadians should have reasonable access to government ministers' offices. That's why in 2010, we expanded and launched offices in the Northwest Territories, and in fact 3 offices in the North. And that is because, unlike the opposition, we believe that all Canadians in all regions should have access to government services right across this great country. And I should add, Mr. Speaker, that since 2009, PMO and ministers' offices' salaries have dropped more than $10 million a year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, Radio-Canada has revealed the existence of a study commissioned by the Department of Transport on Champlain Bridge tolls. This study, kept secret by the Conservative government, shows that traffic would increase tremendously on the other South Shore bridges. Since when has this government been hiding information that Canadians themselves have paid for? Will the government make public all of the studies on the replacement of the Champlain Bridge? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, as we've always said, the studies that were carried out on the creation or building of the new bridge will be made public when the contract will have been awarded. As this was the case when the member was in the Quebec government, a member of the Quebec government, and there was development and there were reports and studies that had to be made public after contracts were awarded as well.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Stelco moved into bankruptcy protection, threatening more than thousands of families in the Hamilton area. Despite the Conservatives' wasted billion-dollar economic ad campaign, the ongoing loss of good manufacturing jobs means a trickle-down hit for working families and the economies surrounding them. The government has dumped hundreds of millions of dollars onto boardroom tables throughout Canada and justified the giveaway by promising it protected jobs. Well, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, exactly what is the job creation plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the job creation plan is going to be to continue the same job creation plan that we've had since 2009, when we've created 1 million net new jobs in this country, nearly 90% of them full-time, over 80% in the private sector. And, Mr. Speaker, we'd hope that maybe starting today, the Liberals will support some of that.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent, Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives stop attacking Francophone communities? Whereas the funds dedicated to language training are at the same level as in 2005 despite inflation, and the roadmap provides $120 million for English training in Anglophone provinces, that doesn't help Francophones. And whereas there are great delays, there's a backlog in program delivery, the Minister is promoting a program that encourages Francophone immigration outside Quebec. What is the Minister thinking? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is completely wrong. We have proceeded with a significant reform of temporary workers this summer in order to ensure that Canadians have priority access to all available jobs. And the program that the Honourable Member, or the exemption that the member is talking about, only affects a few temporary foreign workers. We are targeting Francophone immigration that would number in the thousands, and we've made progress in this regard.
Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great surprise we learned today that the Conservatives have quietly lifted sanctions on 2 Russian banks. In addition, they continue to shield 3 Russian tycoons who have close ties to President Putin, who have also business interests right here in Canada. This is the opposite of targeted sanctions. So the obvious question is, why are they leaving these people and these banks off the sanctions list?
The Honourable Minister
Mr. Speaker, following receipt of new information and further investigation and analysis, these entities
are being removed from the list. They are deemed to be sufficiently divorced from events and against Russian aggression against Ukraine. I can report, let's look at Canada, the United States, and the EU. Let's look at them. The United States, President Obama, has 107 sanctions. The EU has 106 sanctions. And how many does Canada have? The largest number in the world, 189. That's real leadership. That's why the President of Ukraine is so thrilled with this government.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, it's not just a question of numbers. It's a question of selectivity and of understanding. Two Russian groups were removed off the list on Tuesday. And we know that magnates of the Russian economy who are on the American list, but who have interests, financial interests in Canada, aren't affected by those sanctions. That's oddly selective, Mr. Speaker, to be quite honest. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised to not make those kinds of changes. Why has he broken that promise? The Honourable Minister.
Just earlier this week, we added one institution, more commercial entities, more individuals. That's why Canada is not a world leader, it's the world leader in terms of sanctioning the Putin government in Moscow. We will continue to stand up for the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We will continue to stand up for its sovereignty. We will continue to stand up for freedom. That's why just yesterday in this place, the President of Ukraine said that Canada is Ukraine's strongest friend and best ally.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Canadians no longer believe in the Minister of Defence's vague promises. They need a minister who takes a stand and who takes responsibility for the Conservative failure on the issue of mental health for our men and women in uniform. The number of soldiers who've ended their lives has now exceeds the number of soldiers killed in combat in Afghanistan. How can the Minister of National Defence explain that 10% of the positions for mental health workers in his department remain vacant? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member, what she doesn't mention is that we have record numbers of individuals now, mental health professionals, over 400, Mr. Speaker. In addition, we have an unprecedented investment in the area of mental health, Mr. Speaker. We work with these individuals. We are committed to them, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do our very best, despite never getting support from the NDP on this issue.
Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, what does it really mean to be a priority for this government? 9 months ago, after this minister stood up and solemnly vowed to fix the problem, DND still hasn't met the benchmark of 454 mental health staff, with 40 empty positions across the country and wait times that are increasing. And we're now aware that the government knew full well that suicides in the Canadian forces eclipsed direct combat deaths in the past decade. Where is the urgency? What is it going to take for this minister to get these essential staff hired?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
We started day one with this government to make this and all issues related to our military men and women a priority for this government, Mr. Speaker. I've indicated already we've put unprecedented investments in this area. We have over 400 full-time mental health professionals, Mr. Speaker. When are they going to get on board and start supporting some of these measures, Mr. Speaker? This is what we have to have for our men and women uniform. We're committed to that.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Speaker, on May 29, 2014, the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act received royal assent. The regulatory measures that followed are the latest in the milestones in a series of actions our government has taken to get grain moving and improve the performance of the entire rail supply chain. Mr. Speaker, contrary to CN Rail's claims, there's still grain to move on the prairies. Farmers have told me that their grains is still not being moved and that CN is refusing to move it. CN continues to claim there is no backlog. This is a grain backlog denialism of the highest sort. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture tell this House what the government is doing to ensure rail companies like CN follow the rules?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from the heart of Canada's grain industry for that excellent question.
Our government stands with Western Canada's hard-working grain farmers, and that's why the first monetary penalty under the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act will be imposed on CN Railway for failing to move a minimum amount of grain each week. Mr. Speaker, this first monetary penalty is proof that we meant what we said when we passed the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act. Our government fully defends farmers and shippers, and we remain hopeful that CN and all members of the rail supply chain will choose to be part of the solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Despite patchwork by the Minister of Employment, the Foreign Temporary Workers Program remains problematic. We were told that employers who hired foreign temporary workers would not be allowed to lay off Canadian workers. But that's false. 3 months later, the Minister continues to provide certain employers with cheap labour. Will the Minister, once and for all, fix this program? The Honourable Minister of State.
The fact is we've made substantive changes to the temporary foreign worker program for the reason because we believe that Canadians should always have first crack at those jobs. Mr. Speaker, that member can ask the business community how these changes have affected them and the fact that they had to revamp how they are looking at how they fill those positions. Instead, Mr. Speaker, the opposition continue to ask us for more temporary foreign workers.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, how can the Minister say that the program for foreign temporary workers has been fixed when, for certain types of foreign workers, the fast track still exists, when the labour market opinions are based on bogus statistics, and when nothing's being done to improve the conditions for foreign temporary workers? Despite this patchwork approach by the Minister, Canadian workers are still being laid off for the benefit of foreign temporary workers. When will that stop?
Mr. Speaker, if that member has any information regarding specific employers that have laid off Canadians to replace them with temporary foreign workers, we'd like that to be reported. But, Mr. Speaker, here are some of the changes that we have made. On top of increasing a major fee increase from $250 to $1,000 per application, we have made sure that employers, for example, with 10 or more employees applying for a new LMIA are subject to a cap of 10% on the proportion of their workforce. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of changes that we've made. They don't support the changes. They're all over the map when it comes to temporary foreign workers. We won't trust them on this one.
Member for Newton North Delta.
Canadians aren't going to fall for this minister's spin. The minister is pretending to fix the temporary foreign worker program because applications for labour market opinions have gone down. But the majority of foreign workers in Canada never needed an LMO. And all the minister did for that side of the program is change the name. The minister did nothing to protect foreign workers from abuse or to protect Canadian workers from layoffs. Why won't the minister actually fix this program?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact is the majority of temporary foreign workers did require an LMO. That has been replaced by the more rigorous LMIA. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if they're suggesting that we make major changes to the agricultural stream, which actually is working very well. Instead, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is made rigorous changes to the part of the temporary foreign worker program whereby Canadians were not getting jobs or Canadians were being fired to replace with temporary foreign workers. We made those changes June 20th. We are implementing them and we're looking forward to good results.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian skilled workers are fed up with this government's failure to defend and protect jobs. In June, we wrote to the minister seeking action on layoffs of Canadian iron workers at oil sands operations replaced by temporary foreign workers. There's been no reply. Over the past 4 months, yet more violations have been exposed and more Canadian workers denied jobs. The Boilermakers have now joined force with the iron workers in a call for action on layoffs and worker safety. When can they finally expect action from this minister?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact is investigations are ongoing and we will ensure that anyone who has abused the temporary foreign worker program is held to the fullest extent of the law and accountability. But, Mr. Speaker, the irony is the majority of letters and contacts we get from the opposition on temporary foreign workers is you know what I'm going to say, asking for more temporary foreign workers in their riding.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, this week, armed force members and all Canadians are saddened by the tragedy of yet another military suicide, and our thoughts are with the family. And we are reminded of the failure of the Defence Minister to do what is needed and what he promised to do, make more mental health support available, rather than to make more excuses as he's doing today. But penny pinching and budget cuts are the legacy of this minister. 9 months after promising to make this a priority, 40 mental health positions remain empty. How can the minister delay this hiring when so many are in need?
Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we continue to invest in this area, and that's exactly what we have been doing, Mr. Speaker. We have unprecedented investments in this area. We have now over 400 full-time mental health professionals, Mr. Speaker. We work with the members of our armed forces to make sure they get the assistance and the help that they need, Mr. Speaker. I'll make a promise to this House, we will never go back to the way things were under the Liberals, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the minister denied veterans are being abandoned, encouraging them to seek any professional help they need. But reality shows those are empty words. I've heard from a veteran in Charlottetown who did step forward, was told he had PTSD, was told he'd get help, was told by this government they'd pay until his benefits started, so help would be immediate. And then they refused to pay. This is why our veterans are driven to despair. How can this government claim leadership on a mental health issue if they won't even keep their word?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate the fact that no veteran who is in need of help or their families are turned away. If we know the issues and the member knows the issue, I would be pleased to look into that specific item. But, Mr. Speaker, we are looking after our veterans from coast to coast to coast and their families. We will continue doing that, and we will not use those tragic events and those circumstances to gain political points on the backs of veterans.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fort. As the Ebola virus spreads beyond the borders of Africa and the respiratory virus D68 is hitting Canada, we can't help but note that since 2011, the budget for the Public Health Agency of Canada was cut by $153 million. Can the Minister ensure us that this 22% reduction in budget will not be at the expense of Canadians' health? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I can reassure the public is that the Public Health Agency remains in contact with partners to better understand these recent cases, specifically in relation to EV-D68. We are monitoring these cases closely, and the members should know, and the public, the agency is in close contact with provinces and territories and with U.S. public health officials, and we stand ready to support the provinces and territories with any lab support or guidance that they may need.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister is not answering the question. A 22% budget cut for the Public Health Agency and 500 employees laid off across the country is hardly good preparation for emergent health issues now before us. The fact is Canadians count on PHAC to protect them from serious pandemics. With EV-D68 now confirmed in Canada, concerns about Ebola in Africa, Canadians have the right to question the priorities of this minister. So why is the minister decreasing the agency's capacity to deal with public health emergencies?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, there's a reason that Dr. Margaret Chan, the head of the World Health Organization, calls Canada as one of the first countries when there is a public health outbreak around the world. It's because Canada's Public Health Agency has a world-leading record on dealing with pandemics, whether they're here at home, like H1N1, or abroad, like Ebola. Canada is at the forefront of working with the international community to deal with the Ebola issue.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, in recent weeks, Canadians have witnessed atrocities committed by the terrorist organization known as the Islamic State. Unspeakable acts have been committed in the name of establishing a caliphate, not the least of which is the barbaric execution of 3 Western journalists. While this has happened, the Liberal leader is mused that taking passports away from homegrown radicals as one method of cracking down on potential terrorist threats is an affront to Canadian values. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety update this House on what our Conservative government is doing to keep Canadians safe from terrorist fighters.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. Our Conservative government has made it a criminal offence, Mr. Speaker, to go overseas to engage in terrorism, and we have taken steps to strip the citizenship of those convicted terrorist offences. Contrast that, Mr. Speaker, with the leader of the Liberal Party, who says that with regards to the Boston bombing, that it was caused by someone being excluded or exclusion, and then shopping for votes in a fundamentalist mosque in Montreal. So while the Liberal member from Kingston and the Islands says Liberals see a light and beauty inside every person, specifically citing a terrorist who beheaded 3 journalists, our Conservative government will make sure.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, in a move that's symptomatic of the Conservatives' callous disregard of family unification, the government has cut off the entry of spouses into Canada for the rest of the year because they've hit their quota. Never mind that they've already been waiting an average of 19 months, twice as much as before. Never mind this government allowed the quota to be exceeded back in 2006 and 2007. Why won't the minister simply do the right thing and let these spouses into Canada? Right on.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member's statement is once again completely false. The scaremongering is well known in this place and unfortunately across Canada. We, as a government, are proud of our record of the highest sustained levels of immigration in Canadian history, including the strongest family reunification numbers in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. It never happened under the Liberals. And in only 3 years, there will be over 70,000 parents and grandparents having been processed to come to this country. That stands in stark contrast to the backlogs, the dysfunctionality, and the lack.
The Honourable Member for Salimar. On Sunday, more than 200 people gathered together in a show of support for the Foucham family of LaSalle. They're threatened with deportation. Another gathering took place yesterday in Montreal. The family has 3 young children. If they're deported to Cameroon in October, they'll face a number of dangerous situations, namely genital mutilation for their 2 girls. Will the minister step in and allow this family to remain in the country so that their application for refugee status can be studied? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, any asylum seeker benefits from the generosity of our system. There are many opportunities for appeal, but once the appeals have been exhausted, then we expect those people to leave the country.
Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer, I listened to many small business owners in my riding of Don Valley West, and a common concern was the amount of red tape that businesses face on a yearly basis. Administrative red tape impacts small businesses' ability to create jobs, to innovate, and grow the economy. Earlier this week, I was pleased to see debate on Bill C-21, the Red Tape Reduction Act, take place in the House, and I hope all members will support small business across this country. Could the minister update the House on what our government is doing to reduce red tape for small business?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, before this House there is actually a bill to legislate the one-for-one rule. That means that any regulatory agency in the Government of Canada that puts in a new regulation that affects small business has to take at least one of similar magnitude out, Mr. Speaker. We've already had this rule in place informally, and it has meant savings for small businesses of over $22 million and over 290,000 hours of time spent reduced filling out paperwork, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we are in favor of small business. We support small business. On the other side of the House, they don't.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians made it clear, and the Supreme Court in June made it clear, that there should be no more warrantless requests for telecom customers' personal data, as it constitutes a privacy breach. Yet months after the Supreme Court ruling, law enforcement agencies are still making these requests. They're asking big telecom companies for addresses, names, and phone numbers, all without warrants. How long will Canadians have to wait for the government to review the decision and finally end this illegal practice?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to first just say that the majority of the requests were for location information on a 911 emergency calls. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, of course our government takes the privacy of law-abiding Canadians very seriously, and we expect all law enforcement agencies to comply with Canadian law regarding receiving this type of information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the government's already making promises, election promises, with the surplus, but it's because it's entirely responsible for the fiscal imbalance. As was announced yesterday, a motion in the National Assembly of Quebec, and as has been shown by the Conference Board, which has concluded that in the next 20 years, federal surpluses will be $110 billion, whereas provincial deficits $172. Does the Minister of Finance intend to speak to his Quebec counterpart and to reestablish transfers for health? Because Quebec will be facing deficits and where, in fact, demands for the municipalities are tremendous. Mr. Speaker, since we formed a government, federal transfers to the provinces have been higher than ever. The equalization principle supports the country, including Quebec, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work in conjunction with the province. We've done serious, important work to cut spending, to cut costs throughout the government, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to be excellent partners for the province of Quebec.
For today, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Kasa Teklabrahen Gebrahut, Speaker of the House of the Federation of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, September 16, 2014, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorder division on the motion of Mr. Bulleris relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Bulleris, seconded by Mr. Marston, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should reinstate the federal minimum wage and increase it incrementally to $15 per hour over 5 years.
The motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Marne.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Marne.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toom.
Mr. Toom.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Bulleris.
Monsieur Bulleris.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Souy.
Madame Boutin-Souy.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Miss Sitza Bison.
Sitza Bison.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Cleary.
Monsieur Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lafiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lafiard.
Madame la Tendresse.
Madame la Tendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bennett. Madame Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalage.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Morfondé Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, Satchor, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, Satchor, St. Margaret's.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Ms. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Harris, Caribou and George.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Cedar Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Cedar Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yardega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Radgaber.
Yeas pour, 124, 124. Nays contre, 138, 138.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorder division, government orders will be extended by 8 minutes. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Resuming consideration of third reading of Bill C-3, Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act.
Sorry, yes. I would hate to be accused of depriving my honourable colleagues of the first Thursday question after our summer recess, so I do apologize for missing that, and I'll now give the floor to the honourable opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The first week back, obviously we're all getting back into our old habits. This is a very important week for our Parliament. Monday, we had a very important debate on the Ebola epidemic, which is affecting West Africa and which has already seen several thousands of victims. We'd like to thank the honourable member, the NDP member from Laurier-Sainte-Marie, for requesting that debate in the House. And on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we had a memorable speech, a very memorable speech from the Leader of the Opposition on the Canadian mission in Iraq. It was very important. And obviously, Wednesday, we had the very important visit from the President of Ukraine, President Poroshenko. So that was this week, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to ask my colleague across the way, the government leader in the House, what the government has planned for next week.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Excuse me. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome you and everyone back to the House for the autumn sitting. I know that it will be a hard-working, orderly, and productive sitting because there is much work that we do have to do. This afternoon, we will resume third reading debate on Bill C-3, the Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act. Tomorrow, we will have the final day of third reading debate on Bill C-8, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act. Monday at noon, we will start the report stage of Bill C-36, the Protection of Exploited Persons and Communities Act. In the afternoon, we will start the report stage of Bill C-13, the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act. Tuesday, as I announced at the start of the week, shall be the second allotted day. This will be an opportunity for the leader of the Liberal Party to put forward a proposal for some new initiative. This week, we saw the New Democrats do that. As much as their idea was neither bold nor responsible, it was a motion which let us have a debate on the merits of an idea. I hope the honourable member for Papineau will be inspired to set aside his musings of this summer and present to us a concrete proposal for which he will come into this House to explain and defend in debate. Thursday, I will give priority to the consideration of any new government legislation which may be introduced between now and then. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Government House Leader and the House Leader for the Official Opposition. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business. Consideration at the third reading stage of Bill C-3, Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act.
When the House last took up this question, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North had 14 minutes remaining in his time for comments on the question. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Nope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's that? Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not usually at a loss for words. I understand that I have 14 minutes left to speak. I'm just not too sure in terms of the bill that you actually called, Mr. Speaker. I have some notes on my desk, so if you can just kind of refer me to the specific bill that you...
Yes, the The bill that was announced under orders today is Bill C3, Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act. We're at third reading, resuming debate.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, one of the issues is that when we adjourn debates, quite often what ends up happening, Mr. Speaker, is that we're in a situation where often we will have a second reading on a particular bill, only to find out that we might not actually debate that or have the continuation of that debate for weeks and quite often months, Mr. Speaker. And this is one of the problems in terms of the whole issue, and I've talked about this in the past, and if I can just talk a little bit about the process, Mr. Speaker, is that we do need to have more cooperation amongst parties inside the chamber that would allow for a more even flow of legislative agenda, Mr. Speaker, so that if we have a priority bill, that in fact it's brought in and it's within a few days and where it might be brought back as opposed to having to wait for months to come, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is what's happened in this particular bill, is that we actually have the bill that has been brought in, and I suspect, Mr. Speaker, and I don't have the actual date in front of me, but if I was to speculate, my best guesstimate would be that it was likely several months ago, where in fact it was before the House before. So then we find ourselves in the situation that we have, that we are in today. I believe that in my opening comments, Mr. Speaker, if I was to do a little bit of reflection on it, that you'll probably find that the principle of the bill is something in which it's always good to get more of the details. And one of the advantages of going into a committee, Mr. Speaker, is in fact that we will do just that by going through and listening to different stakeholders and the input that they might actually have to provide on any given piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, which would be very advantageous. I know, Mr. Speaker, that if I can provide a little bit of more specific information, Mr. Speaker, in many respects, what we are seeing in this bill is a piecemeal approach, or what we might even describe as an incoherent approach to the transportation safety policy in Canada. Now, I tell you, when I hear about transportation safety in Canada, there is an endless amount of examples and thoughts that come to mind, Mr. Speaker. You know, all I have to do is just talk about train transportation and the huge need and desire that Canadians have in dealing with the transportation and safety transportation, in particular with our railways, Mr. Speaker. Small things are trickling out in dribs and drabs from this particular government without any comprehensive approach to transportation safety in the country to deal with many important issues. And, Mr. Speaker, even though I made reference to train transportation, it's important that we recognize, as this bill does, marine transportation and passenger safety that goes even beyond that, Mr. Speaker. I know that as we look at how much Canada as a country has become urbanized, that you will find that there are many train hubs, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker. And I speak with Winnipeg in regards to whether it's the CN yards out in the Symington area or Transcona area, Mr. Speaker, or in my own backyard of CP Rail and the expansion that has been taking place there, Mr. Speaker, that more and more the amount of goods that we actually transport from coast to coast to coast using our rail lines, and the product that is in those trains, Mr. Speaker, those tankers that are crossing. More and more we're starting to see these trains going through major suburban and inner city areas, Mr. Speaker, all over our country. So there should be no surprise that what we have is Canadians growing more and more concerned about what is in the content of our trains as they go through our municipalities, and more specifically, Mr. Speaker, what is the government actually doing to protect our communities, Mr. Speaker? And that's why when I say in dribs and drabs, what we have is a government that seems to want to just react as opposed to being proactive at dealing with issues related to safety, Mr. Speaker. And this is something in which I believe that the government's lackluster attitude in terms of trying to provide good, strong, and improve our regulations, Mr. Speaker, which would go a long way in terms of making our communities safer. There is an opportunity here, Mr. Speaker, for us to collate and bring together the important good energies which have already been expanded to see how we can improve and come up with a much more coherent and comprehensive approach, Mr. Speaker. And to that extent, I would ask the government, in particular, the minister responsible, in terms of to what degree are they actually, or has the minister actually gone out and consulted with the many different stakeholders that are out there. And of course, Mr. Speaker, one could say that you have the standard stakeholders within certain industries, whether it is the marine community or rail transportation. But I would like to highlight that it goes far beyond that, Mr. Speaker, that we should also be taking into consideration things such as the stakeholders of our provinces, who have regulations within that provincial jurisdiction. We should be taking a look at municipalities and what it is that municipalities have to say, Mr. Speaker. You will find throughout Canada that there are many progressive thinking stakeholders that are out there, and if they were afforded the opportunity to be able to provide direct input into the development of legislation, that they are more than happy to do so, Mr. Speaker. And this is something in which, again, I would suggest to you that the government has not been very successful at. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that there are so many deficiencies within the legislation, and why it is so critically important that when legislation, especially under this majority government regime, that once legislation does pass out of the House of Commons or the floor here and it goes into committee, that the government needs to be open to having not only listening to what's being presented in committee, but also open to amendments. And I know that that has not necessarily been a highlight of this government in terms of receiving amendments, in particular from opposition parties. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that's ultimately to the detriment of having good legislation, because often you'll find that the amendments that are being brought forward by opposition parties would in fact add more strength and give more value to the legislation in question, ultimately then making better laws and better regulations. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that that's in fact what it is that Canadians want to see. And to that extent, I believe that once we do get this bill into committee, that you will find that there are going to be a number of thoughts and ideas in which will ultimately lead to potential amendments, and hopefully the government will listen and support where it can, Mr. Speaker, even though, their past track record has not been good. But I'm an optimistic type of person. I do see the glass as being half full, and at the end of the day, hopefully we will see some amendments. As I've suggested, we can do a lot better than this in terms of probability and the transparency that Canadians are asking for and deserve going forward. Even though the bill is mostly about technical amendments, the party will be supporting the bill going to committee, Mr. Speaker. In principle, as I say, we do recognize that it is a step forward. Safeguarding Canada's seas and skies, as the Act proclaims, Mr. Speaker, is something in which I think that you would find that there is a general consensus that we do, in fact, move forward on it. But I don't want to read too much into the legislation because it is very technical in its nature and there's nothing really earth-shattering that is taking place, but rather to focus a little bit of attention in terms of the possibility of what could have been had the government decided to be a little bit more proactive, Mr. Speaker, and probably, and what I would suggest to you, work with some of the community stakeholders. We have had some fairly horrific accidents over the last number of years where we have seen many train derailments, other issues, whether it's in our oceans and even to a certain degree in our skies, Mr. Speaker. And, are there, and I would suggest to you, obviously, there are things in which government could be doing and should have been doing in order to deal with some of the regulations that need to be changed and setting a stronger, more healthier law or legislation that would better define a stronger framework for that regulation, Mr. Speaker. So this is something in which, when I think of the government and, as I say, I review what has happened over the last little while, that we do need to do more. I think only of my backyard where we have the CP tracks and the type of materials that are going through the heart of Winnipeg's North End. Whether it's, everyone recognizes that there's some of the more common commodities, whether it's the wheats and the oils, but there are also many other products, Mr. Speaker, that are brought through. And some of those products, Mr. Speaker, I believe, are something in which, if we do not try to improve upon the safety of our railway system in particular, and the way in which our regulations highlight the importance of safety, that it's ultimately going to be to the greatest potential detriment of many of our communities, where we have seen serious devastation to communities where rail line accidents have occurred, whether it's in the province of Quebec or in BC and other areas across Canada, Mr. Speaker. So even though when we take a look at this specific legislation, as I say, with C3, it is a bill that is mostly about technical amendments, and that's the reason why, in principle, we will support it going through. At the end of the day, it would have been a whole lot better if the government had taken a more holistic approach at really trying to improve the issue of safety, whether it's on our rail lines, whether it's in our airspaces or in our oceans, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is about a lost opportunity, and that is, in fact, what we have witnessed, Mr. Speaker. The government of the day can choose to go status quo and not come up with bold initiatives that will really have an impact, but there is going to be a cost to that. At some point in time, we are going to have to bring in legislation that is going to be able to address the concerns that many Canadians have. And I think that what we have witnessed over the last number of years is a higher sense as a whole towards public safety and protecting our communities. And, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt it is because every so often when we hear about a rail line accident in particular, that you will find that there's a great deal of media attention that's often drawn to it, which highlights the need for safety. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we don't have to wait in many ways for accidents to occur, that there is a way in which maybe we can be dealing with it in a more proactive fashion. So it'll be interesting, Mr. Speaker, once the bill does go through the House on second reading and getting into the committee stage. And I look forward to the government ultimately having what I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, maybe would be necessary, and that is an open mind to what's actually taking place today and allowing for some amendments to the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Acadie, Bathurst.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
And, to my colleague from Winnipeg North, I know he was quite a bit mixed up at the beginning of his speech. He didn't know which bill it was and what he will talk on and everything. But I think he's still more mixed now. He doesn't know where he's going because we are at the third reading. It's not going at committees. It's over. We are at the third reading, and the bill is not going to committees. I just want to help him to be mixed up. I just want to help him a little bit. At the same time, would he agree with me that the Liberal has been in the government for a long time, you know, before the Conservative, after the Conservative, before the Conservative, after the Conservative? I mean, they went there for many, many years. And this is a problem that exists for a long time, where government let companies be responsible themselves about the security of people. And then when it happens, it's too late. It's too late when it happens. And the government has the responsibility to put a mechanism in place, a security mechanism in place, to make sure that our people don't get hurt. And that happens during the Liberal government too. Those bills, we should not be talking about it in 2014. It should have been there a long time ago. It's not the first incident that happens in this country. And would you agree with me that the Liberal has failed to do that when they were in power?
For Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments in regards to it now being in third reading versus second reading. And I guess one of the things is that it's very important that we do pay attention as we go into the government bills actually being called. And believe it or not, I do make some mistakes. And my apologies for members of the House if I might have given the impression it was second reading. It is, in fact, third reading. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I still do believe that it is important that we look at our current situation and that there are many needs in terms of improving the system. You know, when the Liberals were in government, did we have a perfect system? Likely not. But I would suggest to you that there were some significant improvements that were made at that time, and I suspect that in time, hopefully, this government will in fact be replaced, and that we will have once again a more progressive government that will be able to look at the bigger picture of safety. And there are some things that we can do. Given that it has passed through the committee stage, I am very interested to see if, in fact, what I was hoping that there would have been some amendments. I don't believe there would have been amendments, and that would have been brought forward, and that would then once again tell me that it would be lost opportunities. But I'm sure I'll hear it from questions if, in fact, there were amendments that passed.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that this particular bill, it's mainly technical in scope, but the committee did hear from a wide array of witnesses. And of course, when we talk about rail safety, we can get into, everybody's very much aware of some of the horrific accidents that we had, like Megantic obviously being at the front of most people's recollections. And we know that the Auditor General did an extensive study into all the events around that particular accident. Mr. Speaker, I know that if we stand in this House during question period and we ask the minister, for particulars on that, the minister will stand and just wallow on about how much money the government has spent on specifically rail safety. Is that? I'd like to ask my colleague. Does she have any ground? Is she on solid ground there? When she says that, Mr. Speaker, I guess that's the essence of my question.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. The Minister of Transport will get up and say, for example, that the government has spent about $100 million on safety since 2009. But I think what's important is that we put that into proper perspective. It sounds like a big number, yes, except that it spent $600 million on advertising over the same years, Mr. Speaker, which is unbelievable. It spent $550 million on outsourced legal fees. So we need to put things into proper context. I appreciate the question from the member. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My colleagues from the Liberal Party, just to situate themselves a bit better, because we are in third reading, but we're also in third reading of Bill C3, which doesn't have much to do with railroads. I'll give you the title just so that it's a little clearer in everybody's minds. It's an act to enact the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Marine Liability Act, and the Canada Shipping Act. Rail safety is an interesting point, and I think it's important that we debate it in the House, but perhaps we should be a little bit more on point as to what's being debated in this House at this moment. Perhaps the Liberal Party is confused because when we sent this bill after second reading to committee, they didn't actually present any amendments. So I don't know. Maybe they just missed this bill entirely. I don't know. But we are in third reading of a bill that has to do with marine safety, and that's what I'd like to ask a question about. Seeing as the Liberals didn't produce any amendments during the committee stage, I'll assume that they're in agreement that a company should only be liable for $230,000 in case of an oil spill. I remember last summer we had Conservative ministers actually suggesting that it should be as much as $1 million. So, thank you. Yes, $1 billion. That number has been substantially reduced. I assume that because they haven't produced any amendments, they're in agreement with a significant reduction in the liability the corporation will be responsible for.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about safety, there is an element of rail safety within the legislation. So, and it is an important issue for many Canadians. If the member wants to downplay railway safety, that's fine. He can choose to do that. We recognize that within our transportation industry that we need to take into consideration safety, not only in our marines, but also railways and skies. So I'd be a bit disappointed if, in fact, he doesn't recognize the value that we have put forward. In regards to liability insurance, I've heard all sorts of extremes. I've heard members of his caucus colleagues talk about having $38 billion to cover for potential liabilities for offshore oil. And can you imagine if that NDP policy would have been put into place, what impact would that have on the development of oil out in the Atlantic Ocean? This is something in which the whole issue of insurance liability is very serious, and it shouldn't be taken lightly because it does have a lot to do with our environment, our economy, and jobs, and so forth. So I know he tries to poke a little bit of fun here and there, but I would suggest to you that at the end of the day, this is in fact a serious issue, that in fact the legislation could have been improved. Even though I was not necessarily at that committee, I'll suggest to you that the NDP didn't get one amendment passed at that particular committee either.
We have time for one more question. L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
And if the member does want to talk about railway safety, let's talk about the Liberals' approval of remote control technology for trains in 2003 and how that led to one-man crews on railway. And would the Liberal member that has been speaking, would he agree with the U.S. Federal Railroad Administration and say that one-man crews, when toxic materials are being transported, is actually a dangerous practice? And will he apologize for the approval of the former Liberal government for approving such dangerous measures in railroads?
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, my colleague from Charlottetown brings up a good point, and that is that you find that maybe you're stretching a little bit here. And I suspect that the reason why you might be stretching is because you're a little bit nervous, possibly. And that's just a hypothesis on my part. I don't know for sure. But I would suggest to you, as I did earlier, just maybe 15 minutes ago, when I said that, you know, even when the Liberal Party was in government, it might not have been a perfect system. But there was efforts from previous Liberal administrations to take a more holistic approach at delivering a safer environment for all rail, air, and marine transportation, Mr. Speaker. It is something in which the Liberal Party has in the past and will continue into the future take very seriously.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present my speech and my opinions on the bill before us. And just for the benefit of people who are here today, I'm just going to repeat that we are talking about Bill C3. And it's a very long title, but I'm going to read it anyway. An act to enact the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Marine Liability Act, and the Canada Shipping Act of 2001, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This is a bill that will amend numerous laws that deal with marine safety, especially with regard to the transportation of oil and gas products and hazardous products as well, but especially petroleum products. There have been numerous witnesses who came before us to explain what they thought about the amendments. The NDP proposed a number of amendments that unfortunately were not adopted by the government. It's very unfortunate because the bill here is a step in the right direction. It's definitely a step in the right direction, but it is far from being perfect. I'd like to put you into context by quoting the Federal Environment Commissioner. On many occasions, he gave us guidelines so that we could clearly understand marine safety with regard to the transportation of petroleum products. In 2010, the Environment Commissioner said that the Canadian Coast Guard, which is the main federal organization responsible for response to oil spills, did not evaluate its capacity has not evaluated its reaction capacity since 2000. The state of the equipment used by the Coast Guard when oil spills happen is a source of concern, given the absence of any recent analysis of the capacity and the lack of information on risks. The Canadian Coast Guard does not know whether its response capability in case of oil spills from ships is sufficient to counter these risks. And he continued by saying that in the meantime, Canada has no official framework for emergency response in case of chemical spills and has no specific definition regarding its roles and responsibilities. Now, that was in 2010. Now, apparently, the government hasn't heard this message. So in 2012, the Environment Commissioner said once again in his report that the repercussions that an oil spill could have in Atlantic Canada, like the one we saw in the Gulf of Mexico in 2010, could be so devastating for the environment, industry, and the livelihood of many Canadians. Therefore, it is essential that these boards manage the impacts regarding oil and gas activities that they regulate. Once again, that was in 2012. The message was still not heard, so the commissioner tried again by emphasizing that there are flaws. So in his report of 2013, he said the federal government has a leadership role, a major leadership role to play in managing oil spills by putting in place a sustainable development plan, and that means that it must analyze the different sectors as effectively as possible. And then it must devote the necessary efforts and funding and follow up on the commitments made. It is crucial that the government keep its promises, because a commitment is just the first step with regard to protection measures and recovery measures. The progress, for example, the Species at Risk Stewardship Act and the Waterfowl Act must also be put to good use. So 2013, that was the Environment Commissioner once again who was repeating that we don't have the right equipment. We will be in trouble if ever there is an oil spill at sea. I'm going to close by referring to Danielle Giroux of the St. Lawrence Commission. And you can find what she said on the website of the David Suzuki Foundation. So Ms. Giroux said the Quebec and Newfoundland governments are working to open the Gulf of St. Lawrence to gas and oil development. This report confirms that we are absolutely not prepared to deal with any incident linked to this kind of extractive industry. We have neither the technical resources to clean up spills nor financial safeguards to deal with them. This report is really a cold shower for the coastal communities who depend on the health of the Gulf for their well-being. Once again, this was a spokesperson for the St. Lawrence Coalition. Now, the bill that we have before us talks about financial liability. It's all very well to compensate people when their industry is destroyed by an oil spill. But what will we do to rebuild the industry should it be exposed? So should it have to go through an oil spill? Exxon Valdez happened a long time ago, but there's still oil in the ocean. The Irving oil sunk 30 years ago, and every year we still find oil on the sand in the region. It has a perpetual ongoing effect. An oil spill will have an impact that will be felt for years and years. So when we talk about compensation, we have to think about this from a long-term view. The fishing industry in the Atlantic, on the West Coast, in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and even perhaps in the Arctic, is a sustainable resource that we can harvest for a very long time. But if we damage it through an oil spill, then it's not just about financial compensation. It's also about ensuring that these industries can continue to survive. So what can we do to limit the impact of an oil spill? Instead of talking about what kind of insurance policy is needed to compensate people with money in order that they can have a year of salary, what are we going to do to ensure that the tourism industry, the fishery industry, extractive industries from the seabed, what are we going to do to ensure that those industries remain sustainable? I have a few statistics here on the value of these industries. For the Magdalen Islands, fishing represents $100 million per year. We're talking about fishery and related industries such as processing. That's $100 million a year. In Gaspésie, The lobster industry represents $15 million a year. In the Gaspé Peninsula in 2010, the fishery landings represented $85 million. In the lower St. Lawrence and the Gaspésie Peninsula, that represents two-thirds of landings across Quebec. Tourism in my region accounts for $280 million a year. In the bill that we have before us, it refers to an insurance policy for compensation, which represents $230 million. It doesn't even represent the tourism industry in my region for a year. And remember, if the beaches in my region are contaminated with oil, well, I'm sorry, but no tourists will come. 1 year of compensation for $230 million will not reestablish the industry in my region. It will be devastating, and this bill does not respond to the needs and requirements of my constituents. It's clear. And if it doesn't respond to their needs, it won't respond to the needs of those in neighboring ridings. When we're talking about cleaning up an oil spill, it says that the company would be liable for cleaning up the spill of an amount up to 10,000 tons of oil. Now, Mr. Speaker, in Eastern Canada, we're talking about a project to transport oil in Belzune, and that could represent 4 times that amount. We're talking about transporting oil in Cacouna, possibly, which is not far from Rivière-du-Loup. That would represent some 10 times that amount of 10,000 tons. We're talking about maritime transport today. That stands at some 82 million tons per year. And the bill says that the company would be responsible for cleaning up 10,000 tons. It's clearly insufficient, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind you that an oil tanker today can carry at least 4 times the amount that is named in this bill. A Panamax tanker can carry at least 4 times more than this amount of 10,000 tons. If one of those boats sinks or spills oil, the company would not be responsible for 3/4 of that spill. And so who would be responsible for that? Canadian citizens. Once again, the government is asking Canadian citizens to share the risk, but they want to privatize the benefits. The companies will come out of this laughing. They'll have tremendous profits. We know that the oil industry is extremely profitable, extremely lucrative, and it's not for nothing that the quantity of oil that has been exported from Canada over the past 5 years has tripled, and it is forecast that over the next 3 years it's going to triple again. So we're talking about immense quantities of oil that will be transited along our borders, or along our coastal communities, communities that depend on fisheries, tourism, forestry, and traditional and sustainable industries. The oil industry is not equipped in case of oil spills. The Gulf of St. Lawrence is a major waterway for the transport of oil, but it freezes over in winter. What happens if there's an oil spill in the ice? We do not have the equipment. We cannot face, we're not equipped to face this kind of spill. Let's take these, let's look at this one step at a time. It's all very well to make the companies liable. Well, okay. Well, at least they'll be responsible for $232 million. That's a good thing. But I would just like to remind the people in this House that there is, in Norway, for example, they have no limit with regard to the liability of a company. If the company spills oil, they are responsible for paying for the cleanup, regardless how much it is, period. And by the way, the oil economy, or the oil industry in Norway, was not concerned about that. It's still growing. The industry is thriving. Thank you very much. They have money, and they have protected their environment at the same time. They've done them both, so why can't Canada do the same? The companies need to be liable. If the polluter is not liable, then someone is going to be liable, and it'll be us, the taxpayers. And I think they've already paid quite enough. Taxpayers are paying too much. Now, what is the government saying to Canadian taxpayers? That everyone has to step up and pay for these companies? There's something wrong here. Why should we compensate them? They have plenty of money. It is a very profitable industry, and I think that they have to start assuming their responsibilities. If they produce pollution, they need to clean it up. We don't know that there's going to be an oil spill because there are tankers that go along the East Coast and the West Coast every day. We see them all the time. I can look out from where I live and I can see these tankers going by. So far there hasn't been a spill, luckily enough. But we know that over the past 40 years there have been some 10,000 spills. So we know that it is a danger, it's a risk. There is no such thing as a no-risk industry. So we need a bill that addresses this risk, and that is not this bill. This is a first step in the right direction of making these companies responsible.
I would have hoped that in committee the Conservatives would have remembered what they promised. They promised a certain amount of liability, and that would have been better. But unfortunately, we're far from that with this bill. Where I come from, we talk about potential deposits in the St. Lawrence Gulf, but there's particularly one site between the Magdalen Islands and Newfoundland and Labrador, and it's right on the border, and we're not entirely sure where the border is. If that deposit is exploited, there's fear that we're not equipped to clean it up, any spill. The company that has the permit today, well, we doubt that they have the financial capacity to cover any major leak. We know that the act in front of us will be insufficient to clean up any spill, any disaster, such as we saw in the Gulf of Mexico. It would be better if this bill went further. And unfortunately, I have to say that I will be supporting this bill because it is a starting point, but it's far from enough. It's far from enough to meet the needs of our coastal communities. Coastal communities will be taking on all the risk so that oil companies can reap the profits, and that's not fair, Mr. Speaker. Our society should be fair and balanced, and with bills from the Conservatives, well, we're seeing that oil companies and major companies have less and less liability, and the risk is being spread out to all Canadians. So it's funny. It's as if they're socialists with risk and capitalists with everything else. They really should have started with a different question. What can we do to protect our coastal communities? What can we do to make sure that they will grow? How can we share wealth in Canada? And none of that's in this bill. All we see in this bill is how liability will be shared if there's a disaster. So what the government is saying is they're tacitly saying that they know there will be spills. But, you know, you can throw all the money you want at a problem, but the real question is, what will the real solution be? Today we have a fund that was created in Canada, a $400 million fund for spills. But no money has been added to that fund since 1996, and so, really, are we actually
taking it seriously? Are we taking the polluter pays maximum seriously? It doesn't seem to me that that's the case. This bill is, in my opinion, insufficient, and once again, I would just like to bring to the attention of this House that without this bill, there's liability of $35 million. So that's clearly far and away not enough. With the $230 million, I'm a little bit more reassured, but coastal communities are worth a lot more than that. Tourism, the fishing industry, they deserve the attention of this House. But unfortunately, if you listen to the comments that have been made by the Conservative Party in this place, well, they seem to have forgotten that there are humans, that there are people, that there are other industries in those regions. On the Pacific Coast, for example, there is a huge amount of interest in this bill. Burrard Inlet in Vancouver is the second busiest area for shipping in that region. So any ship that's at risk in that area is putting the entire Vancouver and southern Pacific Coast area at risk. All of Canada should be benefiting from the oil industry. And that's why risk should be shared by everyone. But first of all, by the oil companies. They should be taking on their fair share of risk. I don't think that this bill achieves that. I hope that the government will present new bills that will improve things. I doubt that that's going to happen before the 2015 elections, and that's why I believe that the NDP is the best place to defend our coastal communities, and I hope that we will form the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague from Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine, thank you for your speech. I would like to ask my colleague a question. There are issues in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence, and in the Conservatives' bill, there is not the protection that we need, the protection for fisheries, ecosystems, and whales in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. And I believe that the member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine has expertise on this issue. And I would like to ask him if his party is in favor of a moratorium on oil and gas exploration in that area. Well, I've had several voters who've come to see me in my riding, in my office, who've asked me similar questions. And the answer that we give is that we have to recognize that we live in a region of natural resources. It's always been dependent on those resources for economic growth and for the economic well-being of the families that live there. We should not exploit oil and gas in our region without proper protection, and we're not properly protected. The Environment Commissioner said very clearly that we don't have the equipment in place if there was a spill. We don't have the equipment. It's as simple as that. If there was a spill in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence, there are a number of industries that would be affected in a major way. So we should start from the beginning. Can there be safe exploitation of oil and gas? If the answer is yes, and if we're well prepared, then we can see where we go. But if the answer is no, then we'll do what's necessary. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Alfred Belin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine for his speech today. I've had a look at some of the contents of Bill C-3, and I was particularly interested in liability for oil companies, or for companies. And, for example, liability for a shipping company is limited to roughly $230 million for the owner of a ship. That's very little, Mr. Speaker, if there's a spill of any kind in our coastal waters. And so what I'm particularly concerned about with this bill is just that. So I don't know if you know this, but in Laval we have the Enbridge Line 9. In eastern Laval, in my riding, it crosses the Rivière des Prairies and another river, and it goes through agricultural areas. And people are very concerned, very worried about what would happen if there was a spill linked to such oil pipelines. I know that my colleague is very familiar with the fishing industry. He works very closely with those who work in the fishing industry in his writing. What are people on the ground telling him? What are the people of Gaspésie and the Magdalen Islands saying about these regulations? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments and her question. It's a very interesting question. We have similar concerns to the good people of Laval. We know that we don't have the capacity to clean up a spill. We suspect that the oil companies don't take the interests of local people to heart. There's a feeling that the government wants to move ahead quickly without taking the necessary steps to protect people. We're not against oil and gas exploitation. People are not against exploitation in our region of oil and gas, but they want it to be done in a sustainable way. They want rules to be respected, and there's no hurry because the oil isn't going anywhere. We know that everyone can profit from this exploitation, but it shouldn't be just the people who assume all the liability. Risk, like wealth, should be shared. People are very welcoming in Gaspésie and on the Magdalen Islands. They want to help their neighbors, and natural resources are very important, be it oil and gas, be it the forest, or be it others. But wealth and risk have to be shared fairly, and we're far from that today. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech. It's very clear that he has mastered these issues, and we know that he's done a lot of work in his riding, and he's there standing with his fellow citizens. My colleague has explained the limits of this bill, and this bill, as he said several times, doesn't properly deal with risk. I would like to hear my colleague explain quickly one or two proposals that could have been made in this bill that would have made it better. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her questions. I know that she does unparalleled work in her riding. She's the best member that riding has had in a very long time. I'll go back to what I said at the beginning of my speech. The Environment Commissioner has made it very clear. We don't just need to assign financial liability to the oil companies. And certainly it needs to be done in a stronger way than what we see in this bill. Equipment is also needed. An oil spill isn't something that takes place in a stock market somewhere. It's not just an exchange of money. It's something that happens on the ground. It's pollution of the ground, of the water, and it has an impact on natural resources. It has an impact on the daily lives of those who live in the region where the spill takes place. It's very important that we have the capacity to clean up a spill. And it's not a question of if, but when. We know that there will be a spill. There's no such thing as zero risk in this area. It's important to understand what's an acceptable level of risk. The risk level is much too high today. I hope that things will get better over time. But when the Newfoundland and Labrador government asked for a preparation plan from the federal government, they were refused. So it's clear this government is not taking the region's interests to heart. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech, and in particular, he highlighted something that's very, very important for us, the NDP, the tourism industry and the fishing industry. Because when we talk about spills in terms of oil spills, well, this comes back to liability and responsibility, and this Conservative government has spoken about these concepts many times. So if we refer to C3, we could have hoped that in this bill there would be a sufficient level of protection for these sectors of activity. And the sums of money, although they are relatively large, if we remember BP in the Gulf of Mexico a few years ago, or the Exxon Valdez 25 years ago, well, the fishing industry is still very much affected, and tourism as well. So there's no direct compensation for those sectors of activity. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that. These are vital industries for many regions, including his. The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Certainly the well-being of our sustainable industries don't seem to be all that important to the current government. For the fishing industry, for example, we've seen this government say indirectly that it wants to eliminate fleet separation. The big ships that come from elsewhere, that basically come and hoover up all of the resources from the region, and that has a major negative effect. We've seen the what happens when there's this kind of bad management. Well, there's the cod moratorium, for example, that we've had for a very long time now. Have things been better managed since then? No, unfortunately not. The government doesn't seem to be interested in growing sustainable industries in Canada. This government seems mostly interested in how to exploit oil and gas. That's a good thing, but you know what? There are more industries out there. Why create a job in one sector if it's going to kill a job in another sector? We need to work in a balanced way so that everyone wins, and for everyone to win, we have to follow the necessary steps. And I'll say it again, the Environment Commissioner gave us a direction to follow, and I hope that members of the government will take the Environment Commissioner's reports to heart and use her suggestions in their bills.
Before we resume debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine in respect to Fisheries and Oceans, the Honourable Member for York South Weston in regards to rail transportation, and the
Honourable Member for Drummond concerning the environment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be sharing my time with the member for l'Abitibi-Témiscamingue. And, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to also congratulate the member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine, who is a neighbor of my riding of Acadie-Bathurst. And we share the Baie des Chaleurs, and the Baie des Chaleurs is one of the top 10 most beautiful bays in the world recognized by UNESCO. And I would like to thank him for the important work he's doing on some very important files that affect my area as well, as we share Baie des Chaleurs. And for people who don't know, there's quite a lot of lobster there. There's some many great kinds of fish. People love it, and we want to protect that bay. We want to protect it because we have a responsibility to protect it. There are people in the fishing industry who live off that bay, and there are people who love eating what is found in that bay. So, Mr. Speaker, today I'm rising in this House today to discuss Bill C-3, an act to enact the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act and to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Marine Liability Act, and the Canada Shipping Act of 2001, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Although we support this bill at third reading, and we are indeed at third reading, Mr. Speaker, I'll remind you, not at second reading, we are extremely disappointed that the Conservatives have rejected our proposal to expand the scope of this bill. We had suggested a number of amendments. The Liberals didn't do that. They wanted to go to second reading to suggest amendments, but they seem to have forgotten that that ship had already sailed. Our approach shows that we're ready to make real exhaustive changes to protect our coastal areas, and the Conservatives are not ready for that. And I would like to go into detail on the lack of on the fact that the Conservatives have a lack of credibility on issues linked to maritime and aeronautic safety. If Bill C-3 really wants to promote safer tanker traffic, why did the Conservative government not take this opportunity to restore money cut by recent budget cuts for maritime safety programs? The Conservative government says that it wants to protect coastal areas with this bill, but let's look at their record. They closed the British Columbia Spill Center. They closed the Coast Guard station at Kitsilano, and they have cut our emergency intervention in the environment programs. It's absolutely ridiculous that the Conservative government is cutting our marine communication traffic services centers, because we know that oil tanker traffic has tripled from 2005 to 2010. It has indeed tripled, and according to what's expected, it will triple again by 2016.
Expansion projects for oil pipelines would increase oil delivery from 300,000 to 700,000 barrels per day. It's hard to believe that the concerns of Canadians are truly taken seriously by this government. Allow me to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the reduction in capacity and facilities for Coast Guard rescue has not affected only British Columbia. This Conservative government is threatening to close these facilities across Canada, including those in eastern Canada. It decided to close the Marine Search and Rescue Subcenter in Newfoundland and Labrador very irresponsibly. They also anticipate the closure of the SNR Center in Quebec, which, like the Newfoundland and Labrador Center, often leads to search and rescue operations that are very urgent. They've responded to over 1,500 distress calls per year. Thanks to the mobilization of the public and the hard work of my New Democrat colleagues, the Conservatives had to reassess their decision to close these search and rescue centers in Quebec. If the Conservatives really, truly want to protect Canada's oceans through this bill, why not broaden it? Among the measures that the NDP wants to see in any kind of bill to protect Canada's oceans, among other things, we want the Conservatives to cancel the closures and service reductions of the Coast Guard, including the planned closure of the Kitsilano Coast Guard station. We want them to cancel reductions in the service and maritime communication service and maritime traffic centers, including the Communication and Maritime Traffic Control Center in Vancouver and in St. John's. They claim they want to protect our oceans, but they're closing the best facilities to keep an eye on freighter ships. We want them to cancel the closure of the regional BC office for emergency oil spill response. It's unbelievable that we have a bill before the House of Commons. At the same time, the government wants to close the regional BC office for emergency oil spill response. Earlier I said there'd be an increase from 300,000 to 700,000 barrels per year in crude oil per day. So there'll be more maritime traffic, but they are cutting the organizations that may be able to prevent catastrophes, Mr. Speaker. We're asking the government to cancel reductions to the Oil Research Center for offshore energy sources. There's a research center. They even want to cut that. We want them to cancel the main environmental emergency programs, including those regarding oil spills in Newfoundland, Labrador, and British Columbia. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's frightening to see what direction this government is taking. Canadians should be afraid. When they look at where we're going with oil, we see an increase every year in the use of our rivers and our oceans, be it the Atlantic or the Pacific. They're closing everything that's around to protect these oceans and rivers and supervise them. We're asking the government to strengthen the capacity, which is currently nil, that the hydrocarbon offices have to take care of oil spills, as was recommended by the Environment Commissioner. The Canada-Newfoundland Offshore Oil Office needs to develop internal expertise to manage oil spills with an organization that has experience in this and that is independent. We demand that the Canadian Coast Guard work in cooperation with its American counterparts and conduct a parallel study to examine the risks of additional oil tanker traffic in Canadian waters. If they sincerely want to take care of maritime safety, the Conservatives should broaden this bill. We know that these modest changes were brought forth because the Conservatives are trying to appease the well-founded fears of citizens of BC about new gas or oil pipeline projects and the increase in oil traffic that would result from the building of new pipelines. The citizens of BC are right to be worried because there is a potential increase in the risk of spills because of the increase in oil tanker traffic, oil tanker ship traffic. The International Tanker Owners Pollution Federation recorded almost 10,000 accidental oil spills worldwide since 1970. So all this should tell the government that it should be careful. All these cancellations they're carrying out all over the place are frightening. The government should assume its responsibilities. This bill does not go far enough. We're going to support it because a little is better than nothing, but it should go much further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Acadie Bathurst for his speech. This is a colleague who's very well versed in the importance of the fisheries industry in the Atlantic provinces, and who defends this industry very well, as he does all his constituents. Over the years, this government has been very enthusiastic about canceling government inspectors' oversight. They're allowing companies to self-regulate rather than have a third party that is independent doing this oversight. Once again, in this bill, there's a small step forward, but it's not enough. This is the heavyweight tendency by the Conservatives to make sure that industry can always be self-regulating rather than have a third party that's objective and whose objective is to protect the Canadian public and do its job. The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. I thank my colleague for her question because it is an important one, Mr. Speaker. Self-regulation doesn't work. With all due respect, and I know some people won't like what I have to say, the big oil companies, be they big corporations that make money, their only discipline is how to bring money to the bank. On that front, there's no problem. This government takes part in that because we're talking about something dangerous. We're talking about oil tankers that can leak. They can affect the fishery in the entire Baie des Chaleurs in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. And at the end of the day, if there is an oil spill, the taxpayers of Canada are asked to pay for it because they didn't want to have regulations in place to force the company to pay. I find this completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. And if the company is not responsible enough and is scared that a spill will cost too much, they have no incentive to be self-disciplined. The tanker can travel at 50 knots. They will do whatever they can to have big production and make a lot of money. But if there's a mess, well, it is the taxpayers who will pay to clean it up. They'll maybe go bankrupt. They'll have no insurance. The only insurance they have is the Canadian taxpayer, and that's unfair because the government has a responsibility to protect Canadian taxpayers, not just the big oil companies, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with interest, and I'm in agreement, I think, with the member from Acadie-Bathurst, and our leader is knowledgeable and experienced in the whole environmental field, and isn't this just a reduction in the polluter pay principle, that polluters who can limit their liability through a bill like this can get away with a subsidy from our government because they don't have to carry the kind of insurance necessary to actually insure against the worst-case disasters. Look what happened in Quebec with MMA. They didn't have enough insurance to cover the kind of disaster that they wrought on the province of Quebec and on the people of Lac-Mégantic, and who is picking up the tab? The province of Quebec and the federal government and the people of Canada. And that is essentially what our party believes in, is that if there's a disaster, the people who are causing the disaster, the polluter should pay. And that's what this bill fails to do. It fails to accurately force the companies that are doing what they're doing on our coasts and on our air and our rails to protect Canadians. And so what happens is they're getting subsidized. I think that's wrong. Do you think that's wrong?
Member for Acadie-Bathurst.
Thanks the member for his question, but it goes farther than that, and I'll say this here. That the government pick up the tab and the taxpayer to pick up the tab is one thing, but to have people to lose their lives, that's another thing, and that's, nobody could pay back that. Example, when they have done what they have done, cut the regulation and done what they have done, we know what happens to Lac-Mégantic. Not long after that, look what happens to Plaster Rock. When that wheel broke off, and just outside of the community of Plaster Rock, the train went off the rail. Well, I had a guy that used to work in Montreal, and he said they had a team that was checking every wheel, and they will have find out that wheel was broken. That wheel didn't broke off in Edmundston and then come off of the rail in Plaster Rock. That wheel was the damage in the wheel already, And if they will not take the inspector out of their job and be there to supervise what was happening, we will never see that. And we're lucky we never lost any life in Placer Rock. And it was so bad to see the people of Lac Mégantic that lost life. And it's more than money that. It's more than money. And it's dangerous what the government is doing to not put a mechanism in place to make sure to protect the people, not just to protect the fish, but protect to the people, the human being of this country. And that's where the miss of responsibility. And this bill don't go far enough, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we're asking them, to protect our Canadian, protect our other industry. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to make my first speech since we came back from the summer break. There was a very exciting summer full of adventure and good experiences. So I'm back and ready to hold this government to account. So C3 is a bill that seeks to protect the oceans as well as aeronautic safety. Once again, in this bill, we see a gap between the objective of the bill and its scope. What we have to understand here is Bill C3 had already been debated in another form. It was called Bill C-57 before prorogation. The bill went before committee. The NDP proposed amendments. They were all turned down. And the NDP asked the government to broaden the scope of the bill. And the government refused that too. That's an attitude that's really a shame, because when you have a topic as broad as maritime and air safety, these are subjects that are very complex and they require the testimony of experts. So logically, in my opinion, if you're opening up a debate like this, I think it's a good thing to try to cover it totally. Take advantage of the opportunity to talk about everything concerning maritime and air safety, everything that is relevant, and everything that has to be done to avoid having to get back to this kind of technical subject so often. So when you're doing some housekeeping or spring cleaning, you open all the doors and cupboards. You don't just choose the parts of the house that are more interesting. And that's logical. But unfortunately, this government refuses to apply that logic and saying, well, since we're talking about a complex subject, let's look at it in depth here and in total. As I said, what we wanted to see is that the government broaden the scope of the bill to look at the closure of, say, search and rescue centers, maritime safety centers, look at the protection of the offshore environment. These are all topics that affect the objective of this bill directly. But unfortunately, the Conservatives refuse to do this. Bill C3 also proposes an amendment to the Maritime Accountability Act, and it sought to implement the International Convention Canada signed in 2010 on responsibility and compensation for maritime transport of dangerous and harmful substances. As I said, Canada signed this convention in 2012, and today we see a bill that seeks to implement this important convention. There's an element in that convention that defines the relative responsibility of ship owners for the costs incurred when there's an oil spill or a spill of equivalent materials. So I think it's important to put this back in the forefront and clarify the responsibility of corporations when there are these types of spills and leaks, as well as the responsibility of ship owners when these messes occur. if there is an oil spill or a dangerous material spill that is potentially dangerous, Canadian taxpayers should not be on the hook for the cleanup costs. This is a problem that recurs from one bill to another. That is, they all limit the responsibility of private sector enterprises. As we saw in the case of C-22, nothing takes into account real costs and inflation over time. That can become a considerable burden for the Canadian public. As New Democrats, we believe in the polluter pay principle, not like the Liberals or Conservatives who constantly pass on the true environmental, social, and economic costs to Canadian taxpayers, both those of today and those of tomorrow. As the deputy spokesperson on energy and natural resources, I think it's important to point out that in order to have judicious development of natural resources, you have to have a legislative framework surrounding it, one that is stable, and we have to be aware always that sometimes investors may flee when there is no adequate legislative framework. If you properly have this framework for some industries, yes, there's the exploitation of the natural resource. We know that that natural resource has to be transported, and if the framework that provides for transportation is not sufficient, that could bring about instability for that industry. So in order to protect the development of our natural resources and their economic potential, it's very important to have the legislative framework that is sufficient to the task and that correctly oversees this industry so that investors can see that it's safe to invest in Canada, because they know then that measures are in place to reduce some incidents, particularly those related to transport. As I said earlier, Canada was a signatory to the 2010 Convention on maritime transport of dangerous and noxious goods. In the fall of 2012, so very recently, 2 major ships were shipwrecked on the West Coast because of the current level of traffic. Once again, we have a debate where the government is asking to be forgiven for its lack of action over the years. Too much time has gone on. We've had these shipwrecks on the West Coast. We're debating this in third reading now only, so it took a great deal of time.
And I think it is also essential, as we have heard a number of members point out, the government's flaws. It's not because they sign such an agreement that will achieve this. And these conservative cuts can be even felt in our Air Force. They have to go and steal pieces from the museum to cobble together their very old aircraft. And we won't talk about the Liberals with their recycled submarines. It's no better on that side. I would also like to point out that in Part 2 of the bill, there's an amendment to the Aeronautics Act in order to provide certain persons with powers to investigate aviation accidents involving civilians and aircraft or aeronautical installations operated by or on behalf of the Department of National Defence, the Canadian Forces, or a visiting force. So what that means is that instead of it being the Transportation Safety Bureau that investigates, if there is a military aircraft that is involved, it could be one instance where there's someone from the DND who doesn't have to make the report public, as would be the case with the Transportation Safety Bureau. We heard from a witness from the Armed Forces who told us that sometimes there were safety reasons, which mean that they don't disclose those reports. But when we learned that the armed forces consider that it's a secret as to the number of soldiers who take medication, we realize that they don't. They lack a bit of judgment on what shouldn't be kept secret. Now, there are a great many overflights in my region, and there are also military aircraft elsewhere. So perhaps the consequence of an accident, we could avoid accidents with civilian aircraft. So the report will not be made public when it comes under DND, and there could be consequences of potential accidents that could have been avoided because of this new way of operating, and I think that is a shame that we're operating this way. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. You know, Mr. Speaker, there were 10,000 oil spills, accidental oil spills, since 1970. That's not a small number. We're not saying it's 1,000. Even 1,000 would be too many in any case. But I would like to know what my colleague thinks of these double-hull tankers that don't protect our oceans and our environment. What does the member think? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague from Joliette for her question. And what I would like to say about these double-hull tankers is that they are not indestructible. Accidents can occur with these boats too, and so can oil spills. So double-hull tankers are not a magic bullet. And in any case, under the convention since 1993, Canada is obliged to have double-hull tankers, and there continue to be spills anyway. So when we're talking about maritime safety, it's not just about the concept of the boats. It is also the way marine safety is overseen. And when the government is too lax with regard to marine safety, as this Conservative government is, well, it's the oil industry that is affected in Canada, and it pays the price of that. So if we want responsible resource development, then safety measures need to be put in place that are appropriate to make sure that Canadians trust the industry in question.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could provide some comment in regards to the issue of liability insurance on the first aspect of the legislation that deals with aviation industry participants. There is a great deal of concern that it was necessary for the government to get directly involved. It stems back from 9/11, where at acts of war and so forth, a plane may go down, and it deals with that in part. And I'm wondering if there's a position that the NDP are taking on that particular issue.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to draw a parallel with the Ebola epidemic that is victimizing Africa right now. Now, there are harmful consequences on the population when humanitarian aid cannot be delivered, especially in a conflict zone. So if an airline company stops making these trips, it is all of civilian assistance that could be compromised, because they will no longer be able to go there because of the insurance policy. There will be much longer delays. They'll have to land in places in other countries that are much further away and go the rest of their way by land. So the fact that choosing to compensate to help maintain certain air bridges in some places that are more at higher risk, so that the population can continue to benefit from humanitarian aid. But if the government makes pledges with regard to insurance policy, there's no guarantee that these airline companies will continue to make these trips, so this should be studied to see as to whether there's a real impact because of the government's commitment with regard to these insurance policies. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to be sharing my time today with my honourable colleague from BC Southern Interior. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the government recently authorized an increase in oil transport on the St. Lawrence River, which includes the development of an adapted port in Sorel. Although Joliette does not border on the river, instead it is in the riding of my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé, the river in that area has a great deal of value, and the people of La Naudière are attached to it. My fellow citizens go to the river every weekend to go biking, to fish, to go boating, or to walk along the many paths. At the mouth of Lac Saint-Pierre, between Sorel and Berthier, Berthier Islands are an archipelago of 103 islands that have beautiful mangroves and floodplains that are a habitat for a number of rare species, such as the silver fox and salamanders. You know, Mr. Speaker, in spring, it is beautiful when you drive down Highway 40 in that area. Also, this area is very historic. Champlain held meetings there with the First Nations people, and the mouth of the Richelieu River, which is nearby, is a particularly a hotbed of skirmishes. Everyone knows the author Germaine Guévremont, who wrote Le Survenant in 1945, and this is where his novel was set. So an increase in oil tanker traffic was something for me to think about, and I think it is too bad that the government did not include the provisions called for by the NDP in Bill C-3 with regard to oil tanker traffic. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make this comment before getting to the heart of the matter Bill C-3, because I would have liked to be able to take advantage of this bill to better protect an area that is so important to my region. The Berthier Islands are an example. It is someplace that I go, and it is part of our region's identity. But obviously, the people who live in this area are worried about it as well. That is why I am very happy that Bill C-3 implements the International Convention of 2010 on the liability and compensation for damage in connection with the carriage of hazardous and noxious substances by sea. But if the Conservatives had any credibility, they would have agreed to include our proposal seeking to broaden the scope of the bill. We in the NDP do not find it normal that Canadian taxpayers must pay the balance of a cleanup further to an oil spill that is potentially dangerous when that cost is over $500 million. The NDP has promised to make sure that oil spills never happen, but the Conservatives' proposal goes in the other direction. They have closed down the Coast Guard Centre in Kitsilano in BC. They have gutted emergency environmental plans as well. As I said earlier, there are some good things about this bill, and that is why I will be supporting it. This includes the pilotage requirements and increased oversight that will reduce the risk of accident. But that's not enough. There are drastic cuts to oil transport safety, and this was in last year's budget. The Conservatives say that these cuts are all about trimming fat, but if they trim off too much fat, they're going to kill the animal. It's not liposuction. This is a flesh-eating disease. The reduction of maritime rescue subcenters affect everyone. In Quebec, thanks to the NDP's interventions, the Quebec City Maritime Search and Rescue Subcenter was kept open. It receives 500 calls a day, or rather 1,500 calls a day, which is quite a bit, Mr. Speaker. This measure would have endangered the lives of Francophone sailors, and it would have shown the contempt Conservatives have for marine safety, science, and public safety. We in the NDP asked for the scope of this bill to be broadened in order to make sure that our emergency response plans for marine areas were kept in place. This bill also grants investigative powers that were given only to the Transportation Safety Board. This means that should an aeronautic air accident happen involving the military, only DND will be responsible for this investigation and will not be forced to make it public. We have long known that the Conservatives are afraid of transparency. During the last election campaign, they refused to answer over 5 questions per day in order to influence the work of the media. The government that they formed is no different. So they extended the concept of ministerial secrecy to almost everything, and now they don't want to publish these investigative reports. It's unacceptable. It's kind of like being in X-Files. In general, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-3 seems to focus on administrative aspects rather than seriously attacking the issue of risks in marine environment that have to do with oil and gas or hazardous substances. Many environmental NGOs have pointed to the fact that Canadian safety measures are insufficient with regard to oil and gas transport. Why didn't they take the opportunity to do so with this bill? We could have gone much, much further. In addition to reinforcing accountability and safety, they could have ensured that Canadians do not have to pay the price of an oil spill. That would have been the least they could have done. We saw what happened in Lac-Mégantic. The government's negligence and penchant for deregulation allowed a foreign company to walk away from the consequences. All companies seek to maximize their profits. That's why they are created. And the role of a responsible government is to set parameters. For example, by ensuring that if such a crisis occurs, then compensation will be provided. Let's look at the Lac-Mégantic example again. Was MMA able to compensate the citizens? Not at all. Its foreign insurer did not have the ability to pay. This situation could happen again. So it would have been a good idea to take advantage of C3 in order to return and walk through my riding with impunity and not to have to worry about the environment. This bill is a step in the right direction, but it's just to calm the opposition's, or rather to calm opposition to the project. It is a step in the right direction, as I said, but I wanted to take this opportunity to point out the risks that we incur and that we will continue to incur unless we adopt a responsible environmental approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Joliette for her speech. She talked to us a bit about her region, and she underlined the beauties of the neighboring region along Lac Saint-Pierre and the St. Lawrence River. My riding, in fact, also borders the St. Lawrence River, and those natural landscapes are extremely important in economic terms for all of Quebec and for all of Canada as well. Not only thanks to the St. Lawrence Seaway, but also with regard to the attraction that Canadians have for it. Now, she also clearly explained the importance of this issue, and I'd like her to expand on it. That is the importance of having strong and intelligent regulations, but also to have inspectors on the ground. Well, I'm talking about on the ground, also at sea, obviously, but to have inspectors whose mandate is to protect the Canadian public. So I'd like to hear what she has to say on that, and to reaffirm the importance of smart regulations, but also to have inspectors on the ground to protect the Canadian public.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's true that if ever you happen to have the opportunity to visit the Berthier Islands at any time, but those who pollute must pay. These aren't poor countries. These are companies that exist to make money, so if they don't maintain their ships in such a way that they can protect people and nature, they should pay. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear my colleague's opinion. She talked about the importance of protecting the environment, natural areas, ecosystems, and there are oil spills, for example, Exxon Valdez in Alaska, or the BP spill in the Gulf of Mexico, where hundreds of billions of dollars have been cost, and that's had a huge impact on tourism and fishing in those areas. So why is it important to protect them? This bill gives a certain amount of liability to oil countries. Why is it important? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And yes, this is a responsibility that oil shippers have, the responsibility to protect our environment, because our environment on the St. Lawrence River is an environment that is shared by thousands and thousands of people. If there's pollution, we need severe regulations that will force shippers to maintain their boats to protect our environment and the lives of both people who live in the area and of the animals that live in the river. Particularly in spring, it's absolutely magnificent. There's incredible natural diversity, flowers, trees, everything you could want. It's really very beautiful, and we absolutely need to protect that with much stricter laws than what we have right now. And we need to have inspectors out on the ground, or at sea, if you wish. It's very important for Canada to have these inspectors. Then we would be able to identify which ships are leaking gas or oil when going to Montreal or to Quebec City or somewhere else on the St. Lawrence River. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the St. Lawrence River is a major transportation artery that's always existed in Quebec, and I agree with my colleague, we need much stricter laws. And
current government. And it's my hope that any future government that we will have here, that we will have a restoration of this kind of collaborative spirit. So those are kind of some initial comments I have when I look through my notes here. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the NDP believes that Canadian taxpayers should not be on the hook for cleanup costs
and damages following a spill of hazardous and noxious substances. However, the Conservatives have refused reasonable amendments, as I mentioned, that would prevent Canadian taxpayers from being on the hook for cleanup costs and damages. We have also committed to ensuring that there are never spills on our coast. And unfortunately, the Conservatives have a terrible record in this area. They closed the spill center in BC. They closed the Kitsilano Coast Guard station. They've taken money out of funds to protect the environment. So it's harder and harder to believe that Canadians' concerns are being taken to heart by this government. Now, there are positive elements in this bill, and that is why we will be supporting it. Also, Mr. Speaker, the reduction of capacity in our research centers and our protection centers is affecting not only British Columbia, but also all of Canada. So, when this government decides to close research and rescue centers in Quebec, for example, that puts the lives of francophone seafarers at risk. And that's once again an example of this government's systemic lack of concern for public safety and for maritime safety.
We've seen, and there's examples that we've seen, for example, in the fall of 2012, 2 major shipping vessels ran aground on the west coast with current levels of traffic. And we're expecting with this increase in traffic, especially with these super tankers, that this is going to be even more dangerous. And I would like to submit that this is a time to have more stringent environmental controls, for example. This bill has number of different parts. Part 4 amends the Marine Liability Act, gives ship owners liabilities limited to approximately $230 million, talks about damages in excess of the ship owner's liability to be paid by an international fund up to a maximum of $500 million. We wanted, unfortunately, this is for oil spills only. In our proposed amendments, we wanted the toxic substances to be included. However, this was not the case. And we were suggesting that there be an availability of the Ship Source Oil Pollution Fund to be increased so that the money from this fund could go to pay for this pollution and rather the taxpayers. And apparently that fund hasn't been really augmented for many, many years. So some of the things that have happened that we would have liked to have happened as part of this bill is to have the reversing of the Coast Guard closures, obviously, the scaling back of services that we've seen, canceling cuts to the Maritime Communication Traffic Services Center, reversal of the canceling of the closure of BC's regional offices for emergency spills, and we can go on and on. And these negative aspects have been mentioned throughout this debate today, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention that we need to not only strengthen our ability to react to spills, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but we need to ensure that the spills don't happen. And one way of ensuring that spills wouldn't happen is to ensure we have a ban on tanker traffic, for example, on the West Coast. A complete ban on tanker traffic. When I was in northern British Columbia, I learned that if there's an oil spill and you recuperate 30% of that oil spill, that's considered excellent. if you recuperate 7% of raw bitumen, which a proposed Enbridge pipeline would pump through, that's considered excellent. So it's a no-brainer, Mr. Speaker. As we look to strengthening laws to protect our environment, one of the fundamental things that we should be doing is ensuring that there's no tanker traffic in those areas where there's a danger of spill. And of course, the Enbridge pipeline and the consequences of going through those strait with the waves, people have told us, would be devastating if there were ever a spill in northern British Columbia, as in all coasts. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll close with a quotation from Mr. John O'Connor, President of the Canadian Maritime Law Association, who says that, I quote, "We believe the ship source oil pollution fund should be involved in hazardous and noxious substance at large and not be limited just to oil. The ship source oil pollution fund is an additional layer of protection. It's not unlimited liability, but it's an additional amount of funding that is available should there be a mishap. We believe that this fund should become Canada's additional protection, not only when oil is involved, but when any HNS cargo is involved." End of quote. I'll close with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I had the opportunity for quite a few years in committee to work with the member for British Columbia Southern Interior, and he is a good member. When he says something, he states it sincerely, it's not. He opened his remarks by talking about the committee, and I've sat on a number of committees, and the fact that amendments are not considered by the government side, they never are. They haven't been in this Parliament. They'll look at committee after committee. In fact, at committees, Mr. Speaker, now when we're getting into recommendations, they're not even straightforward, the recommendations. Somebody on the government side always adds continue to or whatever. Mr. Speaker, what the member is putting his finger on here is the fact that in this Parliament, committees are broken and broken seriously. We haven't even met as a committee this week on public safety. When we have people returning radicalized from fighting in foreign lands, I've got a motion to go to committee. I can't even get it before the committee because the committees aren't meeting. They're meeting in the Senate. We all love to talk about the Senate, but I see their committees are meeting this week and they're doing decent work. And the member mentioned, I can go back, Mr. Speaker, to one time when I chaired Fisheries Committee and we had 32 motions, 11 of them from government members, the rest from opposition. All were debated in public. All but one carried. All of them were critical with government. That's what the place is supposed to be. It's supposed to hold the government accountable. And I think it's I know I'm not really on topic, Mr. Speaker, but the most serious aspect that the member mentioned is not some of the conditions of this bill, but it is the fact that we all together as Parliament can't work properly at committees because the government won't allow it and they're the majority and they're responsible for good amendments not being accepted by the NDP or backbench members.
I would probably concur that the member for Malpeque's question perhaps wasn't on point. I do recognize, though, that the member for British Columbia Southern Interior, in fact, did make some comments in that regard, so certainly in order. The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It may not have been on point, but I think it's very pertinent to what's been going on here. And I'd like to say that I sat with that member on Agriculture Committee before, and we used to have, in minority parliaments, we used to have give and take, debates, amendments, acceptance, rejection. That doesn't seem to be the case. And as I said earlier on, I would just hope that if at some point in time in the future we have a future government, that this spirit of cooperation, of course, it didn't always exist in the past, but it has, as he has mentioned, that I'm hoping that we'll get back to that spirit of collaboration so that when we have legislation, we can say, this is our legislation. We helped to construct it, and this is what we're doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Marne. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and also for his very well thought out observations and for his experience, which he continues to share with his colleagues in our official opposition caucus. I'd like to ask him to elaborate on the situation on the Pacific Coast in British Columbia. It's really a jewel of Canada. It's a beautiful region, but in particular, the situation with maritime traffic on the Pacific Coast and the danger that that can represent.
For British Columbia Southern Interior.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I can say to start that I visited the region in question 2 years ago. My colleagues and I were there with our friend from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. He invited us to see exactly what's happening and what it looks like. We had the opportunity to speak to several people from First Nations, several other local people, and the vast majority of those who live there do not want to see increased maritime traffic on their outside of their coasts. Fisheries and tourism are being put at risk. And this is not just a hypothesis. One day or another, there will be an oil spill if we have oil tankers on the Pacific Coast. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start today in discussing this bill to tell the members of the House where this legislation has actually come from and how, at the end, it was about 44 years ago that the Shipping Act was amended, and how since those 44 years have passed and successive Liberal and Conservative governments, Canadians are still being inadequately protected, and the job has not yet been done to protect them. And I'll go into the catalyst for the changes to the Shipping Act and how we arrived here today. In 1970, there was a Liberian tanker called the Arrow that ran aground in Chedabucto Bay, Nova Scotia. Now, it was in February 1970, and there was 82,000 barrels of bunker C oil that spilled into Chedabucto Bay. That, for Canadians, if you want to know how much that is, it's about 2.5 million gallons. At the time it was imperial, now we're in metric, but from what I read was the imperial measurements. 300 kilometers of pristine coastline were affected, and that was out of 600 kilometers of coastline. Now, the effect when that spill happened was that taxpayers were footed with the bill. So there wasn't really anything there to protect the taxpayer. There wasn't a polluter pay principle. So it was the citizens of Nova Scotia that paid for the bill. And the Liberal government of the time, Pierre Trudeau's government, only managed to clean 48 kilometers of the shoreline out of the 300 kilometers that were affected. So this was the catalyst to changes to the Shipping Act at the time. At the time, there was the idea that was floated around of establishing unlimited liability when spills happen. And the NDP at the time presented that to the Liberal government at the time. The minister came back and said that the oil and shipping lobby could not accept those regulations, that it would make their ships uninsurable. So in those respects, they said, we're not going to implement unlimited liability, but what we will do in its place is we'll establish a fund, and that fund will be paid by oil companies and by shipping companies. And that's how we came up with the ship-sourced oil pollution fund that started to collect levies in 1972. Now, I want to point out to members in the House that from 1972 to 1974, there was a Liberal minority government that was propped up by someone called David Lewis, the leader of the NDP. So it was the Lewis-Trudeau years, 72 to 74. And during the period of 72 to 76, levies were collected. But unfortunately, when Liberals got back into majority territory, they stopped looking at whether levies were being contributed to the fund. And since 1976, now we're 2014, since 1976, no funds have been put in by oil companies or by the shipping companies into the SSOPF. So at the time, people who were around in that time will remember that David Lewis urged Canadians to kick out corporate welfare bums. And yet here we are in 2014, and the corporate welfare bums are still at the top of the wave, getting their favors done by Conservative and Liberal administrations repeatedly. Now, we were asking for unlimited liability at the time, and we were willing to look at this fund, and we were probably content with the fund. But if you don't put money into the fund, then it doesn't work, and the taxpayer is still footed with the bill. And so here we are in 2014, and we still don't have a polluter pays model, because successive Liberal and Conservative governments have not been willing to do it. The second thing that we were asking for at the time was a contingency plan, because as I said, out of those 300 kilometers that were affected in Chedabucto Bay, only 48 kilometers were cleaned up. And in 2001, I read a report that said the oil was still there. They could still detect the oil in Chedabucto Bay. A quote from the author of that report, he says, "The Arrow spill completely altered the lives of the people around the affected area. The beaches cannot be used for pleasure for fear of contamination. This means the children cannot swim because of the high concentration of oil, and repeated proposals were submitted to government to build a community swimming pool, but they were all rejected. Understandably, the residents of the affected areas demanded answers, and more importantly, compensation for the tragedy that had ruined their pristine environment. The environment was deeply affected, and it also rippled through the area's economy, causing financial consequences, some absorbed by the fishermen, government agencies, or local businessmen." And so here we are, Speaker, in 2014. And the catalyst of this was in 1970. And the NDP is still here asking for the same things that we were asking in 1970, because the job has not been done. But I'll tell you, Speaker, in 2015, with an NDP government, we will do the job, and the job will be done. And finally, Canadians will be adequately protected, Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de La Salle-et-Mar.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague. I also appreciate the fact that he went back in time to remind us of how things worked a few decades ago, not that far back, and also demonstrate that there were mechanisms in place to ensure that we could have polluter pay in place, and how that mechanism could be reinstated for very little cost to Canadians. So I'd like him to elaborate on what he just discussed, and how come in 2014 it's ever more important, given the increase in the transportation of materials of all sorts, and how it's essential that we have in place a mechanism that would mean that there'd be fair compensation if ever there was leak or a spill. I'd also like him to talk about how we definitely need protection measures to prevent this kind of accident. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When this fund was established in 1972, the NDP was standing guard at the time. We wanted corporations to contribute to that fund to save Canadians the cost of cleaning up any oil spill. What we've seen over time is that in 1976, payments into this fund ended, and neither the Liberals or Conservatives continued to contribute to funding it. in order to protect Canadians against these oil spills. In recent years, we've seen that the Conservative government instituted drastic cuts in the Coast Guard in British Columbia and many places. They're no longer protected as they were from 72 to 74, let's say. So what we've seen is that without this government's willingness to protect Canadians, we cannot see any progress with these protection regimes. You really need a progressive government that will place a high priority on protecting Canadians rather than protecting its friends in the oil industry or the maritime industry. We truly need a government that implements the principle of polluter pay, that does the real job of government, which is to protect Canadians.
Time for another question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member might be able to provide a response in regards to the whole issue of the aviation industry. Within the legislation, the first part of the legislation, it deals with liability insurance for the aviation industry, believing that ultimately there are situations in which a plane might go down because of a terrorist attack or something of this nature. And the idea here is that the government needs to do something in order to protect the industry. What's his thoughts in regards to that aspect of the legislation?
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Well, I can say that when I was Deputy Critic of Transport, I had a group of inspection agents that came to visit my office and tell me how the SMS systems that had been implemented by Liberals and Conservatives were not properly protecting Canadians against air safety disasters. So again, deregulation of successive Liberal and Conservative governments has hurt aviation safety. And I think that this bill is a step in a good direction, but it must go much further.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Yes? The question is as follows. Ms. Raitt, seconded by Ms. Findlay, Delta Richmond East, moved that Bill C-3 enact the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Marine Liability Act, and the Canada Shipping Act 2001, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Yes? Oui? Carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I see the honourable member for Ottawa-Orléans is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In view of the agreeable nature of the House, I wonder if you might want to seek unanimity that to see the clock at 5:38.
Is it agreed to see the clock at 5:38 p.m.? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-586, the Reform Act 2014, standing in the name of Mr. Chong.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the first time in this House to join the debates, and I do so with a profound sense of humility. I also wish to express my tremendous appreciation to the residents of Scarborough-Agincourt for the distinct honour of representing them as their Member of Parliament. As this is my inaugural address in the House of Commons, I am mindful of the sense of history of this place. In my youth, I fell in love with Canadian history, and when I finally had the opportunity to visit Parliament, I realized why this place is so important. Not only is this where we make our laws and establish our government, it is this place that symbolizes a fundamental value, our democratic freedom. This is a freedom that flows through our evolved relationship with the Crown and with the institutions of sovereign and colonial power. Mr. Speaker, I have deliberately chosen this piece of legislation to rise for my first time to join the debates in the House of Commons because I recognize the very important symbolism that this bill has come to represent across this country. There is a very fundamental sense that democracy in our country, and frankly across all democratic countries, is gradually eroding. Participation rates in elections have been steadily dropping. Canadians are increasingly developing a sense that our democratic institutions do not matter. As members of Parliament, we each owe a critical duty to arrest this development and to increase confidence in our democratic institutions. I look to my recent by-election and that of my fellow three colleagues that were elected on June 30th. And in that by-election, we saw participation rates drop to incredible lows. Sadly, in my riding of Scarborough-Agincourt, less than 30% of electors chose to cast a ballot. In my colleague from Trinity Spadina, he probably had the best result in having approximately 1/3 of the ballots cast of those who were eligible to vote. In the two Alberta by-elections, we saw voter participation drop to roughly 19% in Macleod and 15% in Fort McMurray, Athabasca. We have seen participation rates in successive federal and provincial elections continue to drop. I think this is a broad question that all of us as members need to ask and ultimately to be concerned about. To that end, Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills for the intent behind his private member's bill, Bill C-586, entitled simply the Reform Act. In reading his backgrounder on this bill, I noted that it was his intent to reinforce the principle of responsible government. It was also his intent to provide checks against the exercise of executive power over the legislature. In particular, my friend sought to ensure that party leaders maintain the confidence of their respective caucuses. This is a laudable goal, and it is an attempt to bring back the normative practices of our Westminster model of government. But when one actually examines the substance of the bill, Mr. Speaker, I have to admit that I find somewhat a disconnect between the very aspirational aspects that the member for Wellington Halton Hills is proposing and the practical outcomes of his bill. It leads to a series of questions and concerns. In his backgrounder to the legislation, my friend from Wellington Halton Hills attempts to address four broad reforms. 1, restoring local control over party nominations. 2, strengthening caucus as a decision-making body. 3, reinforcing accountability of the party leader to caucus. And 4, reforming the institution of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that my friend's intent to codify what has been the conventional practices reflects, unfortunately, a failing of members to exercise the very rights and privileges as members of Parliament. In some aspects, the changes proposed are rigid in that it seeks to impose and create controls over political parties and their practices. I have trouble with this approach. I can fully understand having parliamentary oversight over the practices of political parties, for example, as it relates to issues like financing, particularly when there are implications on our tax systems or there might be the possibility of undue influence as a result of public financing. But as it relates to the organization of political parties themselves, I am fundamentally convinced that these organizations should set their own rules and that participation by the broader public will be judged on the effect of how democratically that these institutions operate. Let's leave the constitution of political parties up to the political parties themselves. I know that the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills has consulted broadly on his bill, including soliciting input from various members of this House to address the operational concerns of his proposed legislation. I applaud my friend for reaching out. This is in fact how we should be working together and to return ourselves to a more civil time when all members in this place were treated with honour and respect. Let me say that here in the Liberal Party, we intend to honour the very spirit of my friend's legislation. It is our intent on this side of this House to allow all members of the Liberal caucus to vote on this private member's bill by way of a free vote. Let me also say that despite outlining some of our concerns, it is my intention to support my friend's bill and to vote yes when it comes up for a vote in second reading. I will note that I reserve my right to reconsider my vote depending on what transpires when this bill is sent to committee and we see what emerges in third reading. I should also state that the Liberal Party has a different approach. I recognize that my friend from Wellington Halton Hills may have some cause for concern over the practices within his own party or by the approach taken by the Prime Minister and the Executive Council. But here in the Liberal Party, we've decided that restoring trust in Canada's democracy will encompass the following reforms that have been passed by a priority resolution by our own party. And these include free and open democratic nomination of our candidates, fewer whipped votes and more freer votes, requiring individual MPs to assume full responsibility of their decisions, stronger parliamentary control of public finances, including an annual deadline for the budget, accounting consistency among estimates and public accounts, more clarity in voting on estimates, a cost analysis of all government bills, and a requirement that government borrowing plans must obtain Parliament's pre-approval. We will seek an independent and properly resourced parliamentary budget officer. We will move to a more effective access to information system with safeguards against political interference and meaningful whistleblower protections. An impartial system to identify and eliminate wasteful partisan government advertising like we actually have in the Government of Ontario. Limitations on secret committee proceedings, limiting omnibus bills, and the use of prorogation for short-term convenience of the government. We will move to adequate funding, investigative powers, and enforcement authority to ensure that Elections Canada can root out electoral fraud. We will move for proactive disclosure of parliamentarians' expenses and a more transparent Board of Internal Economy that has proper audit rules. And finally, we will move towards a truly independent Senate. To that end, I would encourage my friend to also support Bill C-613, known as the Transparency Act, that was introduced by my leader, the Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, the goals of this bill that my friend from Wellington Halton Hills is presenting are laudable. Those on this side want a House where Parliament respects the principles of responsible government and the rule of law. I know my friend has had challenges within his own party, and that with the sometimes difficult nature of the exercise of executive power. Therefore, I challenge my friend from Wellington Halton Hills. Make the changes within your own party before we impose changes on all political parties. And if you can't change your party, you're welcome to change parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for occasion to rise on this bill titled the Reform Act, and I'd like to thank the member for Wellington Halton Hills for presenting with us with the occasion to debate that very subject before this chamber. This debate allows us to highlight the important improvements that we have witnessed under this Prime Minister and this government in the area of democratic reform. Now, I understand that in politics, one of the idiosyncrasies with which we must be faced is that sometimes narratives depart long way from the facts. And people have a tendency to confuse, for example, strength with centralization, competence with control. And so it is when many critics in the public sphere judge the degree of central power in the various parties that are in the House today. I think we should examine the facts to see how the parties actually add up on this very question. And let me examine some of those empirical facts. The Globe and Mail published an analysis of 162,000 votes cast on the floor of this House of Commons by individual MPs. And it found that during a 2-year period between June 2nd, 2011 and January 28th, 2013, the Liberal Party voted as a unanimous bloc 90% of the time, with no difference of opinion whatsoever. The Conservative Party had independent votes, that is, members of the caucus voted differently than the leadership, in 1 in 4 votes on the floor of the House of Commons. The NDP whipped 100% of its MPs 100% of the time. That is to say, in that 2-year period, there was literally not one MP who dared disagree with their leader even once, which is an exceptional statement of the centralization of powers that have occurred in the NDP. We move to the subject of the Senate. Now, I think all of us are frustrated with the outcome of the Supreme Court ruling on that question. But I think it's important to note what was at stake, because it's actually the reference to the Supreme Court on the question of the Senate was actually very ironic. I'm not aware of another occasion in our history where a Prime Minister has gone to court to ask judges to take powers away from him. He actually went to the court and asked the court to allow him to give the people the authority over who would represent them in the Senate. He agreed that if provinces held elections, that he would respect the outcome and that he would oblige himself to do so in federal statutory law. Equally ironic was that it was the courts that actually refused to let him give away the powers he wanted to cede. But no less, it is interesting to note that he wanted to cede them in the first place, an action and a motive that is not normally part of the constitution of any leader of government, but with this Prime Minister it is, as I will further elaborate when I come to our position on this particular bill. On the question of private members' bills in general, I should note that under this Parliament, with a majority Conservative government and this Prime Minister, we actually have more private members' bills passed into law than at any time since 1972. And in that Parliament, many of the bills were just name changes to constituencies. So in terms of legislating, this Parliament, under a majority Conservative government led by this Prime Minister, has had more backbenchers enact legislation than at any time in history. Now, some have become cynical about this fact and said, oh, well, you know, it's just the government is actually putting private members up to passing legislation. They offer no proof of that, except that the government actually voted for the legislation. So there's your catch-22. If the government had actually voted against this backbench legislation, you would say that the government was blocking it. But having voted for it, now you say, well, it can't be that independent if the government actually supported it at the end of the day. We will see that with these critics, there's no winning. But Canadians are winning because of the democratic action of members of this House. The member from Manitoba, who was able to introduce legislation to protect young, vulnerable people from human trafficking. The member for Okanagan-Coquihalla was able to actually amend legislation from the Prohibition era that prevented Canadians from transporting wines across and other spirits across borders, and now allows Canadians to actually drink Canadian-produced wines and beers. We also had the member for Kitchener-Conestoga, who succeeded in passing suicide prevention legislation through this House of Commons, serious, substantive legislation passed by backbench MPs under this government. Now, we have another bill before this House of Commons, the Reform Act. Now, that bill would for example, address the 45-year-old requirement in law that a leader sign off on the candidacy of every single person who is on the ballot for the party. So in law, since 1970, it has been a requirement that a party leader sign off on every candidate. Without that signature, you cannot be a candidate. Now, even parties that would prefer to have another form of approval for their candidates cannot do so because the statutory law in Section 67(4)(c) bans them from doing it. When my friend in the Liberal Party, who I congratulate on delivering his maiden speech, says that these matters should not be codified in law, I point out the fact that they already are, in this instance, codified in law. The statute forces parties to give leaders veto power over their candidates, even if the party constitution disagrees. So the treasured party autonomy in which he is in pursuit does not exist in the current law. The member for Wellington Halton Hills seeks to change that by removing this veto power from the leaders and allowing parties to select any officer or officers they think fit to approve their candidacies. Now, the Liberal Party, I suspect, would oppose that. The leader of their party has abused that power in order to prevent numerous people from running for the Liberal Party. To just today, 6 former MPs for the Liberal Party actually spoke out against their leader and said that he was abusing his veto power to impose his ideology on every single candidate that runs for the Liberals. He has further had preferences for friends that he wanted to have on the ballot for his party, and he has basically used the legal authority embedded in the Elections Act to hand nominations to those friends at the expense of other people who would probably have more merit and be able to win the nominations if it were democratically held. In our party, that decision is left to local party members, the grassroots. And in practice, our leader has not used his whip, his legal power in an abusive manner. Furthermore, and this is another instance where this Prime Minister is now acting in a manner that is more democratic than any of his predecessors. He becomes the first leader in a half-century to declare his support for the removal of the legal veto power of party leaders over candidates. That speaks once again to his willingness to cede power to the Canadian people and to grassroots political participants so that they can exercise their own will. And I think that gesture on behalf of our Prime Minister demonstrates that he is ahead of his predecessors on the question of democratic reform and certainly ahead of his competitors in this House of Commons. The member who brings forward this legislation has congratulated the Prime Minister for creating the space in which this kind of debate can occur. And the member is absolutely right. There is no other party, no other caucus, under no other leader would this kind of debate ever have been permitted, because only on this side of the House and under this Prime Minister can we openly discuss the nature of our democracy and propose substantive reforms to improve it. So for that, I thank our Prime Minister, and I look forward to continuing this debate. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak to Bill C-586 for to be able to talk about the content of this Reform Act. The NDP has long been talking about the democratic deficit that exists in Canada. What is this about? The expression refers to two categories of concepts, one which is very real, which talks about the exercise of democracy, and another more abstract concept that has to do with voters' perception of the exercise of democracy. Canadian democracy is strong. It has 150 years of experience. It is well established, reliable, and we could not function without it. We could not imagine our lives in this country without this democracy. Even though we criticize it, sometimes with reason, it serves us well. Throughout the years, the democratic process has been improved when it needed to be. Through the many challenges, with changing habits, with population upheavals and regional sensitivities, we have modeled and modified this House. What I'm trying to say is that when there are problems, concrete problems, we try to solve them. The major exception is the so-called Electoral Reform Act of last spring, which will make future votes very difficult. We have seen a steep decline in democratic fervor, and so a repressive election act like the one in East Germany received the support of the Conservative government. The democratic deficit that I talk about is provoked by many clear socio-cultural circumstances. Much of our public does not know that democracy is fragile and forgets to exercise their civic duties. This is worrisome, and the NDP has long been trying to find solutions. But the government loves it when this stagnates. It's sad, but that's the way it is. But our platform is clear and solid. We will do everything we can to fight this stagnation. That is what Canadians expect, and we won't let them down. This deficit is caused by real practices that we have to constantly tweak to ensure their effectiveness, and a general perception that is false, that where people think that democracy is opaque and elitist. Bill C-86 is not the grand reform that it claims to be, for a very simple reason. It claims to tackle a concrete problem, but it acts first and foremost on a problem of perception. A bill is a solution proposed to a problem. If C-586 is trying to improve one of the concrete mechanisms of our democracy, then what is the problem? If the solution is 42, then what is the question? This is the problem that this bill is trying to solve. Party leaders and decision makers in the parties have too much power over the nomination processes and the decisions made in the House of Commons during votes. The application of these powers would water down the democratic voice of citizens and contribute to the opacity of government. To solve this, as proposed by Bill 586, riding associations, which is the domain of the grassroots, must be able to choose candidates without interference. Once they're elected, they must be able to have greater leeway while they vote in House. Now, this is all very well, but really, this is an abstract problem. In fact, the opportunity to improve things concretely was an opportunity lost along with the government's democratic credibility. You can't choose candidates like you do party leaders. It is not debates or conventions. In most cases, these are candidates to whom no one is opposed. Therefore, C-586 does seek to modify the perception that voters have, but it's a false one, that everything is decided in advance and that the party is an immense wheel that crushes Canada on the eve of an election. But that's not the case. Except, and that is why I am supporting this bill, it could become the case, and we want to avert this risk immediately. It brings back certain partisan enthusiasm, and it would force parties to be more accountable regarding writing nominations. C-586 also includes another interesting element, and it shows what is happening in the Conservative ranks, where we never get any information unless people quit the party. This bill seeks to reform aspects of what it calls towing the party line. In the preamble to this bill, there is a very important phrase, and I quote, "Whereas the leadership of political parties must maintain the confidence of their caucuses." Now, once again, we are dealing with a semantic problem here. During conventions, people who constitute the grassroots of a political party tweak and vote on resolutions that become the ideological basis of their political party. As for the party leader, he or she leads voters, or rather leads MPs with their own strategic vision. It is this person who makes all the calculations and take all the risks. The members must support the leader and his decisions because they form, along with him, a popular nucleus of support. The party line is an agreement between the leader and the members. That is what the party offers to voters. Now, the voters are not partisan, and parties in the House must respect the diversity of the public's opinions. Party leaders have the confidence of the grassroots, and the grassroots can confirm or remove this confidence during a vote at national conventions. When people run to be a candidate in an election, that means that they are supporting the leader. The election platform is a compromise. Some of its aspects may not be popular, but it focuses on certain key aspects. So if anyone is questioning themselves about their belonging to a party, well, they knew that when they ran for election. That's a reality that has to be faced. Some other elements of the bill I find problematic because due to the internal practices of parties. I understand that the inclusion of election for caucus chair can seem like a good idea for a party that does not already do that. But for we in the NDP, electing a caucus chair every 4 years would be going backwards because we hold an election every year, and our party works well with this man-woman equality system that works well. Obviously, if this bill forced it to go backwards, I would have trouble supporting it, but the sponsor assured us that these changes would be suggestions rather than obligations. So now that the member for Wellington-Halton Hills has said that he was prepared to change in committee through amendments some of the elements of his bill, I think that the best decision now is to vote in support, to send this bill to committee, to study its impacts and the effects of the reforms it proposes. That is why, Mr. Speaker, that I am going to support this bill in the hope that some good will come of it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise to speak very proudly in favour of the Reform Act introduced by my friend and colleague, the Member of Parliament for Wellington-Halton Hills. At the outset, I'd like to commend him for the substance of this bill and the substantive debate that he has caused both here in this House of Commons and across the country, as well as the manner and the process that he has followed in presenting his reforms. He presented a first version of this bill last year and sought meaningful input from members of Parliament, Canadians across the country. In fact, I can personally attest to the fact that he came to my constituency and engaged directly with many people in the riding. It was an excellent example of real citizen engagement. I want to thank him for that. After receiving all of this input, he proposed two different sets of amendments. One he proposes Reform Act 2014, and the second, I believe, on September the 11th. And it's my understanding that the government, as well as members of the opposition, will be supporting the bill. He did make a real effort to hear constructive criticism of the bill. I know that there are people there who are supportive of this legislation who wish that he would have kept it in its original form. And I say to him that he has shown some courage and he has shown some real flexibility in trying to get a piece of legislation that can be supported by a majority of the members of this House and hopefully a majority of the members of the Senate as well. To just review the Reform Act itself, the Reform Act proposed three main reforms: restoring local control over party nominations, strengthening caucus as a decision-making body, and reinforcing the accountability of party leaders to their caucuses. The purpose of these reforms is to strengthen Canada's democratic institutions by restoring the role of elected members of Parliament in the House of Commons. The proposals in the Reform Act would reinforce the principle of responsible government, something that I will return to over and over again in this speech. It would make the executive more accountable to the legislature and ensure that party leaders maintain the confidence of their caucuses, something that has existed, in fact, since Parliament began. In fact, if one wants to review, especially on the Conservative side of the House, an excellent example of party leaders must maintaining the confidence of their caucus, one only has to go back to perhaps the greatest parliamentarian of all time, Winston Churchill, who became Prime Minister during World War II at a period at which someone else held a majority of the seats of the House of Commons. The Conservative government had a majority of the seats of the House of Commons. Churchill was, in fact, not party leader, but that change was made, and I think for all our sakes, it was a much better change. That's certainly a historical example, especially for Conservative parliamentarians. Responsible government, as we know, is the principle that the Executive Council, the Cabinet, is responsible and accountable to the Executive Legislative Assembly, the House of Commons, not the appointed government. This was, in fact, a change that was made in Canadian history. Now, much of this debate is focused upon present-day situation or about the concentration of power that has occurred over the past 40 years. But I want to commend the member for Halton because he has, in fact, tried to say this is a fundamental realigning of Parliament, that one has to go beyond the present personalities and the present circumstances of today. We all have our present-day debates, but we need to think fundamentally of that relationship between the executive and the legislative. This is something that has perplexed, frankly, political thinkers since the advent of political activity and political organization, since people started distinguishing between the different roles that the executive and the legislative, or those who dispense funds and those who raise funds, ought to have. Now, why is it so important to restore the proper balance between the executive and the legislative? Why should we care about responsible government? Because in my view, democracy is the best form of government, to turn around one of Churchill's phrases. It's the best form of government, and in my view, parliamentary democracy is the best form of democracy. But in order to truly be a parliamentary democracy, it must both be representative and responsible. It must be representative in that the legislative branch, members of Parliament, must be duly elected and accountable to their constituents. It must be responsible in that the executive branch, the cabinet, the government, must be accountable to those legislatures. It requires those two absolute functions. If one surveys the early histories of parliaments, as I've done recently, especially excellent works like J.R. Maddicott's The Origins of the English Parliament, I recommend it to everyone in this place and everyone across the country, one will actually see that the powers of the executive during those early parliaments, the King or Queen, actually existed outside of Parliament. And they were challenged at that time. Of course, Parliament started as sort of a council of advisors, some from the moneyed property classes, some from the ecclesiastical classes. Even then, at that time, they started two important functions which we continue today, which is they started challenging the sovereign with respect to the raising of money, taxes, most often to fight wars, and with respect to the review of spending. So these two essential functions, which Parliament still fulfills today in terms of Ways and Means motions and estimates process, actually started centuries ago in these early parliaments. But at that time, the executive power actually resided outside of Parliament in the sense of it resided with the King or with the Queen. What happened over time was that these executive powers moved, in effect, from the Crown to the advisors of the Crown, the Privy Councillors, as they're still called today, and then over time, especially to ministers of cabinet and the Prime Minister within the legislature. This was a very fundamental change that occurred over many, many, many years. Is this wrong? Now, some may perceive there's an actual problem with this, and in fact, the Americans, in my view, saw this as a problem and chose a different system. They opted for a different system and separated very formally the executive, the president, and the administration, completely separate from the Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives. It is very straightforward to ensure formal responsibility between the executive branch and the legislative branch. It is also simple to ensure that American citizens can have, in fact, more than one vote and can split their votes. They split the votes between a vote for the president, vote for the member of the Senate, or the member of the representatives. In Canada, as you know, members have one vote. They have a vote for their member of Parliament at the federal level. But I do not see this as a problem, having the executive within the legislature. In fact, I think it's a benefit. I think it's one of the beauties of the parliamentary system is that it is organic. As Edmund Burke would say, the parliamentary system, one of its advantages is it is organic. It can respond to situations. It is, in fact, a benefit to have the executive residing within the legislative. But what needs to happen then is responsible government. You need to ensure, and all parliamentary democracies must ensure, with this real transfer through the history of executive power from the sovereign to the Privy Council, the Cabinet, the Prime Minister, the executive clearly resides within the legislature, but we have to have responsible government where the executive, which resides within the legislature, is responsible to the legislature. It's much more complicated than the American system. I think it's better than the American system, but we must ensure that responsible government applies. Now, in my time remaining, Mr. Speaker, I want to address some of the concerns that have been raised. And it's very difficult to do so because some of the concerns were raised by people who have raised issues about political parties have raised concerns. I think members of all political parties have raised concerns about MPs possibly usurping some of the role of political partisans in terms of selecting or deselecting leaders. But this role of caucus in terms of being responsible, having responsibility for the leadership is always been there throughout history. And my view is caucus members will respond in a very meaningful way to it. I was in a situation in my first term in Parliament where, in fact, we had a very destabilizing situation. It would have been helpful, in fact, to have a set of rules to guide us in terms of how to deal with that in a much quicker way. Secondly, I would just appeal to those who say that the bill has been amended too much and not enough is retained from the original bill to pass. I would appeal to them and say that the member from Halton Hills has introduced a piece of legislation, has tried to be as constructive as he can to get support from all political parties so it has near unanimous support to pass this House. I therefore ask all members of Parliament to support this important bill to redress the imbalance that has occurred over decades in this country where the powers of the executive have grown and the strength of the legislative branch, unfortunately, has diminished. We need to restore the proper balance between the executive and the legislative. A true parliamentary democracy requires representative institutions, but it also requires responsible government. We need to honor these fundamental traditions of our parliamentary democracy. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to say that the bill that was tabled by our colleague from Wellington Halton Hills is part of a debate that is much wider right now. In other words, the democracy of our system, the reform of our democratic institutions, the value of the role played by MPs within caucuses. And when we discuss such an important subject, I think that it's important that we be open, that we be ready to have an open discussion, and that we be ready to hear ideas that come from all sides, and that we not claim to have any absolute truth. And when we're dealing with such a complex subject, we need to have discussion, and discussion will lead to the best solutions. And I'd really like to thank my colleague for tabling this bill. He said that he was open to discussion when he presented it. I was able to talk to him about my concerns with this bill, and the member was open to amending the bill according to those concerns. And it's with an attitude like that that we can reform our democratic system. And it's absolutely not with an attitude where the person who presents a bill is not ready to accept any amendments and says they're not willing to discuss anything that will be able to change our parliamentary system. So I'd like to thank my colleague who presented this bill. It's important to note that this bill will make some fairly substantial changes to a number of processes concerning, for example, the eligibility of certain members to a caucus, or concerning the leader of a party, of a caucus. So first of all, I'd like the time to talk a little bit about what we do in the NDP so that people can understand the concerns that I have had. Our internal regulations require a biannual examination of the leadership, and even if that person is a prime minister, they have to go through a leadership review on a biannual basis. And we also make sure that the nomination process for a candidate is transparent. So it's important to note that we have positive action policies. When it comes to candidacies, we have put in place means to make sure that we have 50% of our candidates be women. We also want to make sure that we have candidates representing LGBT groups, Aboriginal people, people with a disability. And that was one of the first worries that I had with this bill. I wanted to make sure that these positive action measures that have been put in place by parties, and here we're not talking about a leader of a party choosing a candidate or trying to put in place one of their friends. Here we're talking about promoting the candidacy of a person who's a member of one of these groups. We wanted to make sure that that was still possible. And one of the amendments that my colleague intends to present in committee will allow us to protect these affirmative actions to increase the representation of certain groups that are underrepresented in this place. So, once again, when this bill goes to committee, if some of the amendments that my colleague intends to table are not accepted, the debate will be different. But if those amendments are passed, well, they will meet my concerns and I will be able to go forward with supporting this bill. And when we talk about the process that would allow a caucus member to be expelled, or that would concern holding a vote concerning the leadership of a party, I think it's important to note, and this is something that we've seen in other legislatures in Canada and elsewhere. Well, we have an issue where people will do things that are not necessarily illegal, but aren't a good idea either. And so it becomes up to the leader to decide if the thing that has happened is serious enough that that person should be expelled from the caucus. I believe it's much more appropriate that such decisions be taken by the entire caucus to determine whether or not the person in question can remain a member of the caucus or could be eventually readmitted to caucus. And it could be the same thing for the leader. Perhaps the leader could do something that's not illegal, but that isn't good either, and then perhaps the caucus could ask for a vote to determine whether or not that person still has the moral legitimacy to be the leader of the party in Parliament. I believe it could be appropriate to have that question be asked. There's also the issue of whether or not a leader could renounce their position if there were medical concerns. For example, if there were substance abuse issues, or if somebody had a disease that affected their cognitive abilities. Well, at least this puts in place a mechanism whereby members of a parliamentary caucus could decide what would happen concerning their leadership. So I believe that that's something that would be worthwhile discussing in committee. And in certain exceptional circumstances, those are measures that could help parliamentary groups make a decision that would be not only, well, that would not be based on the arbitrary judgment of one or two people within a group, but rather by the majority of a parliamentary caucus. When I read my colleague's bill, I was surprised. You know, in the NDP, we have a president who's elected every year. We have an election every year. And we also have gender parity. If the president is a man, the vice president is automatically going to be a woman, and vice versa. In this case, we're talking about chairs, and I was naive. I thought that it would be the same thing everywhere, but I just assumed that all caucus chairs were elected, and so I'd like to thank my colleague. I learned that unfortunately there are parties that have a lot to learn from, for example, the NDP's example, and that's unfortunate.
And I understand that with the changes, the election of the chair of a caucus once per Parliament would be the minimum standard to respect. So if we, it's good that the NDP will be able to continue to have an election for a new caucus chair every year. But what I think is important to retain here is that it's very important to be able to elect a caucus chair. It's important not only to have somebody who is competent, but also to ensure that we have somebody who will listen to caucus. And if we want to maintain harmony within a parliamentary caucus, I believe it's essential that we be able to choose the right person who has the knowledge and abilities, knowledge of the parliamentary system, but who also has human qualities, human skills, which allow them to adequately take stock of a situation and ensure that the members of the party are well taken care of. So I think electing a party caucus, a caucus president, a chair is very important. So once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his openness and for taking into account my concerns when discussing this bill. Thank you very much.
8 minutes remaining before the right of reply for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a great honour for me to rise and speak on the Reform Act 2014 brought by my colleague here from Wellington, Halton and Hills. Mr. Speaker, my dear friend from Edmonton, Leduc, gave a little history about governments and Westminster's type of government. I, of course, Mr. Speaker, have traveled all over the world and I have seen numerous forms of governments around across the world, not also only the Americans, but then we have the French, we have the military regimes, and we have dictatorships, and we have all kinds of other governments. But what is very clearly important, Mr. Speaker, is the form of democracy that we have elected here in Canada, the Westminster style of democracy, which has tested the strength of time coming from UK, Mr. Speaker. Although I do have to say, in what I'm saying, is the regretful that our Senate is not an elected Senate out here. But having said that, the House of Commons indeed is an institution that, for all everybody says whatever they want to say, Mr. Speaker, is a very respected institution, giving good governance to Canada based on my own experience traveling around the world. Mr. Speaker, I have been a member of Parliament for close to 14 years, 17 years now. And through this process, I've gone through a tremendous amount of political function that have taken place in this country, Mr. Speaker. I started as a Reform MP, and then Canadian Alliance, then as the old Progressive Conservative Party, and then the new Progressive Conservative Party. As I like to say, I never crossed the floor, the parties crossed on me, Mr. Speaker. But going through all this system over here, you learn one thing, Mr. Speaker, where is the basic situation? Sure, there are always ways and rooms to improve, but the main basic thing that I learned from all this thing here is that our process, Mr. Speaker, has checks and balances not through legislation, as it is done, but through practice, Mr. Speaker, with this thing. And let me give an example of that, as my friend from Leduc talked about the crisis we had during the Canadian Alliance. I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, I was through all of that, and I must say, give great credit of what happened over there was to Stockwell Day, who then realized that the caucus was not with him at that given time, took the right step, but went back out there, back to seek the membership again from the leadership from the members. These are the kind of decisions, Mr. Speaker, that are in practice over there, which we have, Mr. Speaker, in part of us. But I do want to say, and I do want to commend my colleague here, trying to bring this and trying to kind of formalize it, Mr. Speaker. And where I had a very strong objection to his bill was what I felt was that the membership's voice was being taken away by giving more power to the caucuses, to the Elections Canada, and this thing. But to his great credit, Mr. Speaker, he heard all of us, our objections, and I want to commend him for bringing in the amendments that he did, which addresses many of the concerns we have had, Mr. Speaker, which I must say, that gives back, in my opinion, the powers back to the membership, as for example his first amendment by letting the parties decide who is going to be the person in charge. It does not matter, Mr. Speaker, who the person is in charge, whether it's the Prime Minister, whoever, but it is the membership that will decide, and that is part of his amendment. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the Minister of State for Democratic Reform, who worked throughout the summer with the members, with the others, in bringing in a lot of amendments that have now made us feel very, Mr. Speaker, that I feel that I am in a situation where a lot of positive things is now coming out of this bill. One or two of those positive steps that I'm quite comfortable with is the elections of the caucus chair, Mr. Speaker. I think a democratically elected caucus chair is an absolute good idea, and also the caucus should have the ability to bring in and bring out, admit or readmit people who have been removed from caucus, and it should be a caucus choice, which makes it a democratic institution, Mr. Speaker. So that is excellent. But I do still have some little problems over here, which he has, of course, addressed. Again, that comes to the issue of the leadership, which he said caucuses can opt in and can opt out. What I'm saying now, Mr. Speaker, is that it is a bill now that we can all debate, we can all talk about it. There are some positive aspects to it that we can move forward, and then as the bill goes to the committee, we can talk about other things where we have concern. I will talk to him again of the little two concerns that I do have and see how best we can bridge that gap, which will allow us, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, to make it a bill that is acceptable to all of us, which will strengthen the democracy in this country. So I want to give him credit for bringing it forward. We are waiting for this. We will vote for the bill to go to the committee, and then at the committee we'll bring further. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Resuming debate. With his 5-minute right of reply, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When I proposed this 2014 legislation, I said that I would welcome comments and amendments. Since it was tabled, this has led to a great deal of interest. In the last few months, I received recommendations and comments from colleagues on both sides of the House and from Canadians from across the country.
All members of this House that have contributed to this debate, in particular the member for Edmonton-Leduc for seconding the bill, many members of my caucus, members from Mississauga, from Bruce Grey Owen Sound, members from Toronto Danforth and from Burnaby Douglas, the other members of the New Democratic Caucus who have been up today to debate this bill, the member from Laurier Cartierville and Saint Laurent Cartierville, and also the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who has been a big supporter of this initiative all along, as well as the Minister for Democratic Reform. Thank you to all who voiced concerns and constructive criticisms about the original bill. Mr. Speaker, change is never easy, and the changes proposed last week and the changes incorporated into the bill introduced last spring reflect the input that was received. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to respond directly to one concern, and that is the general concern about imposing on parties, whether they be party caucuses or registered political parties, mandatory rules about how they operate, whether that concerns the election of party candidates or it concerns the rules regarding the review and removal of the party leader or the election of a caucus chair or the expulsion of a caucus member. I believe that the changes announced last week directly address those concerns. These changes, which I hope the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs will adopt, leave it to the parties, whether it be party members at a national convention or to members of a party caucus, to decide on how to implement these particular changes. Any rules would have to be voted on, either by party members on the floor of a national convention or by caucus members within a caucus. And regardless of the outcome, it would be a recorded vote, so that members of Parliament can be held accountable not just to their constituents, but also to party members as to why they voted the way they did. I think it's also important to note that this bill will not affect in any way, shape, or form how parties outside the House, how registered political parties, review the leader or how those parties elect the leader in the event they have a leadership race. All the bill does is clarify the rules concerning the review and removal of the party leader by caucus, and in the event that the party leader is removed, or in the event that the party leader becomes incapacitated, suddenly dies, or resigns, provides for the clarity in rules on the election of the interim leader. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to point out that party caucuses are not private organizations, because if they are private organizations, then we have semi-privatized the election and removal, in part, of premiers and prime ministers. It's important to point out to colleagues that in the last 9 months, 2 premiers have been removed from office as a result of caucus action. Premier Dunderdale in Newfoundland and Labrador and Premier Redford in Alberta. It's also important to point out that party caucuses in the last 9 months at the provincial level have elected 4 new interim leaders during that time. So I think there's a greater need for clarity and transparency about how these changes take place at the federal level and why we need to pass the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, many wanted to see this bill pass in its original form. I understand. However, in this case, we need to acknowledge that perfection is the enemy of the good. The bill in its original form would never have passed Parliament. The bill in front of us today is very good and has a good chance of passing and becoming law. And I reserve the right, Mr. Speaker, to not move this bill at third reading if the committee makes changes that are unacceptable. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge members of this House to adopt this bill next week. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I urge members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to deal with this bill as expeditiously as possible. Time is short. There are mere few months before the dissolution of Parliament and the onset of the general election. We cannot allow this bill to die in the order paper. Canadians are watching.
This concludes the debate. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Chung, seconded by Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George, move that Bill C-586, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and the Parliament of Canada Act, Candidacy and Caucus Reforms, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. Yes. All those in favour will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 24, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine on fisheries and oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On June 4th, before the summer break, I asked the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans why she allows for forage in Kakuna without calling on her scientists. She stated that her decision was made in accordance with the advice of experts. Now, the conditions imposed on TransCanada are not sufficient to protect the beluga. The beluga are an imperiled species. They need to be protected. The forage started on September 4th in Kakuna endangers them greatly. In its affidavit of August 26, 2014, Mr. Michaud, one of the main beluga scientists, says that the conditions imposed on TransCanada are inadequate to protect this species at risk. Most notably, the measure stipulating that TransCanada must respect a noise level less than 120 decibels over 540 meters is not adequate, since it has been demonstrated that it affects up to 50% of the belugas. The recommendation is 2,000 meters when it comes to protecting a species at risk. The minister would know this if her decision to authorize forage in Kakuna was based on true scientific expertise. If the minister was basing herself on science to make her decisions, she'd also know that not only is the 440-meter limit insufficient, but even a 2,000-meter limit also is risky. The presence of TransCanada in the forage zone risks scaring the beluga and preventing them from feeding. If the minister had consulted her scientists, she would know that the forage zones in Kakuna are a favorite feeding zone for the beluga. TransCanada forage and drilling also imperils the young of this species at risk. The minister can't say she didn't know all this. In his affidavit, Robert Michaud clearly explains why Fisheries and Oceans' decision is not based on, I quote, the best available scientific information, unquote. He explains how the DFO decision to allow seismic surveys in Kakuna does not take into account, and I quote Mr. Michaud again, the disturbance caused by the occupation of another residence in the essential habitat of the beluga. The decision doesn't take into account the disturbance of the acoustics or the birthing of the calving process, the survival of the calves. He proposes adjusting the minimal distance given the sensitivity of the species. That would go way above 540 meters. It should be 2,000 meters in the case of belugas. He explains in his affidavit the most shocking part is DFO knew all this before it made its decision. Once again, the Conservatives chose to ignore science. Canadians deserve government that is evidence-based, not based on ideology. So we want scientific advice that is clear and precise, and we want it today, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary for Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the opportunity to provide a little more background on this particular question. And I can begin by assuring you that, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada is committed to the protection of species at risk, and DFO takes this responsibility very seriously. As we're all aware, the St. Lawrence beluga whale is a species at risk, and the Department's mandate is to ensure that when proponents of projects want to undertake activities, that specific criteria for the protection and recovery of species at risk are respected. It's important to note that in addition to the measures under the Species at Risk Act, the beluga whales are also afforded protection under the fisheries protection provisions of the Fisheries Act, as well as the marine mammal regulations, which prohibit disturbance of whales and other marine mammals. As you may be aware, TransCanada Pipelines proposes to construct their Energy East project to transport oil from Alberta and Saskatchewan to refineries in eastern Canada. This project includes the construction and operation of a shipping terminal near Kakuna, Quebec. The proposed location for the shipping terminal is in a part of the critical habitat for the St. Lawrence beluga whale used by the animals to calve and nurse their young. In preparation for the proposed terminal, TransCanada submitted a proposal to Fisheries and Oceans to conduct seismic testing and exploration drilling in order to define the geological structure of the proposed terminal site. The Department reviewed the proposal to determine whether it would adversely impact listed aquatic species at risk and whether it was likely to cause serious harm to fish, which is prohibited under the Fisheries Act. The proposal was reviewed in accordance with well-established science-based processes. Following the review, a SARA permit was issued for the seismic survey project, specifically in the critical habitat of the St. Lawrence beluga whale, but was limited to a less sensitive time when whales were less likely to be present or present in reduced numbers. The seismic testing was completed by April 30th, 2014 to ensure that beluga whales would not be impacted. Following the review of the proposed drilling project, DFO staff provided a letter back to TransCanada that included measures to avoid potential impacts on the St. Lawrence beluga and their habitat. Measures included the presence of a marine mammal observer, ongoing monitoring of beluga presence, and the creation of a protection zone around the work site such that if belugas were observed within 500 meters of the work site, that work would stop. DFO advised the proponent that provided these mitigation measures were incorporated into TransCanada's plans, DFO was of the view that the exploratory drilling would not result in serious harm to fish, nor would it contravene the Species at Risk Act. No formal approval is required from DFO under the Fisheries Act or the Species at Risk Act in order to proceed with the drilling. The project proponent committed to avoiding impacts to the species by undertaking seismic activities during less sensitive periods, as well as implementing mitigation measures during drilling to ensure that the St. Lawrence beluga whale is protected. Drilling is currently ongoing, and DFO officials are closely monitoring the activities. In fact, on September 17th, yesterday, as per the protocol, drilling operations were shut down because of beluga presence in the area. This is an example of how a successful review and approval process should function, whereby impacts to species at risk are considered and avoided, and human activities are allowed to proceed in a sustainable manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think his comments are interesting and definitely worth taking great note. I want to point out a few inconsistencies. The pipeline that TransCanada Pipeline is planning on building, their Energy East project. In what the Parliamentary Secretary had mentioned was that it was going to, it was being built to send petrol products to refineries. Kakuna is not a refinery. It's simply a project to ship oil products to another destination. As we know, the international markets can just buy up the product and send it wherever it likes. We have no idea where it's going to end up. So it's an export project. We're not talking about sending it anymore we're not talking about St. John, New Brunswick, where there is in fact a refinery, where the original plan for the Energy East pipeline was supposed to go. We're now talking about an Energy East pipeline project, which is also going to be sending petrol through Kakuna, whose purpose is a mystery to most people. We don't understand why it can't continue as originally planned to go to St. John, New Brunswick. I'd like his comments on that particular aspect of the project. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just kind of review the facts, and there are these, that DFO conducted a thorough scientific review of the work. All of this information was made available to the public and media, and work is only proceeding under strict conditions, which include constant monitoring for beluga whales. But it's important to note that TransCanada has not yet submitted the construction of a marine terminal for a review to the National Energy Board. But when it does, the work will be carefully reviewed, and our government has been clear that projects will only move forward if they are safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for York South-Weston regarding rail transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question back in April was triggered by a report on CBC that railroads in Canada were hiding the truth from Canadians, that in fact there were some 1,800 incidents in the past few years, 100 in the last year alone, which had occurred but went unreported by the industry. My question was when the government was going to punish the rail industry. There are $250,000 fines for breaches of rail safety available to the minister. 100 unreported incidents in a year would result in fines of $25 million for CN. Now, CN had profits of $847 million just in the second quarter of this year. So $25 million in fines is somewhat laughable, but it's something. But no fines were ever levied. In fact, the only fine I can find levied against CN is for failing to deliver enough grain. So we don't punish railways for being unsafe. Today, our Leader of the Opposition asked the Minister what she would do about the 6th derailment in the last 4 months in the small town of Slave Lake, Alberta. That's 2.5% of all rail traffic through that town. He asked if she would acknowledge that these are not isolated incidents. Her response was that the government has been working on rail safety since 2006. Again, that's quite laughable. We've seen cutbacks in the numbers of inspections by government inspectors. We've heard from the Auditor General that Transport Canada has only managed to perform 29% of the necessary audits of the safety management systems of railroads. And finally, we heard from the Transportation Safety Board that MMA had virtually no safety management system and was not audited before the crash in Lac-Mégantic. It is true that the 47 deaths caused the government to act. Railroads can no longer run dangerous goods with one-person crews. We only have to wait 3 more years until the dangerous DOT-111 rail cars are phased out, which safety boards have been calling for 25 years. And railroads running dangerous goods through dense urban areas must slow down from 60 miles an hour to 50. Of course, the Transportation Safety Board says the DOT-111s will fail at 20 miles an hour. In the U.S., railroads must reroute dangerous goods around major urban centers. Here, the government has left it up to the railroads to decide whether they want to do that. The fundamental problem is that Liberal and Conservative governments have decided that railroads can essentially be responsible for the public safety, and that government need only review the results and do the occasional audit. The wheel that gave way in Plaster Rock, New Brunswick, which caused an explosion of oil cars, luckily in an unpopulated area, would have been spotted by government inspectors in the old system. It's unlikely that inspectors would have allowed the myriad of problems with the MMA train, which killed 47 in Lac-Mégantic. We have the government and the industry mantra that things are getting safer. But if incidents are not reported, how can the government say that with a straight face? One has only to look at the most recent statistics from the TSB for further confirmation that railroads are getting less safe. Virtually every category of accident was higher in the most recent 6-month period than the last 5-year average. Both main track derailments have gone up, 3 to 5 car derailments have gone up, non-main track derailments have gone up. In fact, the accidents per million train miles has gone from 12.8 to 13.27 in the last in this 6-month period. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not true that railroads are getting safer, and that's without the unreported incidents. The CBC report was only about CN. How many other unreported incidents are there in the other 50 or so railroads in this country? Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the government has failed to prove that the system that they've imposed on Canadians for keeping them safe with railroads isn't working, and the evidence is out there. We can see it happening with the derailments, this most recently in Slave Lake, that it isn't working, and something major needs to happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, and let me just open by saying that that last statement was absolutely false. Speaker, our government takes the safety of the Canadian railway system seriously and is committed to ensuring that appropriate levels of safety are maintained. Should an issue of non-compliance be identified, there are a range of enforcement tools available under multiple acts, up to and including prosecution. Under the Canadian Transportation Accident Investigation and Safety Board Act, which provides the legal framework that governs Transportation Safety Board activities, railway companies must report all accidents. Should a railway company not comply with the requirements of the Act, appropriate action will be taken. Railway safety regulations exist to ensure the safety and protection of the public. If these regulations are not followed, we will not hesitate to take whatever course of action is available to us. Further to this, railway companies are required by law to ensure the safe operations of their trains, and our government increased fines from $200,000 to $1 million for companies found to be in breach of the Railway Safety Act. To reiterate its commitment to a safe railway transportation system, not only for communities across the country, but also for Canada's economic well-being, and to further strengthen the railway safety federal regulatory regime, Transport Canada is currently accelerating the development of several regulations. Transport Canada has a variety of tools available to enforce compliance and respond to safety concerns or threats to safe railway operations, such as a notice and order to respond to threats to safe railway operations, and an emergency directive ordering a railway company to cease a particular unsafe action or take specific action to mitigate the immediate threat identified. Following the accident in Lac-Mégantic, our government took a number of actions, and continuing with our record on railway safety improvement, we have issued emergency directives, protective directions, and ministerial orders requiring, among things, all railway companies further enhance the safety of their operations and the security of railway transportation. any person who imports or offers for transport crude oil to conduct proper classification testing, railway companies to share information with municipalities, which will further support municipal emergency planners and first responders, railway companies to reduce the speed of trains carrying dangerous goods and implement other key operating practices, the removal of the least crash-resistant .111 tank cars from dangerous goods surface. That builds, of course, Speaker, on a broader record of safety since 2006. And Mr. Speaker, that includes everything from the important continued hiring of inspectorate, the training of the inspectorate also in audit functions and capabilities in light of the Auditor General's recent report. Speaker, an investment of over $100 million in railway safety improvements in the regime in this country. And Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on and on. Speaker, I believe our government has clearly demonstrated that it has not hesitated to take action when necessary to ensure the safety and security of Canadians. I can assure you it will not hesitate to take any action in the future.
Well, member for York South Weston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that just proves my point that, in fact, there was no action taken against CN for failing to report 100 incidents in the past year alone. The government does hesitate to enforce the law and to make railroads comply with the law using the tools at its disposal. Canadians expect our government to protect them, not just with F-35 jets, but with regulation, inspection, and punishment of railroads, airlines, food processors. The Liberal and Conservative governments over the past 25 years have systematically deregulated these industries and created systems whereby the industry itself, not the government, is responsible for protecting the public. So under this government, we've seen massive failures of this approach. Deaths due to listeriosis, the largest recall of beef in history, and 47 dead in Lac-Mégantic. The government is merely handing the airlines exemptions of the rules regarding the numbers of flight attendants on aircraft in Canada, making the skies less safe. Just ask the survivors of the Air France crash in Toronto or the recent crash in San Francisco whether they would have been safer with fewer flight attendants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Speaker, I hope the member opposite isn't suggesting that federal railway companies shouldn't be primarily responsible for the safe operations of their companies for the sake of their workers and communities. If so, that would be a first in the world, Mr. Speaker. We actually expect, and the regulatory regime is very clear, that the primary responsibility for safety rests with railway companies. The role of Transport Canada, of course, is in the field of oversight. And Speaker, we have taken the important recommendations that oversight doesn't meet the level of expectation of the public and that it's being continuously improved. As I said, we did make significant investments in improving the ability to have oversight, over $100 million in railway safety, Mr. Speaker. We have additional actions and measures that are underway. And of course, we expect Transport Canada to deliver a higher standard in terms of its oversight. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond on Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had put the following question during the last session with regard to the reduction of GHGs for the oil sector. As you know, Mr. Speaker, for many years now, we have been awaiting rules concerning GHG emissions for the oil sector, and the last time the Minister of Environment said it was premature to unveil those regulations, whereas we've been waiting for 3 years. So it's not premature, on the contrary, we're late. And on Sunday, there will be a large world march, and many of my constituents will be participating in it. And it's on climate, because, as you know, it is 5 minutes to midnight. We need to act. We need to take our responsibilities. And that is why Ban Ki-moon, the UN Secretary General, and President Obama invited all world leaders, all heads of state to New York for a meeting to find solutions to climate change. As I said, it's urgent, so obviously we expect that our country, Canada, should be at the forefront, that it should set an example of leadership, and that it show initiative. Also, that it wants to participate in finding these solutions. But unfortunately, our Prime Minister will not be attending that meeting. of heads of state, and it is very disappointing and a great shame. All that to say that we need to understand it is even more disappointing given that the increase in greenhouse gases emissions is not declining, but rather increasing. And as you might know, Mr. Speaker, in 2020, according to the government's figures, so these are not any figures of environmental radicals or anything like that, as the Conservatives like to call them. No, these are the government's Environment Canada figures. So in 2020, we'll be emitting 7.34 million tons of GHGs, whereas the government committed to very weak targets in Copenhagen. So they half-heartedly committed to certain targets, and they said, okay, we'll set a target of 612 million tons in 2020, but we're going to be at 734 million, and that's not all. We're continuing to increase our greenhouse gas emissions. So they will continue to increase, and all of that, obviously, largely due to oil and gas emissions. So what is the Conservative government doing in the meantime? They know that they're not going to meet their targets, even though they're very weak targets. So they're not even going to achieve that objective. And there is also a report that mentioned the environment and the economy. They go hand in hand. And this report wants to stamp out the idea that you have to choose between climate change and global economic growth. So it is possible to do both. So it should not be a dilemma. It is possible to fight climate change while stimulating economic growth. So what is the government waiting for? What are the Conservatives waiting for? What is the minister waiting for? And what is the parliamentary secretary waiting for to finally impose regulations on oil and gas? It is urgent, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Drummond for his question, and I want to welcome him back to the House, and I'm looking forward to working with him on the Environment Committee. Our government priority is to protect the environment while keeping the economy strong. We have one of the cleanest electricity systems in the world. Canada only accounts for less than 2% of the global greenhouse gases, and for this reason, Canada is pursuing an international agreement on climate change that includes real action by all emitters. À l'heure actuelle,
currently, our government is doing its share at the national level by taking measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In Canada, we have already undertaken measures for two of the largest greenhouse gas emitters in the country, that is the transportation sector and the electricity sector.
the government is focused on an approach to greenhouse gas regulations that will reduce emissions while continuing to create jobs and encouraging the growth of the Canadian economy.
Given the integration between Canadian and U.S. industries, it is important to work hand in hand with the United States to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in key sectors. That is what we are doing currently by aligning with the United States on the regulation of greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector.
Proposed a draft regulation that is expected to reduce CO2 emissions from the power sector by approximately 30% by 2030 compared to 2005 levels. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, strict regulations are already in place for coal-fired power plants, and these will cut emissions in the electricity sector by 46% over the same period. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to build on our record and work with the United States to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions internationally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to come back to some of my colleagues' arguments, and I also would like to welcome him back to the House. The first is the fact that we only represent 2% of greenhouse gas emissions. But we also have a collective and individual responsibility as Canadians. Per capita, we are among the 10 worst countries in the world, about at the level of Saudi Arabia. That is terrible. So we shouldn't be boasting about that. Also, the fact that he talked about working with the United States. Well, exactly. It's the United States. It's President Obama and Secretary Ban Ki-moon who are inviting the world's most prominent leaders to come to New York to find solutions to fight climate change. And what does the Prime Minister of Canada do? He's going to sit idly by and stay at home. That's not a good idea. He must go to New York. So I am going to bring forward a question, and that is, when will the Canadian government do its job in order to abolish grants to the oil and gas sector?
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our discussions concerning the potential reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in the oil and gas sector with the provinces, industry representatives, and other stakeholders are ongoing. Given that the regulations are not yet finalized, it would be premature to debate this any further.
Canada's 2020 greenhouse gas emissions are projected to be about 130 megatons lower relative to a scenario with no action. And I want to address his comment about per capita emissions, Mr. Speaker.
Moreover, greenhouse gas emissions per capita in Canada are now at their lowest level since records began to be kept in 1990. And this has been done by maintaining economic growth. The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Therefore, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.